Tales of the Reincarnated Lord. Prologue. Singwei hung high up in the sky as always, sending light and warmth down to the streets. The massive statue of Singwei, the god of the sun, light, and war, under the illumination of sunlight, stood shiny and gleaming at the shrine, exuding an air of magnificence. Moronti City, the capital of the Ford Trade Union, was the largest trade and port city in the Grindia continent. This city had the largest amount of shrines dedicated a pantheon of deities, earning the city the moniker, the City of Shrines. It also had the most academies on the whole continent, among which included 7 of the top 10 highest-ranked ones, causing it to also be known as the Academy City. This was the most populated city on the Grindia continent. It had a population which numbered almost 800,000. Over here, businesses flourished and people came and go. The amount of gold coins circulating in the daily economy of the city usually amounts to millions. Countless mercenaries, swordsmen, adventurers, artisans, peddlers as well as the common folk and slaves, each with their own dreams and aspirations. The bards often sang about how this city was a favored land of the gods, a land rich with wealth and prosperity. The second largest waterway on the Grindia continent, the Silver River, silently nourished the Folic Plains and entered the seas from the west part of the city, giving rise to a bay filled with hidden treasures and a great maritime armada. The vast and rich Folic Plains, thanks to the abundant sunlight, produced various goods including honey, allowing the city to grow larger and larger thanks to the yearly harvest. 167 years ago, the Archduke of the Old Folic Empire, Ford Moronti, suddenly announced a reform that led to the relinquishing of the hereditary feudal lord system and the adoption of the republic system. Serfdom was also abolished, liberating up to 400,000 serfs. This reform greatly startled the various nations on the continent. Greatly advocating trading as a means to develop the nation, Archduke Ford Moronti rallied 6 other merchant guilds under one banner, forming the Ford Trade Union, and began to trade with various other countries. This was later recorded in history as the Great Ford Reformation. The newly founded trade union embraced freedom and openness, causing hordes of wealth-hungry people to flock over as well as inciting jealousy from various other powers. The Christian Empire, one of the 3 great empires of the Grindia continent, declared the Great Moronti Reformation to be illegal and proceeded to invade the Folic Plains, starting a war that lasted more than 100 years. The newborn Ford Trade Union, however, did not yield. Rallying countless slaves under the banner of freedom, they met the invasion with similar appalling force. For more than 100 years, blood stained across the Folic Plains. 2 Christian emperors, more than 10 dukes and countless elite soldiers fell at the Folic Plains to the forces of Moronti City. However, the bright blue flag of the Ford Trade Union stood proud and tall. Over the countless years of war, the trade union grew stronger. With 100,000 warriors and clever plots, they dealt the empire a final blow that brought down the sole sword saint of the empire, winning themselves 20 years of peace and sending the Christian Empire down the path of decay. Following the Christian Empire's last emperor's death by sickbed, the 3 princes started an internal power struggle for the throne, further crippling the already dying empire and allowing the trade union to be free of their threat and to rise and prosper. Within those 20 years, the trade union apexed and became the top superpower on the Grindia continent. The influence the union had on trade throughout the continent was immeasurably great. Moronti City, the city that persisted, the capital of freedom. Originally, it was known as the Seaview Citadel. To commemorate the great deeds of Ford Moronti for fending off the Christian Empire's invasion, the name was changed to Moronti City. To accommodate for rapid economic development, the Ford Trade Union commissioned for 36 other districts to be built outside the citadel's walls as well as a new wall surrounding the newly built districts, dividing the city into the outer walls and the inner walls. But Moronti himself didn't call the different sectors of the city that. He termed the inner part the upper city sector and city core. The west outer part was called the academic sector, which contained about 20 academies of various disciplines. The northwest part of the outer city contained the naval sector, the port sector, the business sector, which occupied the most space, and the camp sector, which was where non-residents usually resided. To the northeast of the city was the garrison sector, and the rest of the east and south parts were the residential sector. Although Moronti City was the capital of the Ford Trade Union, the union's highest council was not responsible for the city's management. Instead, the city's management was handled by a mayor in the city core who was elected once every 5 years by the union council. After the mayor's 5-year term, the council collects evaluations from one representative from every district and decides if the current mayor will take on another term. The Ford Trade Union was faced with powerful underworld syndicates which resulted in sky-high expenditures during the time of its formation. So, to prevent corruption and to streamline the administration process, they set up a brilliant new policy from a mercantile perspective. They legalized the syndicates and put them in charge of the security, taxes, and hygiene of the various districts of the city. This achieved multiple things. Firstly, each and every syndicate kept each other in check and prevented the rise of an uncontrollable major syndicate. Second, this decreased the city management's expenditures and human resources by a huge fraction. Lastly, it also made the syndicates easier to manage. For example, should the citizens of a district be unhappy with the management of the syndicate in charge, the city council will remove said syndicate with the cooperation of other syndicates. Initially, this policy was not met with much favor. However, that all changed within 2 years. The security of the area was greatly improved and the crime rate greatly decreased as well. The expenditures saved from having to suppress the syndicates went to the development of infrastructure, further improving the living standards of the city residents. This result greatly surprised the naysayers of the union, and it also prompted many kingdoms to re-evaluate the management of the city. The conclusion was that the effectiveness of the syndicate's management greatly surpassed that of the many kingdoms' own officials, who were great embarrassments in comparison. This was Moronti City, a haven for merchants, filled with vigor and rife with many curiosities. Some called it heaven while others called it a city of devilish temptation and deprivation. During the day, the streets were filled with the sound of rowdy merchants and the shrines resounded with hymns of prayer, while the nights were full of merry debauchery. This was Moronti City, the city that never sleeps. Chapter 1 Red Grace Inn, 1. 2 large bags were slung on each of Norton Lorist's shoulders, with another large shoulder-width rucksack hanging from his bag. His left arm held a yellowish-green rattan box while his right was wrapped around a bunch of rolled-up beast skins which were resting on his shoulders. A red double door with a white wine glass painted on top of it was kicked open by him. He looked like a big, clumsy bear as he toiled and stumbled, struggling to squeeze himself through the doorway which was wide enough to let 2 bulky men go through at the same time. It was 3 in the afternoon. This was the time when the inn was at its quietest. The main hall of the inn only had 3 people in it. The red-nosed bard old Mike, who's had a little too much to drink, slept very soundly face down on the table. At the table beside the fireplace sat old Hope the cobbler and the retired postman old Tom, both of whom were previously immersed in a card game, stared wide-eyed at Lorist who had just barged in. Nodding at Hope and Tom, Lorist laid his luggage on the ground in front of the counter and stacked them up into a pile. He placed his bear fur cap on the table and shed his black leather jacket and subsequently removed 2 swords of different lengths that were slung on his waist and laid them on the table. He let out a long sigh, knocked on the table and called out. "Old Char? You here? Where is he? Hey, your wine barrel's being carried away." "My God, it's Locke," said Tom as he finally recognized Norton Lorist without his jacket. Hope couldn't resist any more and stood straight up. "Hey, Locke. It's been quite some time now, about half a year? We thought something happened to you. Did you bring back some star-spotted deerskins that I wanted?" Pointing towards the beast skins on the floor, Lorist said, "I got 3 of them wrapped up inside. Go check it out yourself." A thin and tall old man emerged from the door behind the counter. Seeing Lorist standing at the counter, his glum face lighted up with a hint of a smile. "You're back." This old man was the boss of the Red Grace Inn, Brennan Charlando, whom Lorish referred to as Old Char. Don't take his limping walk for granted. Nobody could even conjecture that this expressionless, quiet old man behind the counter was actually a one-star gold swordsman. Most of the patrons of that inn never had a clue. "Hey, old char. Get me some blackcurrant ale. Oh, and ask MacDuffin over there to cook me a big meal. For half a year I've been having meager rations. I miss the food here so much," said Lorist without a shred of hesitation. "I got it." Charlando served Lorist a large mug of blackcurrant ale. "Drink some of this first. I'll go wake MacDuffin up. Oh, and, could you check the goods out for me? I brought a bunch of things back from this excursion. I wonder if it matches up," said Lorist as he watched Old Hope fumbling through the beast skins. Charlando nodded and disappeared behind the door. Jan, a sleepy-eyed woman, subsequently came out from the door. "Who is it? Don't you see that everyone's taking a nap? You must have a screw or two loose if you come at this hour for a meal, sheesh." That busted woman was dressed in tight clothing which accentuated her curvaceous figure. This was the head serving girl of the inn, Louise. Cough, Lorist choked up and blushed. No matter who it was, there was no way of completely staying calm when faced with the first woman they had a physical relationship with. That was especially the case with Lorist, who was even more nervous in front of Louise. Back then, during his 20th birthday, the drunk Lorist had his virginity taken by Louise, who said that it was her gift for his passage into adulthood. Some amount of fear still lingered in Lorist's heart even after all these years. "Oh my! Arloc's back! I've missed you so much over these 6 months. Come, give your big sis a hug." Louise's eyes gleamed as she saw Lorist, and all traces of sleepiness vanished from her eyes as she spread her arms and leapt towards him. Louise hugged Lorist over the counter and forcefully planted 2 kisses on his cheeks. "Did you return just recently? Look at you, poor Locke. You've gotten so much thinner and tanned during the past 6 months. All of we're worried about you and couldn't get our minds off you. You didn't send us any letters for so long. We were really worried something bad happened to you." Louise started chattering on. "Come on, aren't I back here safe and sound? This expedition to the Relic Islands brought me far overseas, there was no way I could contact you. And, don't you know the ferry to the Relic Islands only operate once every 6 months? What are you worried about? Don't you guys have any confidence in my abilities? With your 3-star iron power level? Haven't you heard about all the silver swordsmen who perished on the Relic Islands? We hear a lot of stories like that in the inn," said Louise without holding back at all. But I, a 3-star iron swordsman, has never lost a match to even one silver swordsman," said Lorist as he scratched his nose, embarrassed. "Those are just sparring matches in the academy. How could those compare to life and death battles with magical beasts? Your competitors were just going easy on you. I really don't get what those old bastards at the academy see in you. They could have just picked one silver swordsman out of so many others. Why did they bring you along as a bodyguard instead?" Louise felt that it was extremely unfair to Lorist for him to be expected to carry out tasks meant for silver swordsmen given his rank as an iron swordsman. Lorist could only laugh bitterly. Louise was only concerned about him. How could she understand the pain of having his battle force stuck at the iron rank for so long? In order to join this expedition, Lorist had to pester and bug Academy head Levins and was even forced to agree to multiple unfair terms, including serving as the assistant for the whole expedition team before the old bastard agreed to bring him along. The adventurers of the Grindia continent all knew that it was suicidal to visit the Relic Islands without the power of a silver swordsman. Granted, non-combatant researchers who were protected by bodyguards were exceptions. Although Lorist had to serve the researchers throughout the expedition, he ventured just as much as the rest of the silver swordsmen. He managed to traverse a number of dangerous areas, even those that were potentially lethal to silver swordsmen. The time taken for the trip to and from the Relic Islands took up 2 months, while the actual time spent on them was 4 months. Lorist himself felt that his abilities had improved nevertheless after experiencing all those life and death battles with the magical beasts and walking the tightrope of life multiple times. His swordsmanship got sharper and his movements got more agile. Even the sensitivity of his senses improved. But the sole goal he had aspired to reach during this trip was never achieved. His battle force didn't manage to break through the iron rank. He was still stuck at the peak of the iron rank. How he had regretted his decision back then. For some reason unknown to even him, he decided to use key refining principles he remembered from his previous life to cultivate his battle force. One focused on the meridian's pathways while the other focused on the blood flow. One trained the internal parts of the body while the other trained the external. They were akin to oil and water. His brain must have cramped up for him to even decide to do that. In the end, even with the high-class blazing battle force technique passed down by his family throughout generations, he ended up at a dead end and has remained stuck at the iron rank for 3 years now, unable to progress to the rank of a silver swordsman. Originally a universally praised genius in swordsmanship, he has become a joke in the academy. Hey, Brother Locke, you're finally back. So glad to finally see you again. The fatty who snapped Lorist out from his self-brooding was the head chef of the inn, MacDuffin. Wearing a mottled blue apron, he struggled as he squeezed his large belly through the door behind the counter. Hi, MacDuffin. Man, am I glad to see you too, said Lorist as he raised his cup of ale. Do you have any nice food around? I just got back and haven't even had my breakfast and lunch yet. The only thing I had back on the boat was a black wheat bar. Oh my, why didn't you say so earlier? Stop drinking that ale, it won't go down well given your empty stomach. MacDuffin, is there anything you can serve up quick? Louise said. There's some roasted goose in the oven, but it's still unseasoned. In the wok we have some bean and ribs but it's still cold, I'll have to heat it up so it'll have to wait. Ah, right. I have some goat meatballs still steaming over there which I can get you right away. Louise, go into my room and look into the chest beside my bed. There should be some cream bread inside. I was planning on having that for tea, but I guess you can go get that down for Locke, said MacDuffin, who seemed reluctant to part from his cream bread. Louise went off in a hurried manner. All right. I'll have some roasted goose and ribs. MacDuffin, fry me a herring, make me some green bean bloodwurst, fried eggs with shrimp, cabbage, and mushroom as well as another glass of fruit ale, said Lorist as he made his order. That much? Can you finish them? MacDuffin looked at Lorist with a hint of doubt. I'm so hungry I can swallow a cow whole. Go make the food, after that we'll have a good drink together. Just after MacDuffin returned to cooking, Louise brought a plate with some steaming hot goat meatballs and 2 pieces of cream bread over. Eat these quick. You don't want to upset your stomach. Whoa, Locke. This is great. These are the skins I want. Look at all these star spots. Before Lorist managed to stuff the bread into his mouth, Hope's praises rang out from behind him. He was raining praises upon the 3 beast skins he cradled so very dearly in his arms. Oh, I better go back to get some cash. I'll be right back. Old Hope let the deerskins down and rushed out of the inn with a speed that was unfit for a man of his age. Why is he in so much of a rush? Mumbled Lorist with his mouth stuffed with meatballs. Louise only shrugged. This old bastard was talking about you non-stop that I actually thought he was worried for you. Turns out he was only looking forward to the skins you promised him, said Tom the retired postman as he raised his ale cup and took a swig. Just as Louise served up the green bean blood sausage, Old Hope burst through the door, sweaty and huffing ragged breaths as he rushed over to Lorist's table. He took out 15 gold coins from an intricately striped leather purse, counted them meticulously and instantly got ready to take the deerskins home. Hey, wait a second, Old Hope. Are you sure you're paying the right price? Without others noticing, Boss Charlando appeared in front of Hope and pressed down on the skins on the table. What's wrong with you, Charlando? Locke doesn't have any objections, does he? Said Hope, glaring fiercely at Charlando. Just because he kept silent doesn't mean he doesn't have any opinions on the price. Right now, a skin like this costs 7 gold and 8 silver fords. Don't you think it's a little much to take 3 away for only 15 gold fords? Old Hope's face turned red. But 6 months ago we set the... You didn't set any exact price when you ordered the skins at that time and arbitrarily decided it to be at the market price back then. You'll have to have some rather thick skin to suggest a market price from 6 months ago. Right now, the supply of star-spotted deerskins on the market is getting lesser by the day, giving a significant boost to its value. I believe he can easily get 8 gold fords for one of these skins in the market. The shoes you make with these can already sell for 10 fords and you can make 10 of theme with these. If you don't agree, you better give up on buying it and I bet I can get a better price for Locke if I sell them at the market. That's right. 2 days ago there were 2 mercenaries who said that purchasing the star-spotted deerskins from the Relic Islands would cost 5 gold fords apiece. Think about the shipping and import fees. Aren't you just taking advantage of him? Locke got you 3 quality skins from so far away. You can't just do this to him, said Louise as she rushed up to Hope with a fierce gaze and rolled her eyes. Old Hope bitterly went back to Lorist's table and took out another 7 gold coins. I didn't bring any silvers with me. 1 gold ford was worth 20 large silvers. Old Hope still owed 4 silvers. It's all right. Lorist shrugged with magnanimity. Seeing Old Hope rushing to leave, Louise felt really dissatisfied. You didn't have to be so generous. That old one got away good. You could get a great meal with 4 silvers. Lorist smiled and said, what? Old Hope got on your nerves. Louise instantly exploded. That miserly bastard. He fills up all of our serving girls and doesn't even give them any tips. And he orders a cup of ale worth 5 coppers and stays at a table for the whole afternoon. It wasn't weird for serving girls in the inn to be felt up by patrons. It's just part of their job, to serve and to flirt. But patrons who don't tip well was always met with the disdain of the serving girls. Those patrons were the most unwelcome kind. Chapter 2 Red Grace Inn, 2. Brennan Charlando didn't give off any impression that he was the owner of the inn. Ignoring the endless chatter of the head serving girl, Louise, he took a few beastskin parchments, knelt on the floor and rummaged around the rattan box, the beastskins as well as the bags, as he mused. 2 pieces of dark-scaled rhinoceros skin, this is Throm the armorer's order. 5 pieces of crimson-eyed black fox skin, for Old Park from the leathersmiths. 3 pieces of gold python skin, Jason from the weaponsmiths needs these to make scabbards. 1 striped wildebeest's tendon, Jex wants to use this as a bowstring. What is this? Said Charlando as he lifted up a greyish-white, meter-long bone. Lorist put down the roasted goose and said, it's a legendary razorbeak owl dragon's humerus that is used by the indigenous Remandotug people on the island as staves. It's both light and tough. I believe Sir Malif asked for this. According to legend, the razorbeak owl dragon came about thousands of years ago from experiments conducted by ancient magi by crossbreeding Nidals and Draconians, which resulted in the creation of a large flying beast that was savage and adept in combat. Only, it has already been extinct for a long time. The only complete skeletal specimen was only found 100 years ago at the Relic Islands by an expedition team sent by the Magi state. It was named as such due to its seemingly large body and razor-sharp beak. Sir Malif was one of the more high-ranking regulars of the Red Grace Inn. Rumored to be a noble from some faraway republic, he came over to Moronti City and lived a life of seclusion in a house near the inn, citing his hatred of war as the main for his leaving his country. He is a man who likes to collect weird and eccentric items. Oh. That's just another one of Sir Malif's eccentricities. Placing the bone down on the floor, Charlando took out a leather pouch that contained several test tube-like glass containers which contained liquids of different colors. What about this? 7 types of magical beast blood, as requested by Professor Simpkin of White Rose Academy. He said he got an ancient tome that detailed a recipe for a potion that required the blood of these magical beasts. He wanted to see if he could synthesize the potion mentioned in the book, explained Lorist. Only now did Charlando notice the small labels at the bottom of the containers, with names of various magical beasts, including dark gold pythons, greenback dire wolf, dark-scaled rhinoceros, etc. That old guy Simpkin sure has a lot of money to throw around. Replicating a potion? That's ludicrous. Mana doesn't even exist anymore, and the magi are not faring any better. How can you make potions without mana? Mused old Tom as he shook his head incessantly. Then what about this thing? Charlando waved around a large, sealed bamboo container that was almost a meter long. Sounds of flowing liquid could be heard as he shook it around. Mumbled Lorist, embarrassed. He hesitated a moment before replying, that's some Terrence donkey whip I got for Els. The Terrence donkey whip was a native product of the Relic Islands, which was famous for being a potent sexual stimulant. It was very popular among the nobles, especially the men whose sexual potency withered early. Pfft. Upon hearing about Elsa's request, Louise laughed her guys out non-stop. Charlando looked grim. What is wrong with him? This little runt using aphrodisiacs at his ripe young age. Skirt chasing all day long without actually doing anything useful. I gotta teach him a lesson. Leave that with me and tell Els to see me when he asks about it. Els, or Brennan Evanport, was one of the syndicate heads 3 districts away. He was a 2-star silver swordsman as well as Charlando's one and only family member, his nephew. The table was cluttered with utensils and plates. Finishing what's left of his ale and burping in satisfaction, Lorist called for MacDuffin to clear the stuff up. Big sis Louise, go see if old man Luke from the back street is busy. If he isn't, I'd like to get a haircut and a beard trim. Oh, and, get me a room upstairs and prepare the bath for me. And, please get the clothes in the rattan box washed and go buy me some new ones at Auntie Misha's as well. Put that bill on my tab. Old Luke packed his tools and came over with little delay. At this hour, there was usually little to no customers for the barber shop behind the inn. Putting a black linen cloth around Lorist, and placing a shiny silver mirroring plate on the table that was just cleaned up by Louise, Luke took up his scissor and walrus tusk comb and asked, "Would you like your usual cut?" On the Grindia continent, nobles from certain countries were expected to wear a certain hairstyle to differentiate themselves from the commoners. There was no rule for commoners though, and they chose whatever hairstyle they liked, though sometimes hairstyles like ponytails gained popularity and many people followed suit. Aside from the slightly inferior barber tools, everything else pertaining to hairstyles were pretty much the same with that of Lorist's previous life. Lorist has always preferred a crew cut for 2 reasons. In his previous life he served as a soldier for 7 years and it has become something like a habit to him. It was also much easier when it came to styling his hair. Yup, I'd like the usual, replied Lorist as he straightened himself in his seat. Old Luke cleared his throat and said, "Actually, Locke, your hair is very lush and black. I bet you would be able to easily charm countless young maidens if you kept a ponytail. Get out, that kind of hairstyle requires so much effort to maintain. It's too much trouble. By the way, Luke, why don't you tell me about the things that happened here during the past 6 months?" Old Luke loved to gossip when he gave haircuts. He was very well versed with the rumors and stories being passed around in the local grapevine. Luke made a thoughtful expression as he continued tending to Lorist's hair. "Well, it's been pretty much the usual. 2 months ago, Lind, the one who runs the roadside fruit stall, had his stall run over by a startled horse. Despite that, the owner reimbursed him with 4 gold fords and he even profited from that incident. Just last month, Watt the butcher's wife got into some trouble with a mercenary. The funny thing is, the mercenary actually got slashed in the shoulder by Watt, a person who hasn't even awakened his battle force. What a joke. Idle gossip aside, 3 months ago it was announced on the newspapers that the war in the north finally ended, most of it thanks to the various trade unions slaving away for 2 years non-stop. A peace treaty was signed and the northern market seemed like a gold mine to many. For 2 whole months the papers were filled with recruitment notices for mercenaries and northern business investment advertisements. There were also multiple reports of people getting attacked by bandits though. Oh, the Christian Empire finally stopped attacking. Lorist really didn't expect such a big historical event occurred in the 6 months he went on the expedition. As for the peace treaty, nobody really treated it seriously as the Christian Empire had been enemies with the Ford trade union for more than a century, during which at least 3 major conflicts erupted between the two powers. Why would the trade union bother to settle anything, given that the empire had already begun to tear itself up since the start of the power struggle between the 3 princes for the throne of the late Christian emperor 6 years ago? It was already a blessing that the union did not take advantage of the empire's situation. What does the treaty entail, exactly? Lorist was very curious about the specific agreements between the two powers. The Northern Empire's princes and dukes has been at odds with each other for almost 6 years now, uprooting the once stable foundations of the empire and crippling the economy, causing much poverty and famine. Even the nobles had to rely on loans to maintain daily life. If anything, it was much more believable for the trade union to have been involved in putting the empire into this predicament. I really didn't pay much attention to the details of the treaty. I'm just a barber, you know. I've never really been into these confusing political things, said old Luke with a blush. I know about it, beamed old Tom with a bright smile. As a retired postman, he has always liked to pay attention to the political undercurrents on the continent. There were 3 main clauses. First, the empire is to be partitioned into 3 kingdoms and 7 grand duchies. In other words, the Christian Empire has ceased to exist and there will no longer be any northern invasions. Secondly, the stability and security of the trade routes are to be maintained and taxes will remain the same for all nations, regardless of whether they are kingdoms or duchies. Additionally, the subsidiaries of the trade union shall be allowed to conduct business freely in any territory. The third clause states that the trade union is to give loans to the 7 nations with different interest rates ranging from 13% to 70% depending on the nation. Brother Locke, aren't you a northerner yourself? I remember you riding in a carriage with some kind of insignia, usually the kind used by nobles. Given that the war is no longer ongoing, wouldn't you like to go back to your hometown for a visit, said MacDuffin as he reminisced the time when he first met Lorist in front of the academy entrance 10 years ago. Locke, are you really a citizen of the Christian Empire? A noble at that, exclaimed old Luke with a surprised tone. Back when the Christian Empire was still standing strong, conflicts between the empire and the Ford trade union were common and battles frequently happened on the Folic plains. Many of the soldiers were led by the nobles who really caused the folks of the trade union a lot of grief. Although not everyone in Moronti City would actually assault anyone of the empire, nobody had any good impressions on them either. To be precise, I came from the northern parts of the Christian Empire. I'm a northern Highlander. The Highlands should be located thousands of kilometers from here, which is way too far and impractical for soldiers over there to come over. The march itself would take more than 3 months. My father was a baron and his barony was situated in the far north. I have an elder brother as well as a younger brother. I guess that makes me the second son, which means I won't be inheriting the barony at any rate. The fact that I'm so far out here means that my family has abandoned me. I've had to rely on myself for 7 whole years since I lost all contact with them. That's why I now consider myself a Moronite and have nothing to do with the North or my family anymore, explained Lorist. That's right. Many nobles send away every child but the heir to the land to prevent infighting and strife, usually by means of exile, separation, or marriage. Locke's case is pretty common. After all, his family does have a hereditary title, appended old Tom. Luke worked quickly and finished the haircut as well as the shave. He ended the session by applying a final layer of oil to moisturize the skin. Lorist stroked his clean-shaven chin with satisfaction and paid old Luke a small silver coin. He subsequently asked MacDuffin to get Luke and Tom a glass of ale and put it on his tab. He took his swords and went upstairs with Louise. There were 8 rooms on the second floor of the inn, 4 on each side of the corridor. As they arrived on the second floor, loud sounds of men and women during intercourse resounded throughout the corridor. Lorist asked with much curiosity, "Who is the one getting it on at this kind of time?" "That's Jamile. She picked up the 3 Black Bear brothers from the streets for 7 large silvers. They've been at it for 3 hours or so. I wonder if she can still get up tonight." Jamile was also one of the serving girls of the inn. As for the Black Bear brothers, Lorist knew for a fact that all 3 of them were low-ranked mercenaries, usually only working on short escort missions and miscellaneous tasks for others. All 3 of them were burly and tanned, and people started calling them the Black Bear brothers, and eventually, the name caught on and stuck. Louise brought Lorist to his room, which was situated at the far right end of the corridor. The bathtub was already set up and filled with hot water. Taking out a pink fragrant bar of soap and a white linen cloth, she subsequently collected the clothes on the ground and placed the wallet, the sword belt and the waist bag on the table, and was just going to leave, before turning back and asking, "Locke, are you free on the night 3 days from now?" "I don't know, what for?" Lorist popped out from the water and took a deep breath. "There's this girl from the village who wants to work here as a serving girl. She's looking to sell her first time for quite the sum, about 2 gold coins. Since you've made quite a profit this time around, why don't you help me out?" Doesn't the inn already have you, Jamile, Shayla and Nina? Is it going to hire another one? Nina just got married last month and isn't coming back. The girl from my village is also going to work here for 2 to 3 years for some money before going back to the village and finding someone to marry. I promised her that her first client would be a handsome and magnanimous young lad. Come on, Locke, help me out, won't you?" I'll think about it later," said Lorist in an awkward muffled voice and submerged his head back into the bath water. Chapter 3 Dawn Academy, 1. Lorist slept soundly the whole night until he was awoken during noon the next day by the noises in the main hall. Lazily lying by the bedside, he waited some time until the hall had quieted down before slowly pulling himself out of bed. A set of new clothing lay beside the bed, among which included some grey linen undergarments, a dark green wool shirt, a black leather vest, a grey wool coat, some white socks, as well as a pair of black pants. There was also a pair of black leather boots beside the clothes. Lorist was very satisfied with Louise's purchase. She knew what he liked best, clothes with dark, unassuming colors. He thought the other mercenaries who often wore bright colors looked even more ridiculous than clowns. However, that set of clothing shouldn't have come cheap. It probably cost more than 1 gold coin. Fully dressed and wearing his new boots, he slot 2 daggers into his boots and equipped his mini crossbow on his left arm. He then pinned his shorter sword to his belt buckle and slung the long one on his back. Ruffling his wallet and waist pouch, he checked if he left any belongings in the room before locking the doors behind him and heading downstairs. The lunch hour is already over and there were only 20 or so people chatting and drinking in the main hall as they listened to Mike singing The War of the Gods in a wistful tone. This was an epic poem that depicted the conflict between the Magi and the gods thousands of years ago. Only, the author of the poem was sympathetic towards the gods. The author described the humans who were led by the Magi as the frenzied attackers, and mourned for the fall of the gods. Aside from this one flaw, the poem had beautiful language, unpredictable plot twists, as well as brilliant pacing. The tale has always captivated the people of Grindia and has even been adapted into stage plays, musicals, as well as other entertaining performances in bars. Lorist went to an empty table and took a seat. Several acquaintances raised their cups and silently made a toast as a greeting, before refocusing their attentions on Mike's performance. Louise appeared before the table and said in a low voice, "When I saw you sleeping so soundly in the morning, I just couldn't bear to wake you. You look great in these clothes. Do they fit right?" Nodding, Lorist said, "They're great. Many thanks to you." Anything I can have to fill my belly with. We just got a fresh batch of cod just now. Do you want one? All right, get MacDuffin to fry the fish for me. I'd like some rib soup, one omelette rice with some sausages and a cup of blackcurrant ale as well. I'm going to the academy later this afternoon. Coming right up. I'll get MacDuffin to work faster since you're gonna be busy. Wait, called Lorist as Louise was just about to leave. I'm not in a rush to go to the academy later. Louise, I'd like the room for a few more nights, and leave my laundry inside when it's done. Get Mike a cup of ale too and put it on my tab. Full and satisfied, Lorist exited the inn and waited for a little while by the street until he saw a horse-cart taxi passing by. Rapidly waving, Lorist said, "Get me to the Dawn Academy." "All right, it'll be 15 coppers. Sit tight." The brown-clothed driver flicked the thip and the Delimont striped horse raced towards the destination. After 10 or so minutes, the horse-cart stopped in front of the entrance of the academy. Lorist paid the driver 1 silver coin, which was worth 20 coppers, with 5 coppers as a tip for the driver. The driver showered him with gratitude as he got off the cart. Dawn Academy was situated at the western part of the academy sector. It offered courses in multiple disciplines and was ranked the 5th among 20 or so academies in Moronti City and 9th among all the academies on the Grindia continent. A statue of a girl who looked about 12 to 13 years old slaying a gigantic dragon with a jeweled sword could be seen at the entrance. This brave young girl was the dawn goddess Loria. She is the daughter of Singwe, the god of light, sun, and war, and Daphlin, the silver moon goddess. In the Grindia mythos, it was said that the Dragon King of Darkness hated the lights Singwe emitted as he patrolled the world. By means of a trap, it managed to send the 5 divine horses that were pulling Singwe's chariot down the road to the abyss. In this critical moment, Loria acted and successfully slayed the Dragon King of Darkness, returning the horses back onto their normal trajectory, allowing the god of the sun to once again illuminate the skies of darkness. It was at that moment Loria was granted the title of the Dawn Goddess. The dawn, the time when the day breaks, the time that signifies the coming of light. In the Grindia mythos, Loria the Dawn Goddess was emblematic of bravery and hope. Circling around the gigantic statue that was jokingly interpreted by some students of the academy as a lustful dragon pushing down a young girl, Lorist stood right in front of the main entrance of the academy. The entrance of the academy had no gates or doors. It only consisted of the statue and a boulevard that led straight into the academy. Sighing, he reached into his waist pouch and took out an iron badge which was about 1 inch large and pinned it in front of his chest. On the black badge was an embossed image of a great sword with 3 stars on top of the blade. That represented his 3-star Iron Battle Force rank. There was nothing he could do about it. One had to wear one's Battle Force badge in order to enter the academy. Aside from that, professors, teaching staff and students all have their own respective badges that must be worn at all times within the premises. Lorist put on another badge beside his Battle Force badge. On it was an image of a long sword plunged straight into the ground with a half-risen sun beyond the horizon in the background. This badge was gold in color unlike his Battle Force badge. It represented his status as a dual instructor in both swordsmanship and Battle Force awakening. A few teenagers wearing the uniform of the academy came over from up front. They should all be freshmen. Lorist recalled that the recruitment day was almost 1 month ago. As he watched these teenagers jump around in excitement, he reminisced his own times as a student here 10 years ago. Time really flows quickly and unceasingly. At first, these students didn't pay Lorist much heed. After all, there were many students of his age in the academy. But once they saw his golden badge, they all hurried to pay their respects. Lorist merely nodded and smiled before continuing onward. At the Dawn Academy, students were required to pay the respects to the instructors. Some sounds of chatter could be heard behind Lorist. That must be Instructor Locke, the legendary black iron gold-ranked instructor of our academy. He has a gold instructor badge even with his Battle Force at the 3-star iron rank. The rumors were true. I even heard that he's invincible against silver swordsmen, earning him the nickname of Silver Undefeated. I really hope my battle force instructor will be him. I heard that all his students 3 years in a row have awakened their battle force without fail. They're already at the iron rank now. I heard the seniors say. On the Grindia continent, one's battle force and swordsmanship represented one's strength. The 4 different ranks of battle force included bronze, iron, silver, and gold, which were further divided into 3 sub-levels for each rank. Beyond that was the level of blade masters and sword saints. People like Lorist who were stuck at the 3-star iron rank for more than 3 years were far and few. Aside from breaking through to the blade master level, which required deep levels of insight, when one reached the 3rd-star level of their rank, their battle force would usually break through to the next rank quite easily. This was why Lorist was so harshly berated in the academy. 10 years ago, a carriage with an insignia of a roaring bear brought a 14-year-old noble youth from the Christian Empire to Dawn Academy. MacDuffin, who was selling food by the entrance of the academy with his parents, clearly remembered that scene. The youth that came down from the carriage had an ugly, unwilling expression on his face. He viewed MacDuffin and his family with much disdain. That youth was extremely cold and prideful. Not even 1 month later, MacDuffin heard that that youth got into a fight with someone in the academy and got badly beaten up. He had to rest in bed for 3 whole months. The next time he met that youth, MacDuffin didn't see any trace of who he was before. In front of him stood a smiling, bright young man whose face radiated endless curiosity. He stretched his hand out towards MacDuffin and said, "Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Norton Lorist. What's your name?" In the coming months, MacDuffin got to know that Lorist befriended him because he couldn't stand the food provided by the academy anymore. Stale rice, black bread, potato mash, and vegetable soup were served for all 3 meals every single day. Lorist had no choice but to go to MacDuffin's stall for some variety to sate his cravings. MacDuffin couldn't forget the time when Lorist showed his culinary skills at his family's stall for the first time. His parents stared wide-eyed at the dishes he cooked up that emitted wafts of mouth-watering aroma. Even his siblings had their eyes glued to the food. At that time, MacDuffin's parents' stall only sold baked apples and potatoes as well as smoked sausages, soybean, and some other common dishes. They were quite satisfied with a daily income of a few large silver coins. But after Lorist's arrival, their stall quickly became one of the must-visit places for food in the academy sector, reaching its peak of profit. The young MacDuffin quickly learned all the hometown dishes of Lorist, who was also happy to teach him everything. Lorist himself pointed out that MacDuffin had a knack for cooking. The young MacDuffin even believed Lorist's hometown to be a haven for good food and was planning to go on a pilgrimage to the Holy Land of Food. When Lorist finally had enough with MacDuffin's annoying pestering, he told MacDuffin that those recipes came from a secret cookbook passed down only in his family and that nobody else in his hometown could make food like that. It's a shame so many ingredients listed in the book could no longer be found. But Lorist easily improvised and cooked out dish after dish of delicacies. It was at that moment when MacDuffin relinquished his desire to visit Lorist's hometown. Time passed incessantly and 5 years passed quickly. Having saved up a hefty sum, MacDuffin's parents stopped running the food stall and bought a small farm in the countryside to do some farming, and his siblings tagged along. MacDuffin also got a well-paying job as the head chef for the Red Grace Inn. Lorist was only 19 back then and his battle force was at the 2-star iron rank. He was promoted to an instructor by the academy due to his stellar swordsmanship and was viewed to be a growing talent with a bright road ahead of him. 5 years after, MacDuffin was still the head chef of the inn while Lorist became a legendary figure in the academy, due to his dual instructor qualifications. However, with his 3-star iron battle force unable to break through, he became the laughingstock of the academy. With much mockery and disdain, his peers referred to him as the powerless genius swordsman. Usually, academy sword instructors of higher-ranking academies were usually of the silver rank and above. That was even more so the case, given that Dawn Academy was ranked number 9 out all other academies on the whole Grindia continent, with most other instructors' battle force being at least at the 3-star silver rank. Lorist was the only exception who was a dual gold-ranked instructor with a 3-star iron battle force, easily earning the envy and hostility of his peers. The reason he got a gold rank instructor badge was due to the fact that all his students managed to awaken their battle force for 3 years straight. This 100% success rate was unprecedented. Even only 25 out of 26 students from noble families had their battle force awakened in one Blade Master's battle force course. The one who failed was deemed to have little force circulating in his blood. At that time, that was the highest recorded rate of success for battle force awakening courses. Usually, only 2/3 of students will be able to awaken their battle force. However, the moment Lorist was put in charge of his first battle force awakening course, all 17 commoner students who no instructor wanted to help successfully awakened their battle force 1 year later. The second class, which was attended by 31 other people, also had a 100% success rate. During the third year, his course was attended by 59 people, among which included 10 students of noble descent who went out of their way to apply for the course. But, the most eye-catching ones were the 3 students who previously failed to awaken their battle force. One would still stand a chance at awakening their battle force even after the failed first attempt, albeit with a lower success rate. However, a year later, all 3 of them successfully woke their battle force. This didn't only stun the people of the academy, it also greatly surprised the whole of Moranti city. Lorist had since become a legend who managed to awaken the battle force of 3 students who has already failed once, earning him his golden battle force instructor badge. As for his gold swordsmanship instructor badge, Lorist got it from winning duels. He has battled students as well as instructors of the silver rank more than 100 times without a single loss, earning him the nickname Silver Undefeated. Walking along the boulevard, Lorist thought back at every effort, gain, loss, bliss, and grief throughout his 10 years at the academy with an air of sentiment and nostalgia. Chapter 4 Dawn Academy, 2. At the end of the boulevard was a crowded plaza. Lorist couldn't help but wonder why the plaza would be so crowded at a time like this. What was going on there? By the time Lorist arrived at the plaza, the sound of chatter rose audibly. Instructor Locke is here. That's Norton Lorist. Where? Which one of them is him? That one. That's Instructor Locke. Lorist emerged from the crowd of people. A rough-looking man with a bearded face wearing an old leather armor ran towards him while unsheathing his 2-handed greatsword. Raising his blade high, he roared, "Aha, Lorist! I'm here to request a duel with you." The 2-handed sword emitted a glowing light that signified his power as a 2-star silver swordsman. Different battle force ranks were easily distinguished. Bronze battle force gave one a slightly buffed look and greatly increased one's strength, agility, and endurance when it circulated through one's body. Iron battle force mainly focused on the protection of the body. For example, it can be used to fortify the hands, causing them to radiate a faint glow and have the toughness of iron, greatly increasing their defensive capabilities multiple times more than that of an average person's. Silver-ranked battle force excelled at the attacking aspect. Silver swordsmen can project their battle force onto their weapons and make them emit various forms of sword glows, with the length of the glow indicating the star rank of the swordsman. As for gold swordsmen, they can gather their battle force to execute ranged attacks. Beyond that was the level of blade masters, who could project their battle force onto anything from flowers to blades of grass and use them as invincible divine weapons to eradicate their enemies. Sword saints, however, were more like legends. Not much was known about them, though it was said that they can utilize something along the lines of a domain. There were only about 4 or 5 known sword saints on the Grindia continent. Nations which had the backing of a saint had incredibly stable foundations. That's why these sword saints were kept hidden from the masses and were shrouded in mystery and enigma. Lorist looked at that man holding the raised great sword with a look of admiration. That guy must have quite a few gold coins to spare for him to dare to draw his sword like this in the academy, he thought. Stop! A loud cry rang out as a troop of black uniformed swordsmen marched towards the plaza. Sword glows pointed at his throat, lower torso, and chest. The brutish man stood still without moving an inch. The scary part was that two of the sword glows that were pointed at him were much longer than his own. The owners of those swords were definitely 3-star silver swordsmen. The few other men who came with the brutish man hurriedly attempted to hide their weapons. You, and you, the one wearing a chain mail, yes you. And that other one in the blue clothes. And that one wearing the leather hat. You guys are really brave. For you to even dare to unsheath your weapons in the academy. Bring them to the enforcement department. A fat man appeared before the men and shouted loudly. Those who were named by the fat man attempted to escape. You dare to run from me? You guys, apprehend them and double their fines, said the fatty with a cruel expression. Yes sir, said the black-robed men as they made the chase. If the students of the academy were asked to name one most wretched people in the academy, that person would definitely be that fat man who was also the head of the enforcement department. His name was Charade and was called by many as the Deathly Miser. As the head of the enforcement department of the academy, Charade never scolded or physically punished the transgressing students. Instead, he gave them a very huge fine. If the students couldn't pay up, the department has got just the solution for them. The enforcement department provides loans for the fined students. And to make sure they repaid their loans, the department also found jobs for them and made them work until their debts and interests were paid up in full. Once, there were 2 students who broke the rules and did not have the money to pay the fine. The fatty merely smiled and said, "Don't worry about the money. As long as you can work, it'll be fine." Without delay, they were sent to the mines for 3 whole months. It was also rumored that they almost got sodomized there. After the 3-month term, the fatty called for someone to go bring them back. A tear-jerking scene soon unfolded. The 2 students knelt and desperately hugged the ones who were sent to pick them up, refusing to let go. After the black-robed men apprehended the ones who tried to escape, the fatty walked towards the one who brandished the great sword leisurely. He motioned for him to sheath his sword, which the man soon did with much haste. "Have you come to the academy to rob and kill?" asked the fatty with a courteous, wanting tone. The burly man replied with a flustered look, "No nope. I came here after seeing the notice issued by the academy." "Notice? What kind of notice allowed you to come terrorize our students?" "I don't ever recall seeing anything like that," said the fatty with an expression of intense curiosity. "What?" the man let out a startled cry. "It's that dual notice that you guys put up. It says that any silver rank contestant who can defeat the black iron gold ranked instructor Locke gets to take his place as gold ranked instructor and will be rewarded 100 gold coins. That's the reason I came." "Oh, it's that notice." "That's right, the academy did put up something like this. But, are you sure you checked it out properly?" "Of course I did. The words on that notice were larger than my fists." "How could I have missed anything?" roared the burly man loudly. "Well, then. Tell me the fine print on the notice." "It was never stated that you could come in randomly and just pull your sword out in public," shouted the fatty, whose expression had suddenly turned dark, glaring at the burly man. That man winked and coughed out, "I was just worried that someone would beat me to Lorist. I didn't see no fine print. It was stated very clearly on the notice." "Didn't you say that you had read it carefully?" "You mean those words that were smaller than my fingernails? That was the fine print? Who reads those?" "I only read the words at the top." The man's voice grew softer and softer. He looked like he just realized his grave error. "Did you think the academy would just let anyone barge in like that with a sword in hand? Of course there were terms and conditions. We at the Dawn Academy are the elites of the Grindia continent. Everything we do has to follow strict protocol. It is stated that any silver-ranked individual who wished to challenge Lorist was to report to the enforcement department. You see that white stone building over there? That's the enforcement department. You must go there and apply for a duel and pay a registration fee of 10 gold fords. After that, we will notify you the time and place for the duel within 2 or 3 days. If you don't show up at that time, it will be considered your loss by default and we will not return your registration fee. You won't profit if you don't invest. It might cost you 10 gold fords, but think about it, your opponent Lorist is but an iron-ranked swordsman with somewhat better swordsmanship. If you had won, not only would you get 100 gold fords, you will also be employed by the academy as a gold-ranked sword instructor. A gold-ranked instructor's salary is 10 gold fords a month. You can easily buy a house in this city and settle down here with that kind of money. Charade talked like a patient salesman with the brawny man nodding to every one of the points Charade made. It's such a shame, said Charade with his expression turning glum as his tone changed. You actually ruined such a good chance by not reading the notice carefully and committed such an act at our academy. Not only have you broken the rules of our academy, you have also greatly insulted the academy and caused deep mental anguish in our students. That's why, you must be punished before you will be allowed to register for a duel. Punishment? What kind of punishment? Asked the brawny man, scared. Oh, don't worry. According to our academy's rules, we will not cause you any physical harm. We only ask you to pay a small fine. This matter will be settled if you hand over 5 gold fords, said Charade with a pleasant smile on his face. What? 5 gold coins? The brawny man could never imagine having to lose 5 gold coins just for drawing his blade. I don't have that kind of money. That's perfectly okay. You can borrow it from some friends. If you can't do even that, the enforcement department can find you some work which will guarantee the repayment of your debt. The fatty got a little impatient after hearing the man's reply. He waved for the men in black to bring the transgressing men back to the enforcement department. By the time this ended, only half the people who were at the plaza remained. Lorist turned to look at Charade with a grim expression. Deathly miser! What are you up to this time? The fatty replied with a face full of smiles, haha, isn't this Brother Locke? It's so nice to see you again. I've missed you so very much. Cut the crap. What's with that notice you guys put up? Lorist said while glaring at Charade. The fatty let out a long sigh and said, Brother, weren't you troubled by the constant challenges you received from people last year? Didn't I come out with a solution to that problem that also profited us both by charging anyone who wanted a duel with you for 5 gold coins, from which I took 2 and the rest went to you? Us brothers earned quite a bit after 57 duels last year. However, that old bastard took note of our little business. Charade pointed at the sky, hinting at the pressure from his higher-ups. Just 2 days ago the old bastard came looking for me and told me that you still didn't manage to break through during your excursion at the Relic Islands. The other academies mocked that of all the people in Dawn Academy, you, a 3-star iron swordsman, was appointed a dual gold-ranked instructor. To teach those people a lesson, we decided to put up that notice, mainly to attract the silver swordsmen from other academies to challenge you and see for themselves your ability. Is that all it is? Lorist didn't believe for one moment that that was all it is. The fatty hesitated. And, we also wanted to earn some money from this. The old bastard said that I didn't think far enough and that I was satisfied with only just a little over 100 gold coins. He thought that if we offered a tempting gold reward, it would attract even more people, even if we raised the dueling fee by 2 times. Of course, the old guy said that since you're the one doing most of the work, you'll still receive your cut of 3 gold coins per duel. The enforcement division's share got cut to only 1 gold coin per duel for arranging the dueling location and maintaining security during the duel. The rest of the money will go to the academy. Lorist understood that the old bastard referred to by Charade was no other than Academy head Levins. The old guy isn't afraid that I'll lose a match. Hee, laughed the fatty, I myself trust you wholeheartedly. Even though I'm a 3-star silver swordsman, I know full well that I will not last more than 20 bouts should I battle with you. Based on your 57 wins last year, we at the Enforcement Division don't doubt you one bit. But I find it weird that the old bastard has so much faith in you that he set the reward prize so high. Oh, did you spar with Instructor Claude during your trip to the islands? I heard you took more than 200 moves from him without losing. Is that true? Said the fatty as he recalled the rumor. Instructor Kellen Claude was a 3-star gold swordsman and was heralded by most as a person who would one day break into the Blade Master level. He was the chief swordsmanship instructor and was the only other person in the academy other than Lorist who had a gold swordsmanship instructor badge. He got it because of his skill, while Lorist got his by winning 30 straight duels against opponents of a higher battle force rank than him. Additionally, Lorist would lose his appointment as a gold-ranked swordsmanship instructor if he loses even one duel. Instructor Claude already wanted to spar with Lorist ever since he heard of Lorist's 57 wins. However, he was hesitant to do so as his battle force rank was far beyond that of Lorist. The expedition to the Relic Islands, however, presented itself to be an opportunity for him to spar with Lorist. The excuse was that Lorist's aptitude had to be assessed to determine whether he was fit to attend the expedition. Lorist endured more than 200 moves and finally lost due to the sheer difference in battle force power, which was already an amazing feat in itself. How did you know? Asked Lorist, as there were only 3 people present during that duel. The old bastard himself told me, exposed Charade without blinking an eye. He said that even though he wasn't well versed in the matters of battle force or swordsmanship, Instructor Claude's high evaluation on your abilities, which included your undefeatable status among silver swordsmen and your swordsmanship that far surpasses most gold swordsmen, made the old bastard very confident in you, so much so that he's willing to bet such a large amount of money on you. Ever since his duel with you, Instructor Claude has also entered seclusion training to attempt to break through to the Blade Master level. Hey, Lorist was speechless. Just like that, he was swept into this money-making scheme by the academy head right after returning, causing him to feel incredibly annoyed. I'm going straight to meet that old bastard. Chapter 5 Young Noble. Excuse me, but may I have a little bit of your time? A man came up behind him and asked politely just as Lorist was going to turn around and walk away. Lorist turned to his back and looked. It was one of the students who remained at the plaza. This young noble youth donned an intricately cut shirt under a white leather vest with baggy pants that were decorated with threads of gold. Numerous diamonds that were set on his boots could be seen gleaming in the sunlight, while the collar of his shirt boasted 2 golden buttons. On the outermost layer was a refined black linen coat that was fastened tightly around his body by a black belt. The youth exuded an aura of elegance with a hint of defiance in his eyes. The guy had a superficial smile that was typical among nobles, which caused Lorist to feel a sudden impulse to throw a punch at his face. Although that person looked familiar, Lorist felt much disdain towards his condescending, prideful gaze which held no one else in any regard. What business do you have here? Asked Charade with a serious tone. Greetings, Instructor Charade. I'm only here to ask if Instructor Locke has missed me since we last met, nodded the youth to Charade and subsequently turning his gaze to Lorist. My dear Instructor Locke, I, your former student, has come to pay my respects to you. I am eternally grateful for the guidance you have provided during these past few years. I heard that you've been unable to progress in your battle force training. That's certainly too bad. As of late, I've managed to break through to the 3-star silver rank, and I have decided to return to the academy to offer my thanks for your lessons and advice. To my surprise, I've heard that you will be accepting duels from silver rank students, and that really awed me, since there's a great disparity between your battle force and that of silver swordsmen. I got the news a little too late and ended up being placed behind a number of your other challengers. My only hope is that you defeat all the others so that I may taste your blade and receive your education again. Please try hard for this student's sake. After saying all that, the noble youth bowed, before retreating a few steps and walking away. What's going on? He seemed sincere when he said all that, but something still felt off. What's up with that guy? Thought Lorist. He proceeded to ask Charade, who was that guy? He just came up to me with 5 or 6 other followers and said some really weird stuff. Somehow, he looks kind of familiar. Charade rolled his eyes. Come on, you really don't remember him? Well, I kind of remember seeing him some time ago. But I really can't recall who he is. He did seem like he was some kind of big shot though. He looks pretty loaded too, answered Lorist honestly. Charade clapped his hands in amazement and said, he lost to you in a duel before. Remember 3 years ago? 3 years back? What happened at that time? Lorist still couldn't recall that incident. Sigh. Even if you can't recall it now, that guy couldn't forget it even if he wanted to. When you were first appointed as an official swordsmanship instructor 3 years ago, that bloke brought a group of other students to ambush you. He was the main perpetrator of the incident that occurred during the last dual elite course, and was also the one that you punished the hardest. He ended up bruised all over, with several broken ribs and got bandaged up like a large mummy, recalled Charade painfully. Oh, so it was that guy. Lorist finally remembered. Every 3 years, the Dawn Academy has special training session for the students who excelled in both battle force and swordsmanship. It was called the Dual Elite course and was also regarded as one of the most difficult courses offered by the Academy. Given that the students that attended the course were the top among their peers in both disciplines, and that most of them were nobles with their own unique battle force techniques passed down through their families, the students were extremely arrogant and prideful and would not accept an instructor who lacked the necessary qualifications. 3 years ago Lorist was just appointed as an official swordsmanship instructor and had been given the task of teaching the dual elite class. Naturally, there were students who looked down on him, but all of them were utterly defeated by Lorist. That youth just now was ranked one of the top 2 in terms of swordsmanship and was also an assistant instructor of the dual elite course. He was swiftly defeated in a duel with Lorist after merely 3 blows. Unable to suppress his hatred after his loss, he managed to manipulate the other students into attacking Lorist en masse while he himself attempted to strike at Lorist while he was occupied, desiring to put an end to Lorist's life with the cruelest method available to him. Lorist, unable to suppress his anger at that guy's actions, utterly pummeled him to the point where he could not go through daily life without assistance and was bedridden for more than 6 months. Oh yeah, didn't you say he went away to recover and even decided to leave school? Logically speaking, shouldn't he be brimming with hate and desperately trying to kill me? Why did he even come to pay his respects? Asked Lorist as he stroked his chin, annoyed. Ha ha ha, laughed the fatty, this is a custom of the nobles. Even if they were facing their archenemy and was going to challenge them to a duel to the death, they would still extend their greetings and salute the enemy. This is called being chivalrous. Who is he to come over like that and spout all that insincere nonsense about me not letting him down and fighting my way to him? So what if he's a 3-star silver swordsman? I've defeated tons of people of that caliber, said Lorist, disgruntled. Hee, you better look out for that youngster. Do you know his family background? I can't remember anything else about him, not even his name. You. Sigh, forget it. Let me tell you. That kid is called Sandoz Herda and he's the 2nd son of the Archduke of the Kalia Kingdom, Sandoz Liam. You do know about the Kalia Kingdom, right? Of course I do. It's one of the neighboring nations of the Ford Trade Union and was located somewhere southeast of the Union, I think, answered Lorist after contemplating for a while. To the east of the Kalia Kingdom is the Roman Empire and to its south lies the Khoistan Khanate. Do you know why there has been no conflict between the Kalia Kingdom and the 2 major powers right next to it? Asked Charade seriously. I don't know, replied Lorist honestly. That's because the Kalia Kingdom has a sword saint. Neither the Roman Empire nor the Khoistan Khanate wishes to agitate that person. The Kalia sword saint is also known as the Tempest sword saint. According to rumors, he revealed his power once when he was still only a blade master. When the rain poured, he could pierce every single raindrop with his sword, and after the shower, an area of 3 meters from the spot where he danced with his sword was completely dry, causing his name to instantly soar to fame. That Sandoz Herda whom you've beaten up has since become the disciple of the Tempest Sword Saint. Think about it, 3 years ago he was merely a 1-star silver swordsman, right now, he's already at 3 stars. He must have trained very hard all this time to settle this grudge with you. Some rumors say that he challenged those of the same rank as him and defeated them with merely 2 to 3 strikes. It seems that he's confident of being able to take that gold swordsmanship instructor badge from you. You better watch out, Locke, he's not your average small fry. Let me check his number. Charade took out a few sheepskin scrolls and scanned through them for a while. It's here. He's your 284th challenger. He must have registered just yesterday afternoon. Hey! Lorist exclaimed, starting. Fatty! When did the registration start? 2 days ago, said Charade as he silently smiled. As of now, there are more than 350 applicants. There were 30 others when I was walking over from the enforcement department just now. I believe it'll hit 400 by today. Lorist flicked his middle finger at Charade. I'm really gonna give it to that old bastard. Does he want me to die? How is that even remotely reasonable? The fatty snickered like a fox who just stole a chicken. The old bastard just rebuked me this morning for not being able to see the big picture. He said that we should open the registration to the whole of the Academy sector, and after that, Moronti City. Maybe when this gig gets big, we can even let challengers from the Folic Plains come. In time, news of this will spread throughout the continent and there will be more challengers than we can count. By then, the profit we'll make from the registration fee will increase exponentially and our Academy's reputation as well as influence will also rise. I'll be sending some students to go post the notices around the city later this afternoon, especially in the taverns and mercenary guilds. I'll need even more notices for those places. Hearing that, Lorist staggered and almost fell face first to the ground. The fatty delivered the final blow, saying, the old bastard already said that he hopes that this year there will be as many as 3,600 challengers. This way, he can arrange 10 duels per day for you. That's actually going rather easy on you. Bam! Lorist fell straight to the floor, struggled to get up, flashed 2 middle fingers at Charade and walked away swiftly. Charade was still yelling, Locke, you better be careful of Herda. Don't be careless and lose to him. Herda can just go to hell. He's just a 3-star silver swordsman, thought Lorist as he dismissed the possibility of him losing to Herda entirely. Lorist felt ever more confident in his abilities ever since his 4 months of training at the Relic Islands. Over there, a leader of some mercenary group who was a 2-star gold swordsman had been trampled and roughed up by a dark-scaled rhinoceros while he easily took care of that beast with a single strike. Should he challenge Instructor Claude or any other peak 3-star gold swordsman to a duel, Lorist believed that it would take more than 1,000 moves before a victor can be decided, and he might just be the victor. Lorist wasn't being conceited or boastful, although his battle force was only at the 3-star iron rank. He gained much benefit from training in the aquametal key technique passed down in his past life's family. Just by squeezing his palms, he could easily pulverize a thumb-sized rock into fine grains. This was the power of the inch component of the aquametal technique. In his past life, he had trained in the technique for more than 30 years, but he hasn't even reached the peak of the bright stage of the technique. The dark stage was even further away. However, in this world, by training his battle force with the aquametal technique, he managed to achieve the dark stage within a short span of 4 years. Maybe this world was more suited for training the internal energies of the body. Silver battle force could be projected onto a sword and cause a sword glow to form, which can only be blocked by weapons that are also infused with battle force. Battle force infused weapons could easily dominate and overcome common weapons or shields. While Lorist himself couldn't form a sword glow, he could still infuse his weapon with battle force or internal energy and grant the weapon extraordinary strength and sharpness that rivals even those of weapons that emanated sword glows. Only, that effect was usually unnoticed by most other people as the energy was hidden from the eye and focused within the blade. Currently, he could circulate his battle force with some methods from the aquametal technique at will and perfectly coordinate his body motion and his strikes, allowing him to execute forceful, fluid movements while maintaining a stable breathing rhythm, and every step he took was silent and stealthy as well as being firm and stable. His Danshin contained boundless ki energy which rapidly regenerated before he even got to use it up. That was the power of one who has reached the dark stage, as described by his family's technique manual. The only difference was that the aquametal technique manual states that at the dark stage, the meridian points at the temples would swell up. Lorist's temple meridian points, however, were still flat and ordinary. He figured that it could be due to him training in the technique using battle force. Since that had no observable repercussions, Lorist didn't worry about it too much. His was more troubled by that darned academy head who was treating him like a money-printing machine. He didn't mind dueling others himself and was already used to it. Furthermore, this body's enhanced dynamic vision gave him quite an edge. Lorist had never considered silver swordsmen to be a threat. 10 duels a day wasn't strenuous for him either. It only took a few sword blows to end the duels. His usual swordsmanship classes required him to participate in 10 or more mock battles to give his students some hands-on experience, and the fact that he had to point out his students' flaws made that even more troublesome than simple dueling. The only kind of combatant who would pose an actual threat to him were those who were at least of the 2-star gold rank. Then again, no self-respecting gold swordsman would stoop so low to challenge him to a duel. His main frustration was that he had been ordered to duel others rather than asking for the duels himself. To him, that wasn't the same at all. That old bastard was profiting off his labor while he had to do all the work. Lorist solemnly cursed that old bastard to one day be buried and crushed to death by all those gold coins he made. Chapter 6: The Origins of Battle Force. In front of him was the main lecture building of the Dawn Academy. Its design was like the form of a large bird spreading its wings, with both of the wings enclosing a central plaza. It looked like a bird that was embracing the central area. The main hall had 5 floors that served as the main offices for instructors of the various disciplines taught in the academy. The other 2 wings only had 4 floors which comprised 80 classrooms altogether and could fit up to 4,000 students in total at any given time. To the left of the mini plaza between the wings was a white stone building. Originally, it was a defense outpost, but in recent times it has been used as an office for the enforcement department as well as the Department of Student Affairs. To the right of the plaza was a small forest which was an ideal place for training and even romantic rendezvous. To meet with the academy head, Lorist had to go through the main hall of the lecture building, circle around the assembly ground and canteen, pass through the herb garden and research building that were used mainly by the academy's herbalists and finally the library before he arrived at the main administration building, which was previously an abandoned training ground. The academy head's office was on the top floor of the administration building. Despite being a multidisciplinary academy with more than 153 years of history, the Dawn Academy wasn't famous for their battle force or swordsmanship courses. Most other schools that ranked above them usually had a blade master in charge for the 2 courses. Rather, the academy was more famous for accounting, archaeology, language studies, herbalism as well as magical beast studies. They were also quite renowned for their painting and music composition courses. To ensure that their students were multi-talented and holistic, the Dawn Academy insists that all students choose 2 other professional disciplines and 1 arts course besides their main battle force and swordsmanship courses or they will not be allowed to graduate. On the other hand, the academy does not care about how long it takes to graduate as long as the fees are paid. Besides the few renowned courses, the academy also has multiple other disciplines for students to choose from, namely, construction, sculpting, city management, business management, night training, horsemanship, shipbuilding, smithing as well as leather tanning. They even had 1 course specially designed for descendants of noble families among which included flower appreciation and fine dining courses. Although these other courses were not the academy's best ones, they still held a certain standard and only hired qualified instructors. As these courses only taught the basics of the disciplines, students could easily pass them and graduate, provided that they put in a decent amount of effort into it. Lorist took up accounting and night training as his additional professional courses. This was chosen 10 years ago by his uncle, who also handled all of his family's business affairs. His uncle thought that learning accounting would benefit Lorist even if he doesn't end up inheriting the title of the family head, as he can always inherit his position as the head of the family's trading group. As for night training, that was chosen because his family had a glorious military history and considered martial prowess paragon. Lorist also showed tremendous talent, as he had awakened his battle force at the young age of 14. Had it not been for the grave error he committed in the past, he would not have been exiled to Moranti City by his father. Being exiled meant not being able to receive the traditional night training of his family. At that time, Lorist's uncle thought that it was not good for Lorist to not have any training in this field and chose night training as the other professional course he had to take. What his uncle didn't expect was that before even a month has passed since his precious nephew's enrollment, due to his overbearing arrogance, Lorist had got into some trouble with several other students and ended up beaten to the brink of death. It was at that time that another consciousness took over young Lorist's body. Because of that, Lorist only took 1 year to complete the accounting course, since to the current Lorist, the subject was merely some crude, simple arithmetic on the level of mathematics classes taught to 4th or 5th graders back in his previous life. However, the current Lorist had some initial trouble with his night training. Had it not been for his already fit body, he would have suffered quite a bit during the arduous 3 years of the course. He had to start off as a squire of other knights and carry out many miscellaneous tasks for his seniors, as well as manage their armors and take care of their horses, on top of attending his own physical exercise and training sessions in the skills of a knight. After 3 years of bitter training, he finally obtained his pass for the course. Despite all that, he could only become a knight apprentice, unlike his other course mates. That was due to his iron-ranked battle force. Only silver swordsmen could become full-fledged knights. That being said, the main cause for his stunted battle force training was due to a mishap in the cultivation of the Norton family's blazing battle force. Ever since inheriting the memories of the original owner of the body, he knew that he was in possession of a hand-copied version of the blazing battle force manual that only allowed him to train up to the 3-star iron rank. At that time, his battle force had just recently been awakened, and it would take him a few more years to reach the 3-star iron rank, so he wasn't in a hurry to obtain the rest of the manual. Battle force training was very much different from the key refining techniques he had encountered in his previous life. He was forced to train the aquametal technique passed down in his family by his grandfather at the young age of 7 back then. Battle force training, however, did not start until one reached the age of 15 or 16. One could not awaken one's battle force at too young an age when the pulse wasn't strong enough to agitate the magical beast factors present in the blood. Legend says that thousands of years ago, the world was rife with magic, and great magi and sages dominated the world. They called the Grindia continent the main plane and set off to the stars in search for other planar worlds. In one of their countless expeditions, the Magi discovered a worrying problem. The Magi usually traveled in small numbers and did not have much prowess in close combat to fight the warriors of the other planes. Thus, they returned to the Grindia continent to figure out a solution for the problem. Initially, the Magi resorted to taming magical beasts, but they soon felt that it wasn't that great of a choice, as the beasts had relatively low intelligence and could not efficiently comprehend the Magi's instructions. Problems solved with magical beasts usually ended up messy or bloody. One day, after long periods of brainstorming, the Magi got a spark of inspiration and injected blood from strong magical beasts into humans who could not train in the art of magic, and through the use of a magic formation, battle force was manifested. Battle force totally changed the world of humans. Possessing techniques to train in battle force, the magically inept humans could thrive against magical beasts without the protection of the Magi. Not only did that greatly lessen the Magi's responsibilities to protect the normal humans, hence allowing them more time to pursue their own interests, it also provided the Magi with a formidable army. Following that discovery, various other types of blood from different magical beasts were integrated into the human body, and thus different types of battle force attributes were identified. At that time, battle force awakening and training occurred with the aid of magical formations. The Magi also categorized the different ranks of power and their difference in abilities. With the extensive research conducted by the Magi, battle force training got easier and faster, and humans with battle force started showing up everywhere, with their training speeds getting faster and faster. In time, sword gods roamed the world and sword saints were littered all over the place. Those 1,000 years were the most glorious era of the humans. The countless plains conquered by them supplied Grindia with a massive amount of resources and riches. At that time, the fairies sang for the humans, the halflings cooked them wondrous delicacies, the dwarves built them majestic palaces, the dragons served as their mounts, the minotaurs plowed their fields, the beastmen herded their livestock, all the other races revered the humans and treated them with utmost respect. However, something happened and sparked the beginning of the end. Some Magi explorers of the boundless void discovered the desolate ruins of a race of gods on an abandoned plain. The Magi soon got to know that all the resources available in the countless plains did not even add up to an iota of the resources on the plane of the god race. On that plane were countless high-grade magical materials, the purest of ore mines, as well as the legendary, arcane secrets of immortality. All of the Magi turned their focus to the land of the gods. They formed large and powerful parties of Magi and rallied armies of sword gods and invaded the plane of the gods. The war waged by the Magi against the gods lasted 1,000 years. Countless different nations on that plane were eradicated, and the blood of countless Magi and sword gods tainted the battlefields. No side emerged victorious from the war, both parties were left crippled and ravaged. The event was just as described by the War of the Gods. Blood stained the skies, countless brilliant stars fell like meteors, human greed triggered earth-shattering change, and darkness enveloped the world. The actual factor that kick-started the downfall of the humans was the gradual depletion of the once omnipresent magical force, causing the great Magi to lose their main source of power. Nobody knew the cause of such a phenomenon, but all of them were convinced that the era of magic was coming to an end. As the Magi lost their last strands of power, the previously subordinate sword gods and saints reckoned that their time had come, and that the main driving force in the near future of Grindia was the battle force that they possessed. For their own selfish ambitions, they began to fight among each other. No longer bound by a pact with the Magi, they murdered, pillaged and destroyed to their heart's desires. They hated being under the control of the Magi and vented their anger on the majestic structures built during the age of magical civilization. They would not be satisfied until every one of them were reduced to ashes. Founding their own kingdoms or nations, they towered over the common folk and were worshipped by their subjects. But in their arrogance, they had forgotten that without the Magi's aid in the first place, they did not have the right to own what they had. As they grew older, they discovered that their descendants could not inherit their fantastical abilities and were only ordinary men, as they didn't know how to draw out the innate battle force in their blood. Their empires and legacies they built were left with no eligible heir. When the last sword saint breathed his final breath, 1,000 years of darkness descended onto the human inhabitants of Grindia. Having lost their ultimate means of defense, the humans could not fend off the dreaded magical beasts and were helpless against their assaults. They had no choice but to live in seclusion for the sake of survival. The human population on the continent was reduced up to 2/3 during the 1,000 years of darkness. However, one lone warrior miraculously awakened his battle force in a battle to the death with a magical beast while he was hunting. Using the power of his newly awakened battle force, he killed the savage beast and survived. Fortunately, the settlement he lived still had an ancient battle force manual that was passed down by his ancestors. The curtains of the night were lifted and the rays of dawn once again shone upon the humans. The awakening of this soul warrior's battle force was a silver lining and brought great hope to the human race, prompting the survivors to cooperate and research alternative ways to awaken battle force. In the long years of battling against magical beasts, the humans slowly began to understand the dynamics of battle force and grasped the means of battle force awakening. Without the magical formations of the Magi, and given that the battle force manuals left by their ancestors were not applicable to them, the humans could only learn from their experiences in battle through the process of trial and error. Their progress was slow, but steady. Another 1,000 years elapsed and the humans have once again become the overlords of the Grindia continent. Battle force was no longer an arcane discipline and has become common knowledge. Stimulating the innate magical beast factor in their blood to awaken their battle force and training to achieve higher levels of power allowed the humans to turn the tables against their once again thrive over magical beasts and become the predators instead. No longer having any threats to their survival, the once unified humans broke apart again into different tribes and creeds and once again competed among each other for their own agendas and goals for hundreds of years up until present time. Historians opined that the end of the magic civilization marked the end of Magic Age as the foundations for their technology had long been eroded. According to them, magical energy did not just disappear. It was actually replaced by another force that could resonate with the magical beast factors in the blood of humans that once again allowed the awakening of battle force. It was thought that if a family had produced sword gods or sword saints in the past, their descendants would have a higher chance of awakening their battle force, as the magical beast blood that their ancestors had assimilated were from stronger magical beasts, and that was believed to be the main factor of the relatively high success rate for battle force awakening of the descendants of such families. That line of thought caused many noble families to pay more attention to their families' marriages in the name of maintaining a purer bloodline, even forcing siblings into marriage in certain instances. Chapter 7: The First Days Since Reincarnation. To Lorist, that theory regarding battle force awakening couldn't be more wrong, and he held the opinion that research efforts into battle force awakening was heading down the wrong path. It was just like one of the Confucian sayings in his past life: everything starts off pure and unblemished until it is tainted by the whims and agendas of those in power. The sycophantic one Grindian historians were somewhat like that. For the sake of gaining favor with the nobles, they were willing to come up with nonsensical theories regarding the relationship between battle force awakening and noble family bloodlines to justify the necessity for the exalted, towering existences of the noble families. That line of thinking was contradictory as well. If the history on the origins of battle force was true, then that would mean that the sword gods and saints from whom the noble families had descended were merely cannon fodder created by the Magi. In the battles depicted in the War of the Gods, army after army of sword gods were sent to die on the battlefield. There were easily thousands of sword gods in an army, and most of them perished anyway. Even most sword saints could only barely survive should they possess miraculous luck. Lorist really wondered what the nobles thought about the fact that their ancestors were created to be expendable human shields. Even though the original owner of Lorist's body was a noble, having been raised in a society based not on familial heritage but rather individual merits in his past life, he could not appreciate the difference in status between the nobles and the common folk as the inhabitants of this world did. To him, he still felt like he was that small-time urbanite craftsman past his 40s who's busy managing his little workshop. That fateful night, he only met up with his former comrades for some drinks. How and why did he wake up in Norton Lorist's body the next day? The small-time workshop owner was shocked and frantic. Fortunately, the body unto which his soul had reincarnated had been badly hurt and could not move in bed for 2 whole months, giving him enough time to reorient himself and assimilate the memories of the body's owner. And given the original owner's detestable personality, his caretakers could not be bothered to pay much attention to him, allowing the sudden switch in behavior go unnoticed. In his past life, he was born in a small town in the Jiangnan province of China into a relatively well-off family, which, incidentally, also had a tradition of martial cultivation. His grandfather was a practitioner in the ancient Chinese medicinal arts and was also a martial arts expert who had trained to the realm of the dark stage. He recalled that his house had an 8 immortals table too that had a small bump on the surface with a diameter of a small wine cup. In his childhood, a red-faced man from Henan came to challenge his grandfather. His grandfather poured himself and the man a cup of wine, made a toast, and slowly pushed the wine cup against the bump on the table until the surface of the table was completely level and flat. The red-faced man stared wide-eyed, saluted his grandfather, and left without touching his wine. His father has always had a weak body and his second and third uncles worked far away from home. His grandfather raised his father and his siblings very strictly and had forced them to learn Chinese medicine since their childhood. They trained incessantly. In the morning, they memorized the meridians of the body, while in the night, they studied recipes for herbal concoctions. Their days were tough, but nevertheless fulfilling. During Lorist's childhood in his past life, he was very playful and caused much trouble in that little town he lived in with his cousins. But he got sick of his insipid lifestyle and wanted to explore the vast world around him. Given his poor grades in high school and his tendency to get into fights, he eventually quit school and joined the army. His 7 years in the army was not an uneventful one. He worked his way up to the rank of a sergeant. But the times have changed, the country desired peace and stability, and society has shifted its focus towards the economy instead. The army, once beloved by the people, has fallen out of the citizens' favor and gradually faded into the background, solemnly enduring and silently protecting their country. When the next conscription period arrived, he retired from the army after getting news about his parents' ill health and returned home to inherit his father's crafts workshop. The transition from a soldier to a businessman wasn't an easy one. From making souvenirs to forging antiques, he did whatever he could as long as it paid off. Thinking back, the hopes his grandfather had placed upon him to become a famed practitioner of Chinese medicinal arts and perpetuate the family's traditions were never fulfilled. Years later, he made quite a bit of money off his business but gained quite a bit of weight. He couldn't recall how long it had been since he last trained in the aquametal technique. Even though he got married and had several kids, owned a luxurious car, and lived in a grand mansion, he still felt that his life was empty and devoid of any meaning. That was why occasionally, he would meet up with his old comrades to have some drinks and talk about the good old days while they got drunk on the nostalgia. Who knew, during one of these drinking parties, he woke up in the body of Norton Lorist the next day. According to the memories of Lorist, also referred by many as Locke, his family had been en fefte de dominion in the northern highlands of the Christian Empire. Although his father was only a baron, the land en fefte to the Norton family was incredibly vast, though most of it were desolate mountains and the population under their rule only numbered thousands. His family was not very wealthy, with only a small town and castle under their control as well as a small copper mine that served as their main source of income. Originally a hunter, the progenitor 3 of the Norton family joined the army of the founding emperor, Christian I, as a scout after hearing a call to arms echoed by a group of traveling bards. He has since experienced hundreds of battles and accomplished many deeds, winning the trust and favor of the emperor and granted knighthood, despite being of peasant birth. Following the campaign that had stabilized the foundations of the empire, Christian I asked his loyal vassal what he wanted. The Norton family founder said that he wished to return to his homeland and live out the rest of his life there. Looking at the old knight whose hair had already turned white, Christian I let out a long sigh and took out a map. Seeing that the northern highlands were mostly desolate mountains, he drew out a large area and granted the territory to the knight, who was subsequently styled baron, and granted him the highly ranked Blazing Battle Force Manual, hoping that the baron's descendants will continue to safeguard the northern borders. In present day, 7 generations had elapsed since the first ancestor of the Norton family. Lorist's father had 2 other brothers. He was the eldest among them and had inherited both the land and the title, while his second brother, Lorist's second uncle, joined the royal guard in the capital. Lorist had never met this uncle of his. He only heard that his second uncle was doing quite well in the capital. His third uncle was the head of business affairs of the Norton family and also the one who brought Lorist to the Dawn Academy. In his memories, Lorist's mother was a pretty and gentle woman. His grandfather on his mother's side was a great merchant who incidentally had used quite a sum of money to purchase a title for convenience in future business dealings. He also had another uncle, his mother's brother, who was a hardcore bibliophile. Lorist had a strict father, a reckless and brawny elder brother and a loving mother. His childhood was a happy one until that day when his mother died from giving birth to his younger brother, causing him to lose her for good. He was only 7 at that time. Lorist, who was no longer the center of attention in his family, had always blamed his mother's death on his younger brother. He felt that his younger brother had taken away his precious mother as well as the affection given to him by his family, and considered him to be the main cause for his woes. He despised his brother from the depths of his heart. It only took 1 year for him to awaken his battle force at the age of 13 after he started to receive the Norton family's formal training, resulting in him gaining much praise from his usually strict and serious father for greatly exceeding his expectations. Happily walking into the garden, he saw his brother sitting near the well, playing with one of the female servants. Feeling a sudden rush of hatred, Lorist pushed his younger brother down into the well. The servant screamed in terror, and within a moment, he was instantly surrounded by people. Feeling great rage, his father slapped him hard and knocked him out cold. He woke up in a small bedroom and saw the head butler, Glaze, looking in his direction with a contemptful gaze. He informed Lorist that he was grounded until his father decided on his punishment. Before he left, he told Lorist that his brother had been rescued and had suffered no physical injury but was in a state of shock and was down with a cold due to being submerged in cold water for too long. 3 days later, the verdict had been set. He was to be exiled from his homeland to Moranti City where he would further his studies. Without any summons from his family, he was forbidden to return to his home. Both his elder brother and the head butler pleaded for his sake, but his father was resolute with his decision, reasoning that in the harsh and desolate environment of the northern lands, the Norton family wouldn't have survived this long without unity and harmony among the family members. The thing Lorist did greatly shocked everyone. He had attempted to murder his blood-related, 5-year-old brother. Even if he was forgiven this time, it would only sow seeds of conflict and disharmony in the family. That is why I have decided to exile him, declared his father. Frightened beyond his wits after waking up in a body of a 14-year-old youth, the confused workshop owner suffered from conflicting and intertwining memories and couldn't reconcile his two contrasting identities. 10 days later, he managed to calm down and conjectured that maybe, he had crossed into a parallel world, much like the plotlines of the many free web novels he had read. Although he had inherited the memories of the young Locke, the world in which he had reincarnated still awed and mystified him to no end. Given the extent of his injuries, he was wrapped up in bandages and looked very much like a mummy. Unable to move and racked with pain, coupled with the longing for his folks of his past life, it wasn't uncommon for tears to be streaming down from his eyes. After more than 10 days, the workshop owner finally accepted his predicament and steeled his resolve to continue to live on as Norton Lorist, or Locke. To better understand this new environment, he paid his plump, freckled caretaker more money and requested her to read to him books about the history of this world. The original owner of the body took no interest in such topics and had little information about it in his memories. The plump female caretaker brought him a book titled The 10,000-Year Annals of Grindia. Lorist was initially shocked at the title because a civilization that could have 10,000 years of recorded history must be a rather advanced one. Though, after the caretaker started reading, Lorist understood that most of it weren't proper historical records but rather a collection of myths and legends one after another. Only the final 2,000 to 3,000 years sounded more accurate. According to the legends, the fairy race ruled Grindia millenniums ago and humans were merely a small race that lived under the rule of the fairies. At that time, the fairy race had been in conflict with the dragon race for thousands of years and the humans, who were under their protection, also suffered as a result. Amidst the long years of war, a tribe of gremlins used their wisdom and intellect to create a never-before-seen type of magically powered war machines and achieved victory for the fairy race. However, the machines greatly polluted and damaged the environment and a faction of nature-loving fairies revolted, causing another conflict to erupt. The surprising thing was, the lofty, nature-loving fairies who vowed to teach the other faction a lesson were decimated under the might of the gremlin-made magical war machines. In the end, the gremlins rose to supremacy and became the masters of Grindia. Despite that, the gremlins who were by nature curious and intrigued by the mysteries of technological discoveries and inventions had no intention of ruling the continent. After 100 years of chaos and anarchy, the beastmen from the western part of the continent invaded and brought with them a bloody trail of death and destruction. The gremlins' mighty war machines fell one after another to the suicidal, savage assaults of the blood-drinking beastmen with their thick, tough hides, bringing an end to the rule of the gremlins. The beastmen who had just ascended to the apex of the Grindia continent erected a reign of fear and violence, eventually prompting all the other races to unite and revolt. This was the start of yet another war that lasted hundreds of years. The humans strived to learn every type of craft from the many other races who were struggling against the beastmen. They studied the arcane arts of magic and warfare from the fairies, construction and forging from the dwarves, as well as trading and engineering from the gremlins, and, with their large numbers, became an indispensable force in the war against the beastmen. When their beastly oppressors had finally been chased back to the wilderness in the west, the humans took up the mantle of the strongest race of Grindia. After that came the prosperous golden age of the magical civilization, which lasted thousands of years until the mages initiated a large-scale war with the gods. The end of the magical age came suddenly as the magical energy on the continent started to dwindle inexplicably. One sycophantic, adjective behaving or done in an obedient way in order to gain advantage. Source: Google. 2 Bayesian table, see Wikipedia. 3 Progenitor, noun. An ancestor or parent. Source: Google. Chapter 8 Battle Force and his days as a mercenary. During the 2 months he lay in bed recovering from his injuries, Lorist spent all his time to gather information about Grindia's history, geography, folk tales, as well as travel journals to gain a rough understanding about this new world he found himself in. To Lorist, this world seemed quite similar to medieval Europe at first glance, given that it had stuff like titles and knights. In his past life, he had also forged a number of knight armor replicas and sold them for a high price online. The people here greatly resembled white Caucasian Europeans, but according to his observations, the culture in this world was far more advanced than that of the people of the Middle Ages in his previous world. However, the food culture did seem quite primitive here. He was served oatmeal, black bread, and mashed potatoes with salt almost every day and suffered without end, to the point where he suspected that the reason his caretaker was so plump was due to her sneaking away all the delicious stuff from his meals. With his mind full of such thoughts, he asked one of his caretakers, Kelly, to see if he could have a different menu for his meals. Kelly said that this was the staple menu for the 6 students of the academy. Lorist responded by insisting to be served the regular meals instead. And so on the second day, Kelly brought over a piece of black bread, some mashed potatoes and a bowl of vegetable soup, with only 2 leaves in it, which replaced the usual oatmeal. With a face full of tears, Lorist ate the food feeling utter anguish and despair. One of the differences between the people here and Europeans was the way they put their surnames in front, followed by their given names at the back, in a way that was similar to the Chinese naming scheme. In a book covering the topic of noble family history, it was stated that during the 1,000 Years of Darkness, brave warriors who challenged the magical beasts on their own and returned alive would be granted a title by the village chief. Names like Whitemont, Tusk, Hawksoar, etc. would be appended before their names, and, in time, those titles became family names. Norton, for example, meant raging bear in the ancient language of the fairies. The most glaring difference between this world and his own was the presence of the 2 moons in the sky. The first larger silver moon was called Daphlin, and it was personified as the silver moon goddess and also known as the goddess of love. The smaller, blood-red-colored moon, which hung in the night sky like a crimson crescent fang, was called Sufina, the blood moon goddess, and also served as the goddess of vengeance. According to the legends, when Sufina reveals itself as a full moon, it would signify the beginning of another major conflict on the continent. Both the silver moon goddess and the blood moon goddess were wives of Singwei, the god of the sun, light, and war. That was also the reason why in Grindia, marriage between a man and 2 women was permitted. But one could only be allowed to do so if one was economically able to support having 2 wives. The status of the second wife was not one whit inferior to that of the first wife, and both wives were entitled to the same amount of love and care from the husband. That was why most people, even nobles, only took one wife to avoid too much hassle. The more Lorist read about the history of the world, the more confused he felt. That was because the Grindia continent was very large and humans only occupied a third of it. The rest of the uncharted territory were comprised mostly of desolate plains, forests, or mountain ranges. But the many culture and history books he had browsed through had maps of the continent that were mostly similar to each other. It is said that these maps were left over from the Age of Magic and had been mapped by the Magi during their travels around the continent. The language used on the continent was known as the Common Language. All people on the continent spoke that language and no alternative dialects had ever developed. The script resembled alphabets and were comprised of 32 characters which could be formed into words by putting 2 or 3 characters into a diamond-like shape. In the books, it was said that this language had been developed by the Magi specially for the humans' use. The Magi also knew several other languages of other races, including that of the ancient fairies, dragons, gremlins, as well as some other tongues that contained mysterious magical power. The most surprising part was the maps shown in most books were drawn on a planet. The only difference is the planets in this world were known of as planar worlds. Some books from the Age of Magic described that there were other planar worlds, and they were also sphere-like objects that were suspended in the empty void of space. If the maps accurately depicted the Grindia continent, then the legends about the Magi must have been true. There was simply no other explanation. If that were the case, that meant that the civilizations on the continent evolved in a straight path that greatly relied on an individual's training in magic followed by battle force, unlike the civilizations in his previous life which pursued advancements in science and technology instead. It was at this moment when Lorist suddenly felt interested in the mysteries of battle force. After carefully researching his hand-copied version of the Blazing Battle Force manual and using it to train, he came to understand that the key to channeling battle force was blood circulation. The people of Grindia call the points where blood vessels intersect nodes. The human body has 72 major nodes and 360 minor nodes, as well as another 1080 miscellaneous nodes. Through sensing the elemental energy in the surrounding environment, one can increase one's blood circulation rate and will the blood to circulate through specific nodes in the body, resulting in the generation of a unique, explosive life energy that can be harnessed to greatly increase one's strength, speed, as well as reaction time. This was the power of battle force. To Lorist's surprise, battle force also came in various types or attributes. Recalling the Chinese medical books he had memorized in his childhood, different parts of the human body corresponded to one of the 5 different elements. The skin, nose, large intestines, and lungs belong to the metal attribute. The tendons, eyes, liver, and gallbladder belong to the wood attribute. The bones, ears, kidneys, and bladder were of the water attribute. The blood vessels, tongue, heart, and small intestines corresponded to the fire attribute. And finally, the muscles, spleen, mouth and stomach belong to the earth attribute. However, battle force had more than 5 different attributes categories. The nodes from the eyes to the jaw produced light-type battle force. The nodes from the back of the head down to the tailbone produced dark-type battle force. Water-type battle force came from the nodes around the kidneys and bladder. Nodes from the right chest up to the gallbladder and liver produced wood-type battle force, while the nodes around the right abdomen corresponded to the fire type. The left chest trained in metal-type battle force, while the left abdomen nodes trained in the earth attribute. Finally, the several major nodes from the shoulders up to the upper thighs produced wind-type battle force. Besides the more common attributes, some exotic kinds of battle force attributes like the blood attribute or the ice attribute existed as well. In most cases, the training of battle force involved picking several major nodes on the body to form a pentagram, a 5-pointed star, or a hexagram, a 6-pointed star, and speeding up and isolating the circulation of the blood in the body through the minor nodes in between the star shape to manifest battle force. To reach the point where manifested battle force can be projected according to one's will was the main aim of training. Lorist felt that the theory behind battle force training was very similar to the art of training the internal energy of the body that he had come across in his past life. However, battle force training was not as flexible in that one cannot train in battle force of different attributes. For example, if one trained in an earth attribute battle force, one cannot train in any other battle force with different attributes. While training in other attributes would not cause one any serious harm, one would be forever stuck and be unable to advance to the next level. Then again, many different types of battle force techniques existed. There were roughly more than 10 low-ranked null attribute basic battle force techniques that only allowed one to train up to the iron rank at most. These were commonly used by armies to train their soldiers. There were two main advantages that came with training null attribute battle force. First, there was no attribute requirement and anybody could train in them. Second, it was relatively easy to train in null attribute battle force techniques. One could quickly and easily sense the elemental energy, and the pentagram points used to manifest null attribute battle force only required the activation of a small amount of minor nodes, reducing the difficulty even further for practitioners to grasp the flow of the energy. It is common practice to introduce students in Battle Force Awakening courses to basic battle force techniques before allowing them to pick a mid-ranked or high-ranked technique with attributes that suit them when they reach the iron rank. However, most battle force manuals on the market only allowed one to train up to the silver rank. Gold rank battle force manuals were relatively rare and cost a small fortune. Very much interested in the blazing battle force technique he possessed, Lorist trained hard in that technique and was not worried about not having the rest of the technique from silver rank onwards because according to his inherited memories, his third uncle comes to visit him once a year to check up on him and provide him with some money to pay for the school fees. That's why, he thought he could ask for the rest of the technique once he trained to the peak of the iron rank. But who knew right after 3 years he came to the world, his uncle stopped visiting without notice and vanished without a trace. The year after, the third prince of the Christian Empire sparked a civil war and permanently cut Lorist's contact with his family in the far north. Lorist wasn't too perturbed by the loss of contact with his family and was even a little thrilled, given that the original owner of his body was exiled from home in the first place. He would no longer have to worry about his identity being exposed anymore. The problem was his living cost. He probably wouldn't have any trouble with food. He could always go to MacDuffin's roadside stall, or, in the worst case, eat the meals provided by the academy as all 3 meals of the day were already included in the school fees. The food provided definitely wasn't delicious, but he could live with it. The real problem was paying the tuition fee. At that time, Lorist had already been at the academy for 3.5 years. Having obtained his certification for both his night training and accounting professional courses, he could already graduate without problems. However, in the 3 years since Lorist had crossed over to this world, he had already formed close relationships and familiarized himself with the city and already considered Moronti City his home. Where would he go even if he were to graduate? Having just broken through to the iron rank at the age of 18, with Lorist's abilities, it was indeed a little bit early for him to go exploring the foreign world. Additionally, for the sake of better understanding the world of Grindia, Lorist applied for another 2 extra courses just last year in herbalism and magical beast studies. He subconsciously thought that the more he learned, the better off he would fare and adapt in this world. And, much to his advantage, he was reincarnated into the most developed and civilized city on the continent and not some run-down village in the desolate wilderness, saving him much time and effort in learning about the world through trial and error. Who knew where he would end up should he be a little less fortunate as he was? A professional course would cost around 5 to 8 gold fords per semester. Magical beast studies was relatively simple. One studied the subject simply by looking at drawings of the magical beasts and memorizing any effective means to kill them as well as the valuable parts each beast had. One would not have much trouble passing the course if one's memory was good enough. Herbalism, on the other hand, was much more demanding. One had to be able to differentiate one herbal plant from another, understand the appropriate methods of storing different herbs as well as experimenting with different combinations of herbs. The experiments usually took up quite a bit of money. During the first 3 years, Lorist's third uncle usually brought him some new clothing and delicacies every time he came over to visit him, and also left 30 or so gold coins, sometimes even more when business was good, for him to cover his living costs and tuition. Lorist wasn't reckless with his spending either. He only used the money on paying servants and buying books from time to time, and ended up with up to 30 gold fords in his savings. To MacDuffin, 30 gold fords was a rather large sum. But to Lorist, it was only enough for about a year and a half to fund his studies and other necessities. So, he searched for other means to earn money for the sake of remaining in the city. He was subsequently brought to a mercenary guild by some of his friends and successfully registered as a low-ranked bronze mercenary and started taking up missions. Despite that, given Lorist's experiences in his past life and his good eye for opportunity, he got a good idea for a business during one of his missions and roped a few friends in to gather some starting capital. Buying a large number of beast furs, he commissioned some tailors to sew them into backpacks that were very commonly seen in his past life. Being a new design that did not hamper movement and was conveniently and quickly equipped onto one's back, his stock of 400 bags got sold out in an instant the moment he brought them back to the mercenary guild. Lorist and his friends each earned a share of more than 10 gold fords and struck a few more times when the iron was still hot, earning him another 70 to 80 gold coins. Right when he was about to start a leather factory with his friends to mass-produce these backpacks, he noticed that there were a lot of rip-offs on the market which greatly lowered the price of each bag, causing Lorist and his friends immense anger and frustration as he gave up on the notion. That business venture made Lorist quite a name among the people of the mercenary guild and earned himself some respect from his friends. In actuality, Lorist had a bunch of other ideas that could earn him more money, but he thought it was better to stay low-key and not attract too much attention to himself. The money he had on hand at that time was already more than enough for him to live without worries. Since then, he spent most of his time at the academy studying and occasionally took up some mercenary missions. During the holidays, he would form small teams with several close friends and go on expeditions to kill some low-ranked magical beasts. Spending his days rather leisurely, he was already among the ranks of the mercenary veterans within merely 3 years. Chapter 9 Dynamic Vision. On the 6th year of his new life, when his current body was 20 years old, Lorist discovered something troubling. Lorist had fared pretty well for the past few years and had already grown from being a low-ranked errand-running bronze mercenary into an iron-ranked mercenary veteran. Lorist was also quite well known in the Dawn Academy, given that he applied for another 3 professions after completing his magical beast studies and herbalism courses, among which included archaeology, ruin exploration as well as language studies. Having been among the ranks of the mercenaries for quite some time, he came to understand that the legends surrounding the magical civilization was not without basis and was true to a certain extent. In one of his excursions with his buddies a year before, Lorist visited an already excavated small ruin that was said to be a tower that used to be a Magus's residence. The colossal tower that reached out beyond the clouds described in books was no longer standing, but the discovery of the 3 basement floors shocked them. Large, smooth walls made from stainless steel shone like a mirror, seemingly unworn from the passing of time. Lines stretched across the floor up to the walls and intersected to form a complicated, 3-dimensional magical formation diagram, and chunks of neatly arranged rocks with archaic fairy script could be seen in the vicinity. These could be the cornerstones that served as the foundation of the magical formation. Every one of them in his group dreamed about gaining boundless wealth and fame for discovering this ruin, but felt it wasn't too realistic. Most of the ruins that humans once inhabited had already been excavated and studied and were no longer of much value, with only a few exceptions that possibly lay hidden somewhere in the lush, dense forests or the desolate mountains. Given their abilities and the magical beasts that lurked around such areas, however, it would have been a suicidal effort. They could only daydream in vain of the glory and riches that awaited. Lorist, however, was ecstatic and marched forward with enthusiasm. Having read Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone in his past life, he had always been fascinated with magic and wanted to become a mage himself. Too bad he arrived on the Grindia continent a little too late. Had he crossed over to a few thousand years earlier into the age of magic, his dreams in becoming a great magus might just come true. At that time, Lorist, having just recently obtained his qualifications in magical beast studies and herbalism, was wondering which courses to sign up for next. Given that Dawn Academy's archaeology, language studies, and ruin exploration courses were quite highly ranked, he decided to sign up for them during the following semester. Ruin exploration refers to the research and study of the architecture and the purpose of buildings left behind from the age of magic, as well as the means to excavate such ruins with as much care as possible to avoid damaging the ruins. Archaeology dealt with the distinguishing and handling of artifacts found in ruins and was concerned with determining the purpose and worth of such artifacts. Language studies was the hardest of the three, given that the languages of the fairies, dragons, gremlins that the magi used were said to contain mystical power, and people without magical affinity could not truly grasp the language. Even if someone did manage to learn a couple of words, he would only be able to make similar sounds but be unable to reproduce the archaic power contained within each word. These magical languages by nature could not be easily passed down through the generations. But the magi of the time frequently inscribed the script of these languages onto stone tablets to record important information. These days, the field of language studies can only rely on the characters on the tablets to slowly decipher the actual meaning of the words by matching the drawings that was occasionally found next to the characters. So far, the largest achievement in the field of language studies was the ability to distinguish words of the fairy language from that of the gremlin language. Not much progress had been made, however, in understanding the language of the dragons. These three courses were closely related. Lorist quite cynically summed up the essence of these three courses into two words: grave robbery. The only difference between this and actual grave robbing was that it was legally endorsed by the various powers on the continent, and it was common practice for people to raid and explore such ruins, loot the artifacts inside and auction them off to gain wealth and fame. Archaeologists, however, were dissatisfied with such a phenomenon and deemed such acts destructive and unethical. Lorist believed that once he obtained those qualifications, he would live a rather adventurous life as both a researcher and explorer, venturing around the continent in search of thrills. What he didn't expect was that the act of applying for all three courses would draw so much attention to him. If he were to graduate with qualifications in 7 professional courses, while he may not be the first in the Academy's history to do so, he wouldn't be too far off from being the last one. Attending these courses weren't that much of a burden to Lorist. What he was truly worried about was his stunted battle force training due to the lack of the following blazing battle force manuals for the higher levels. This wasn't an uncommon occurrence in Grindia. Descendants of noble families intentionally brought battle force or swordsmanship-style manuals in parts with them in fear of the techniques being leaked out, and would only request for the rest of the manuals when they reached a certain level. But Lorist could not do so, as he had already lost contact with his family for years. The Chrisan Empire in the north was in much chaos due to the infighting among the 3 princes of the empire, and caused Lorist to be unable to reach out to his family. Seeing that the conflict was likely to continue for a few more years, he wouldn't be so stupid to wait and do nothing until the day he manages to contact his family finally comes. Even if he had the patience to wait, he had to continue training to keep his body in peak condition. Already resigned to his situation, he motivated himself to train in some other abilities. Just a few months after he crossed over and started training in swordsmanship, he noticed that this body of his had a unique gift of dynamic vision. It was the ability to accurately focus and see the trail of objects moving in high speeds. Lorist wasn't too unfamiliar with the ability either. When he was still a soldier in his past life, in one of the training drills, he was in charge of leading his special ops team stealthily into the base of the other side, thinking that it was going to be a piece of cake. He didn't expect all his team members to get eliminated from the simulation by merely one guy, and decided to rush into him with a grenade in hand, intending to perish along with him. The sensors on their uniforms let out some smoke, which signified their deaths in the training exercise. Offering that other soldier a cigarette, he curiously asked how he managed to avoid the concentrated barrage of bullets. Most people wouldn't be able to survive such an assault. That guy cockily told Lorist that he wouldn't be able to pull off what he did and explained that his natural gift of dynamic vision made any fast-moving object appear slow in his eyes. That's why he was able to easily avoid the bullets and was practically invincible as he struck Lorist's teammates down. The only thing he didn't expect was Lorist's suicide bombing and was trapped in a corner without being able to do anything in retaliation. Lorist was really envious of that man's natural talent but was told that it could be learned with sufficient training. He said that pilots would also need to have good dynamic vision, but the training process was extremely nauseating to most people and encouraged Lorist to try it out and experience it for himself. The man sighed and continued to say that his natural dynamic vision was unlike those that people could obtain from training in that it put a lot of stress on the mind. While the vision one could obtain from training was certainly inferior to his, it was more than sufficient for the average person for most intents and purposes. At that time, Lorist didn't understand why that man sighed and did some reading on the internet about the ability and discovered many training methods one could use to train one's dynamic vision. One of the methods involved sitting on a chair that turned at extremely high speeds and having someone hold large cardboards with words written on them beside the chair and trying to read the words on the cards while spinning around. Within merely 10 minutes of trying it out, he collapsed feeling intense vertigo and discomfort and couldn't stomach any food for up to 2 days. It is said that if one perseveres through the training, in time, one would be able to see clearly the faces of passengers through the windows of a speeding train. But the intense discomfort caused by the training made Lorist think that such an ability wasn't worth the pain. He subsequently gave up on the training. The present Lorist, however, fully understood why that man sighed on that day. Initially he was exhilarated to discover that his new body had this ability. Through intense focus, he could even see each distinctive flap of the wings of a passing fly. In sword battles, no matter how agile and quick the opponent, Lorist only perceived a slow-moving sword and could easily come out with a counter to break his opponent's move. However, the utilization of this ability was extremely mentally taxing. Before, he wasn't able to use it for too much a time. As he used this ability more and more, however, he noticed that his mental endurance increased in tandem with the amount of time he could sustain his dynamic vision. Even when he was not in deep focus, his sense of the environment around him had grown ever more sensitive, a fact he figured out during one of his magical beast hunts. The main problem, however, was that his body's reaction couldn't catch up with his senses. When he first discovered this ability, his battle force was at the 1-star bronze rank. For a time he could still keep up with his improving dynamic vision as his battle force grew and was unparalleled among his peers in swordsmanship, causing him to be appointed as an assistant swordsmanship instructor. But ever since he got stuck at the 3-star iron rank, Lorist found that his movements couldn't keep up with his ever-improving dynamic vision. In time, his body would no longer be able to keep up with his reaction time. Given his performance as an assistant instructor a year before, he was then promoted to a full-fledged instructor. But that incident caused many silver-ranked instructors and students much dissatisfaction and even prompted many silver-ranked students to challenge him to duels. It was then when Lorist first encountered the problem of his body's movement speed. Given the complete defeat of the first few silver-ranked students who challenged Lorist on behalf of a swordsmanship instructor, that instructor decided to join the fray himself. When the duel started, Lorist began to feel pressure. This was a man who had rich experience in real-life battles and was not like some people whose skills were visually impressive but outright impractical. Every strike of his was fast, damaging and straightforward. Some of his moves were even willing to suffer a small hit in order to land a bigger one. Under Lorist's intense concentration, the moves of the enemy were broken one by one. To the people watching the duel, Lorist's moves were flexible and flawless. But he himself felt the opposite. There were a few times when he clearly found weak points in his opponent's strike but his body wasn't able to move in time. There were also a number of times when he could clearly see the trajectory of the sword but was only barely able to avoid them. That duel only ended with his narrow victory. Chapter 10 Aquametal Technique. I can't continue on like this, thought Lorist as he decided to use a very troublesome method to get out of his training limb, training in another mid-ranked battle force technique of the same attribute up to the silver rank temporarily and return to the blazing battle force once he obtains the rest of the technique. This method of training was not unprecedented, but it really pushed the cultivator's perseverance and concentration to the limit. Even if certain battle force techniques had the same attributes, there were fine differences between the nodes used to form the hexagram circulation path in the body. That was especially the case with the minor nodes involved in the circulation. If any unnatural changes occur, such as the formation of unintentional connections between certain circulation nodes, it would cause even more complications. The cultivator must first forget and suppress their previous training habits before training in another technique from scratch. There really was no easy way to go about this. By the sound of its name, the blazing battle force seemed to be of the fire attribute. Lorist had no way of confirming the type, however, as the hand copy he possessed only had the name on the cover and jumped right into the hexagram circulation diagrams for the bronze and iron ranks, not containing any shred of additional information at all. Therefore, he spent a small fortune and obtained a mid-ranked fire attribute scorching flame battle force technique. It is said that one could reach the peak of the silver rank with it. But, when Lorist opened the page, he was dumbfounded. The scorching flame battle force technique's hexagram circulation diagram differed too much from that of his own technique. That was especially the case with all of the major nodes. How could he bring himself to train in that? At first, he reasoned that the difference was due to the technique being mid-ranked while his own blazing battle force being a high-ranked technique. But then again, no matter the rank, battle force techniques of the same attribute should not differ so much in terms of the major nodes. To further investigate the issue, Lorist purchased a few more mid-ranked fire attribute techniques and compared them. The rest of the techniques had node points that were largely similar to those of the scorching flame battle force but were all incompatible with those of his own blazing battle force. That could only mean that the blazing battle force was not a fire attribute technique. Gosh, what other attribute could it be if it wasn't a fire-type technique? Without a choice, Lorist got several other mid-ranked techniques of different attributes among which included water, wood, metal, earth, even ones with light and wind attributes. After some careful research, he concluded that the blazing battle force had no connection to any of the attributes of these other techniques. This was a very worrisome conclusion for Lorist and made him reconsider whether the blazing battle force was a fire attribute technique after all, with the cause for the different diagrams being the difference in rank. But something happened during this time which removed the notion from his mind. Due to the lack of progress in his training, Lorist decided to focus his thoughts elsewhere during the academy holidays. He formed a small party with a few other friends and decided to go to the Sunset Mountains to hunt some low-ranked magical beasts. The Sunset Mountains was the home of a rare magical beast called the gold-horned flame fox. Its fur could change according to the seasons. The colder the temperature, the redder its fur would turn, making the demand for its fur very high in the market. And the golden horn of the fox also emitted a fragrance which repelled bugs. It was also rumored that once the horn was ground to dust, it could improve the endurance and performance of the male organ. This caused the gold-horned flame fox to be hunted to the point of near extinction. Lorist and his gang were fortunate enough to discover the trails of a gold-horned flame fox during that trip and had spent 3 days and nights before finally tracking down and slaying the beast. However, as they prepared to depart from the mountains, they discovered some people who lusted after their haul. Places like the Sunset Mountains had always been lawless areas where the strong devoured the weak. It was common for adventurers or mercenaries to be on their guard for other humans as they hunted magical beasts. Having been hunting low-ranked beasts around the outskirts of the mountains, Lorist's group did not attract any unwanted attention from the other hunters. But that changed after they got the gold-horned flame fox. The ones who blocked their path were 7 silver-ranked mercenaries who belonged to a mercenary group with a reputation for robbery which was based at a town near the mountains. That mercenary group probably started paying attention to Lorist and gang when they were purchasing some necessities at the town and decided to send 7 silver-ranked experts to take the spoils by force. Lorist's group only had 5 people with 3 iron ranks and 2 silver ranks. Fully aware of the disparity in power, the robbers not only demanded Lorist's group to hand over their haul, but also to leave every equipment they had on their hands besides their undergarments behind. Charade was also present in the group at that time and was at the 1-star silver rank. Being the miser he is, he got enraged by their demands and attacked without another word. The rest of the group soon followed suit and went all out on their attackers. To the robbers' surprise, 3 of them instantly fell to Lorist and his gang. 2 of the remaining 4 were preoccupied with keeping Lorist at bay while the other 2 cried out for help under the relentless attacks of Charade and the other 3 of Lorist's gang. The struggle ended with Lorist sticking his blade through the back of an escaping robber. Of the 7 silver-ranked mercenaries, 2 were dead and 5 others were hurt badly. This was the first time Lorist had killed since he crossed over to the Grindia continent, and to his surprise, he did not feel an ounce of rejection or nausea following the act of killing. The deathly miser stripped the 7 mercenaries of all their belongings, staying true to his name and leaving them stark naked. The group of 5 profited a little from this fight and even found a high-ranked Earth Attribute Battle Force manual on the body of the guy who attempted to escape but was struck down by Lorist. It was called the Myriad Mountains Battle Force. But nobody in his squad trained in the Earth Attribute and Lorist himself didn't know what his attribute was. The Battle Force manual was useless to them and was better off sold off for a few hundred gold coins. But Charade remembered that Lorist was collecting Battle Force manuals for research purposes in order to break through the iron rank. Additionally, Lorist contributed most to the previous fight and handled 5 of the robbers himself. Had it not been for Lorist's abilities, they would be hard-pressed fending off 7 silver-ranked mercenaries. And so, the rest of the group came to a unanimous decision and decided to give Lorist the Battle Force manual. After splitting the spoils and returning to Moronti City, Lorist started to analyze the high-ranked Earth Attribute Battle Force manual. Comparing it to a mid-ranked Earth Attribute Battle Force, he discovered that they had many similarities. Most of the major nodes that constituted the hexagram circulation paths were roughly the same, with the only difference being the high-ranked technique having more complicated paths among the minor and miscellaneous nodes between the major nodes. Scratching his head in futility, he understood that the blazing battle force he trained in definitely did not belong to the fire attribute given the glaring differences it had with other mid-ranked fire attribute techniques. On one hand, he could only train the blazing battle force to the peak of the iron rank and could not advance from there. On the other, he couldn't figure out what attribute his technique belonged to and didn't dare to rashly pick up any other mid-ranked technique to train in. In time, his body would no longer be able to keep up with his ever-improving dynamic vision. He didn't want his movements to be slower than his awareness during battle. What should he do? How would he progress in his training? These thoughts kept Lorist awake for nights. Ugh! What's with this accursed blazing battle force technique? As he tossed about in bed one night, Lorist suddenly recalled the sight of his grandfather training in the aquametal technique. Startled by his sudden insight, he thought, that's right. Why don't I try training in the aquametal technique? That technique held an even higher place in his heart than the blazing battle force as it was the hereditary technique of his real family in his past life. He remembered the scene when he struggled to maintain the horse stance with his cousins under the instruction of his grandfather. He was surprised that he could still recall the training methods, key pathways, the body meridian map, the aquametal foundations as well as the aquametal sword techniques. It was like they were imprinted upon his soul. With his eyes tearing up in nostalgia, he got off his bed and took up the horse stance, basking in the moonlight that shined through the window in his room. The first form of the bright stage of the aquametal technique, immutability of 1,000 cliffs. Be focused with a calm heart, breathe in thrice and let it out all at once. Let me melt into the void and forget my physical existence. All of a sudden, a red sun leaped up from the oceans, illuminating the world. For some time, the oceans and rivers remained calm without a wave. Without warning, a giant tide rose from the seas and formed a great cliff in the middle of the ocean. The peak resembled a blade which cut through the giant, crashing waves with unwavering and everlasting vitality. After some time, the raging waves started to weaken and calm. The vast ocean quickly returned to its former tranquil state and was smooth as a mirror. Only that towering cliff stood unmoving, proudly overseeing this vast realm. Full of delight and surprise, Lorist slowly opened his eyes. The training speed was too fast. In his previous life, it took him 3 years of training under his grandfather's tutelage to reach the point when he could visualize that scene of the vast ocean in his mind. In this life, however, it only took him 1 try to enter that realm. This was unimaginable. Now that he had mastered the first form, it would only take him 2 or 3 months of training for him to be able to start the second form, timeless water flow. In his previous life, he took 3 years to master the first form and 6 for the second. After that, he enlisted in the army but never quite reached the third form, the robust warhorse. After he retired and inherited his father's workshop, he often neglected his training and only practiced half-heartedly. That was one of the greatest regrets he had in his past life. The first 3 forms of the aquametal technique wasn't actually that complicated. The first form focused on the 12 standard meridians, whereas the second and the third prioritized the unleashing of the 8 extraordinary meridians. Once the 8 meridians worked in concert with the 12 standard meridians to form the major cycle, one would reach the peak of the bright stage and had a chance to progress into the dark stage. But training in the first form required one to be able to feel the ki flowing through the 12 standard meridians as well as visualize the realm of the raging sea to train and fortify one's mind and soul to the point that it would be unshakable by anything and be able to remain calm at all times, even if MT itself were to come crashing in front of oneself. Lorist didn't expect to be able to reach this point in only 1 training session. Even though his body was sweating heavily, he felt energized and refreshed like never before. In his excitement, he picked up his sword and started swinging away. His body moved as his mind willed as his sword soared through the air. This feeling was hard to put into words. The lag between his intentions and his movements did not exist anymore. Sheathing his sword, Lorist decided to continue training and stabilizing his foundations by practicing in the first form once more. However, just as he went into the horse stance, he was startled to find that his battle force had disappeared. The battle force that lurked in his veins could not be felt anymore. Lorist let out a cold sweat, quickly sat down with his legs crossed and started to meditate. He tried to manifest them like he usually did and felt the circulation of battle force within the hexagram circulation path in his body. Just as he was about to let out a sigh of release, the battle force dissipated from his body. What is going on? Frustrated that his battle force kept giving him problems, he tried again for a few times but the same thing happened over and over. Sheesh. I don't even want to care anymore. Let's go back to training in the aquametal technique, thought Lorist, disheartened. Just as he was preparing to visualize the small realm after he got into the horse stance, Lorist felt that his meridians was filled to the brink with some kind of energy. Hey? Why does this feel so familiar? He calmed himself down and continued his inspection. Wait, isn't this battle force? Why has it gone inside my meridians? No wonder he trained that quickly in the aquametal technique. It was due to the presence of battle force. But he didn't know whether training in the aquametal technique using battle force was a healthy practice or not. Nevertheless, the increase in his body's strength and agility that allowed his movements to synchronize with his will was beneficial. Lorist decided that he'll keep on training like this and cross that bridge when the time comes. See this page to learn more about meridians. See Wikipedia. Chapter 11 Inkador Metal. After 1 year of cultivating the aquametal technique, Lorist reached the second form of the bright stage, timeless water flow. The second and third forms of the bright stage prioritized unleashing the 8 extraordinary meridians and linking it with the 12 standard meridians to form the major cycle to achieve a state of robust vitality and harmonizing the polar energies of yin and yang within the body. Following the unleashing of the 8 extraordinary meridians, it would only take a few months to unleash the Yang-Wei and Yun-Wei meridians, after which one can train in the third form of the bright stage, the robust warhorse. Lorist had not reached this level before in his past life. This technique he had inherited from previous family was pretty beneficial after all. The astonishingly fast training speed of the aquametal technique was so great a source of joy for Lorist that he forgot he was using battle force to train in it and made him feel extremely hopeful of his progress in the future. But Lorist, deeply engrossed in his training, did not pay attention to the way others around him viewed him. He went to the academy as usual to attend his courses as well as coach his students in swordsmanship. Eventually, he stunned everyone in the academy with the 100% success rate of his first Battle Force Awakening course. Lorist met his first love since coming to this world around this time. Their similar history with their respective families served as a pivot for their growing intimacy and motivated them to strive and build their own happy future. Nothing much changed until that day when Lorist had a talk with the fat, deathly miser. "Hey, fatty. Aren't you looking at me a little funny? Is there something on my face? I feel sorry for you. I don't know if you even know about it. What are you feeling sorry for? Isn't my life fine as it is right now? I don't need your sympathy. Is that so? You say you're fine as you are? Locke, let me ask you. How long has it been since you've trained your battle force? About that. It's true that I've been neglecting my battle force training. But that's hardly my fault. My family's battle force attribute is totally different from that of a majority of battle force techniques. And, given that I don't have the rest of the manual, I couldn't train in it even if I wanted to. Then what are you gonna do? Are you going to remain at the 3-star iron rank forever? You're gonna wait for the conflict in your homeland to subside before reaching out to them for the rest of the technique." Shrugging his hands in futility, Lorist said, "What else can I do? It's not like that's getting in the way of my current life, so I'm not in too much of a rush." "Sheesh, you. Can't you just try harder?" said the fatty solemnly. "Didn't Instructor Claude say that you should continue to train in your iron rank battle force until it reaches the peak density in your veins and go experience some life-threatening battles? You might be able to stimulate the full potential of your battle force amidst the heat of battle and break through to the silver rank even if you are using the hexagram circulation path for the iron rank. Brother, you're already at the peak of the iron rank. Perhaps, if you took another step and got a little push, you might just break through and become a silver swordsman. You can't just give up like that. That's not the point. What are you so worried about? I'm passing my days just fine, why would I go out of my way to go fight life and death battles? I can afford to wait a few years. Who knows if I might encounter a high-ranked magical beast and perish if I did decide to go train. That's not a decision I can make lightly. Look at you. You're still so young, where has your ambition gone? You were not like this before. High-rank magical beast aside, you were fearless and not hesitant at all when you pulled out your sword and faced off with 5 silver-ranked attackers. Magical beasts should be even easier to handle than the likes of men. Let's go to the mercenary guild and find a suitable date to go training and complete some missions in the meantime for some quick cash." Shaking his head adamantly, Lorist said, "I don't have that kind of time now. I have my hands full with the academy and helping Wenna with her business." Wenna was Lorist's girlfriend's nickname. Charade let out another bitter sigh. "Love and women are the downfall of great heroes. Didn't you say that yourself? Look at you now. Ever since you started dating Wenna, you've never left Moronti City even once. You can't go on like that. You are definitely a person with a bright future ahead of you. Don't just idle about and waste your life away. Haha, don't have such high expectations for me, you cursed fatty. To be honest with you, I don't have any great ambitions myself. I only desire to get a large house on Bryn Hill when I earn enough and settle down there with Wenna and live out the rest of my life in bliss," said Lorist as he laughed. Bryn Hill was located somewhere to the south of Moronti City and was near the Golden Bay. It had great scenery and was one of the most expensive areas in the city to live in. Only the richest of the rich could afford to reside there. Charade shook his head and said, you're talking about tens of thousands of gold for a mansion on Bryn Hill. I think you're much better off spending only a few thousand gold coins to get a 4-story building in the southern sector of the city and collect some rent while you're at it. There's nothing good about the sea breeze on Bryn Hill either. Charade faced Lorist and continued solemnly, then again, brother, you should really make more effort in your training and get to the silver rank quick so that nobody can say anything about your abilities. I'm only telling you this for your own good. Feeling a little suspicious, Lorist asked, what's going on? Is there something I should know about? Sigh, the silver-ranked instructors in the academy are probably plotting something. I think they want the academy to fire you as a swordsmanship instructor because of your iron rank battle force. They think you're not fit to be an instructor for an academy that's ranked the top 9th on the whole continent. That's all I have to say. You go back to see your winner if there's nothing else. Surprised, Lorist exclaimed, what the heck? What does my battle force rank have anything to do with them? They can't make me resign as a swordsmanship instructor. Even with their silver battle force rank, there's no one among them who can match up to me in a duel. It's not uncommon for people to get jealous, said the fatty faintly, even with your iron rank battle force, they wouldn't mind if you had better swordsmanship than them. What they didn't expect was that all the students in your Battle Force Awakening course successfully awakened their battle force. Not only was this a miracle, it made them feel even more worthless. How do you think they'd feel when they can't even match up to an iron rank instructor? They won't be satisfied until they kick you out of the academy. If all of the silver rank instructor grouped together, the academy would probably be pressured to remove Lorist from his post. The best solution as it is now is for you to try breaking through to the silver rank. Once you're a silver swordsman, they won't be able to do anything to you. That's why I suggested you to go experience some life and death battles, said Charade earnestly. Letting out a bitter laugh, Lorist shook his head. He couldn't bear to tell Charade, who was earnestly concerned about him, that he was training in the aquametal technique he got from his past life and that his battle force constantly leaked through his hexagram circulation path into his meridians. There was no way he could explain it to him. It's too hard. Without my family's battle force manual, there's almost no way for me to break through without the following hexagram circulation path diagrams. You yourself said that the hexagram path of my battle force technique was like nothing you've ever seen. Even if I were to engage in life and death battles, there's no guarantee that I would be able to break through within a short time frame. Then there's only one other way for you to secure your position in the academy. Have you heard about our academy's gold instructor badge? I know about that. Didn't Instructor Claude have one himself? Instructor Welder, who's in charge of the night training course, Instructor Wenson from the horse training course, and even Instructor Lobo from the herbalism department possess those too. Isn't that badge given to anyone whose battle force is at the gold rank? No, I'm not talking about that badge. There's another gold swordsmanship instructor badge in our academy. 100 years ago, there was a 1-star silver rank student in our academy who had won 30 straight duels against 2-star silver instructors and rose to fame instantly. The academy employed him as a swordsmanship instructor and even made him a gold instructor badge. However, the student joined the army and went to fight in the Battle of the Silver River and successfully killed 3 Imperial Knights who were all gold-ranked fighters during an assault on the town of Ryde, but subsequently died from his injuries after the fight. To commemorate his deeds, the academy preserved his gold instructor badge and decided that anyone who was able to gain 30 consecutive victories with opponents of a higher rank, even those 1 star above, would gain that instructor badge and receive the same treatment as normal gold-ranked instructors. But should one lose even once to anybody, one would lose the qualifications to wear that badge as well as one's position as a gold-ranked instructor. Charade continued explaining, nobody within 100 years has been able to get 30 consecutive victories like that student, and the medal currently lies forgotten in the Academy's Hall of Honor. Why don't you try obtaining that medal to avoid getting kicked out from the Academy? I bet that it won't be too hard for you to win 30 duels. There really was such a thing. Lorist rubbed his hands and continued, I'm definitely getting this gold badge. Fatty, what was that student called? His name was Raven Inkador. Had he survived the battle with the gold rank experts of the Chrisan Empire, he could have become a blade master. It's a shame he died so young. The special gold badge is called the Inkador Medal, said Charade while lamenting the loss of such a talented man. All right, Fatty, let's figure out what I should do next. You mentioned there was a group of silver-ranked instructors plotting against me? Give me the names of all of them. I'll challenge them one by one, said Lorist as he licked his lips deviously, like a predator deciding on which part of its prey to enjoy first. The following 10 days in the academy was rife with excitement. Lorist sent out letters of challenge to the instructors listed by Charade, but none of them really cared much about it and even thought that it was a joke. Some of the instructors even tossed the letters into the trash can, laughing and exclaiming, "You think he's qualified enough to challenge us?" Given their arrogant attitudes, Lorist no longer held back either. He barged into the class of several instructors and challenged them in front of their students. Feeling rage and humiliation, the instructors pulled out their swords and wanted to teach the impudent and disrespectful Lorist a lesson he would never forget. In quick succession, one by one the instructors were beaten and sent to the Academy Medical Center. The students of the Academy were ecstatic. It wasn't every day when one got to see a proud, aloof instructor get beaten up by an iron-ranked instructor. As Lorist marched towards his next target, a crowd of students followed behind him and even told him the other instructors' locations. "Instructor Locke, Instructor XX is over there. Are you gonna challenge him? Instructor XX and Instructor XX are over there, hold them back. Instructor Locke is coming over for them. Over here, quick, Instructor Locke." The crowd was stopped by 10 or so silver rank instructors from advancing, and the other instructors insisted that the academy management come in to handle the situation and take care of Lorist, who has disrupted their courses and sent 7 of their colleagues to the medical center. Some silver-ranked instructors hated Lorist to the bone and even shouted for him to leave the academy and that he was not fit to be an instructor there. Following that, several gold-ranked instructors including Instructor Claude came over and investigated the issue. Lorist told them this: "I want the Inkador medal." The crowd was bewildered and didn't know what it was. Charade, who was maintaining the order of the student crowd, explained it to the other instructors. Following that, the gold-ranked instructors finally understood that it was an academy tradition and even they could not do anything about it. They could only report it to the higher-ups and await their decision. Lorist was unfazed and believed that this commotion wasn't his fault. To begin with, he only did this because the instructors who ignored his letters of challenge and didn't treat it seriously. Those who understood the situation looked pitifully at the silver-ranked instructors, who started to feel pressured and anxious. Without much delay, Academy Head Levins announced his decision. "Lorist, keep at it. It would be a shame to see the Inkador medal continue to gather dust. I'm rooting for you." But he also mentioned that Lorist was not to disrupt the classes of other instructors and carry out the duels after work hours. The silver-ranked instructors were stunned and made excuses to take some time off from work to avoid the calamity that was to come. Several others went to other academies and applied for jobs there. The remaining ones grudgingly agreed to duel Lorist under the witness of Instructor Claude and the other gold-ranked instructors and the jeering students. One by one, they lost to him and were finally let off. Chapter 12: The Pawn and the Announcement. Instructor Claude rushed into the academy head's room with a face full of worry. Sitting behind a large desk and browsing through a document, Academy Head Levins lifted his head and asked curiously, "What's wrong? You look very anxious. Has a fire broken out?" There's no fire, sir." "Academy Head, are you going to just leave it be? Another 3 of our silver-ranked instructors have just resigned today," said Instructor Claude. "Oh, I know that," nodded Levins as he stood up. "Would you like some tea or some Max?" Max was a beverage that was quite similar to a chocolate drink. The beans would let out a rich, fragrant aroma when ground and boiled with water. It was even rumored to be the favorite drink of ancient fairies as well as the legendary magi of the past and was quite highly priced. I'll be fine with some plain water. Right now the silver-ranked instructors are extremely afraid of being challenged to a duel by Lorist. If this keeps on going, we'll be even more understaffed and will find it hard-pressed to maintain our usual classes. It's one thing if the students only spectate the duels, but they are also eager to see Lorist beat the crap out of all the silver-ranked instructors in the school. Every day a whole bunch of them would follow him around in anticipation of such a scene. It's quite pressuring and humiliating to the instructors Lorist challenges, explained Claude. Levins lifted a silver kettle on the table and poured some water for Claude and asked, "Has Lorist lost a match yet?" "No. He's fighting his 28th duel today and hasn't even lost one match, and I don't think he will either. I've seen a few of his matches and I believe those silver-ranked instructors wouldn't be able to put up a fight with Lorist at all. Most of them lose within 10 sword bouts when dueling Instructor Locke," replied Claude. "Then there's no need to do anything. We can stop him after he gets the Inkador medal." But Academy head, 13 of the 28 instructors he challenged have already resigned due to the humiliation of losing to him in public. Even several of those who hasn't received any challenge from him left in fear as well. If they don't even have the courage to face failure, I wouldn't stop them from leaving. We don't need spineless cowards like those in the Dawn Academy. Laughing bitterly, Claude continued, "Academy head, say that as you may, but think about how we're supposed to maintain our regular classes with the sudden loss of more than 20 silver-ranked instructors. There are already 3 swordsmanship classes that can't continue anymore due to the sudden vacancy, with the students left with nothing to do but to wander around in the academy." Slowly moving up to the window and gazing outwards, Levins said, "Claude, don't you feel that our academy has been stagnating for some time now, much like a pool of still water?" Instructor Claude tilted his head as he did not understand what the academy head just said. While our academy has only 13 gold-ranked instructors, the silver-ranked instructors number a staggering 129 people. Even the rest of the iron-ranked instructors and the assistant instructors only number 42 people, with another 31 people being non-combatant professors who focus on other disciplines. The academy management staff consists of 45 people, the enforcement department has 68 and the other miscellaneous workers number 76 people. Apart from them are roughly 5,000 students. Given that kind of ratio, don't you think the silver-ranked instructors hold a little too much influence?" Levins turned to Claude and said with a smile, "We have always put more focus on the actual abilities of a person when we intend to appoint someone as an instructor. Since when has it been based on their battle force? If it were like that, doesn't mean that a cripple like me who can't train in battle force should resign as the academy head as well? As silver-ranked instructors, not only do they not continue to strive for perfection, they harbored jealousy for people more skilled than them, banded together and formed their own hierarchies and even dared to put pressure on the academy when anything starts to go against their favor. This time, the reason I let Locke do as he pleases was partly due to Charade's support as well. It is time that we wake up the silver-ranked instructors of the academy and remind them that their status in the academy is not dependent on their battle force ranks but rather their actual skills. If there's anyone who's unsatisfied with this policy, they're free to resign for all I care." Wiping sweat off his forehead, Claude said, "Then, what do we do about the suspended classes? Should we start recruiting new instructors?" "There'll be no need. I already negotiated with the city's garrison general and will be having 10 or so retired military officers who are all of the gold rank to come over and be replacement instructors for a while. If we still lack people, we can appoint some promising students to be our new instructors, but only if they're truly capable." Duly noted. "I suppose I'll make my move now," said Instructor Claude as he put down the cup on the table and turned towards the exit. "Wait," said the academy head. "There's still 2 other things. First, when Locke gains his 30th consecutive victory, carry out a small ceremony to award him the Inkador medal. Second, put up a notice that states that instructors of the Dawn Academy cannot refuse challenges from other instructors or students. Those who do not comply should leave the academy. Humph, if I don't force them like this, they won't continue to strive to improve their skills. No problem. It will be carried out. Oh, and you mentioned 3 classes having no instructors in charge at the moment. Levins gave it some thought and continued, when Locke gets the Inkador medal, assign him to take charge of these 3 classes since they lost their instructors because of him in the first place. Wow, is that for real? Thought instructor Claude, speechless. In only 3 sword strokes, Lorist forced the instructor he challenged to admit defeat. This was his 30th duel. There was a small stage about the height of a person beside the dueling venue. It was like they knew without a doubt that Lorist would win. Instructor Claude stood solemnly by the stage beside a beautiful female student who held a box that was about 30 centimeters wide, presumably containing the Inkador medal within. Lorist was still in a rather good mood after his victory. He found the duels he initiated for the past 10 days to be quite addictive. The feeling of owning the other silver-ranked instructors completely was quite pleasant. Maybe he could negotiate with Instructor Claude about whether he could continue dueling for another 20 or more times and create another record within the academy and rename the Inkador medal after him. Too bad Instructor Claude rejected the proposal immediately and pulled him up to the small stage. All the students cheered as Lorist received the Inkador medal. During the ceremony, Claude announced 2 things. He first congratulated Lorist for obtaining the Inkador medal and the history and explained the tradition behind the medal. After the long speech, he finally said something that is of direct relevance to Lorist, that is, Lorist was to be treated as a gold-ranked instructor in the academy and shall receive the same benefits and entitlements as a gold-ranked instructor. The second announcement came directly from the academy administration. From that day onwards, no instructor is to refuse a duel from students or other instructors for no justifiable reason, and the result of every duel would play a part in the yearly instructor evaluations. Should an instructor refuse a duel for no reason up to 3 times, or should they lose too many duels, the instructor will have to relinquish their instructor badge. The rules and protocol of dueling was also announced to the crowd, namely, an instructor may not challenge a student, a person of a higher rank may not challenge those of lower ranks, etc. But that special rule concerning challenges directed to lower ranks didn't apply to Lorist because he was the holder of the Inkador medal. Since he got it by getting consecutive victories against opponents of a higher level in the first place, he must still accept challenges issued by silver-ranked instructors even though his battle force was only at the iron rank. Lorist will lose both the Inkador medal as well as the gold rank instructor privileges should he lose even one duel. Unbeknownst to Lorist, he was serving as a pawn in the academy head's plan to change the academy's attitude and as a whip to pressure the silver-ranked instructors. He did, however, feel that the timing for the second announcement was a little too coincidental with his obtaining the Inkador medal. Initially thinking of bringing his winning streak above 50, Lorist came to understand after the second announcement that there will no doubt be flocks of students and silver-ranked instructors coming to challenge him to take the Inkador medal from him. On the bright side, he would not lack opponents to battle against. But it was pretty unfair for others to be able to take the Inkador medal from him after winning against him only once, while he had to get 30 consecutive victories against opponents of a higher rank. Without giving Lorist too much time to figure out the implications, Instructor Claude went before Lorist and talked to him sincerely. "I have good news and bad news for you, Instructor Locke. Which would you rather hear first?" Analyzing Claude's behavior but not finding anything weird about it, Lorist said, "Let me hear the good news first. At least it'll cheer me up a bit. The good news is during this month, there will be 10 retired gold-ranked military officers coming to the academy to take on posts as gold-ranked instructors." Hey? I can understand that it is good news for the academy, but what does it have to do with me? Asked Lorist curiously. Because, the bad news is you have to take charge of the 3 classes that have lost their instructors because of you. You are to handle their swordsmanship classes until the end of this month before the new gold-ranked instructors come. This came from the administration, so there is no ground for negotiations. Consider this a light punishment for stirring up so much chaos in the academy. Already crumbling, Lorist complained, where would I find a place to teach so many students at once? Just use the school field. Looking at the noisy crowd of students that Charade brought over, which easily numbered more than 100 from the stone platform on the school field, Lorist exclaimed, "Gosh, didn't you say there were only 3 classes? Why are there 5 classes worth of students over here?" Charade said as he laughed bitterly, "Don't blame me for this. Who asked you to defeat all those silver-ranked instructors within only 3 or 4 bouts? Now, the students are starting to get picky about the standards of their sword instructors and no longer want the silver-ranked instructors to teach them. That's why they're here now. Sigh, it appears that I have to go down for a bit. They're taking so long just to get in line, talk about discipline." After making his rounds around the field, Lorist returned with a handful of letters of challenge. "I already received more than 20 challenges in a single class. How am I supposed to survive this?" Looking at him with a sympathetic face, Charade said, "What did you think the enforcement division is here for other than to regulate the students and maintain order? Now that you're a well-known figure in the academy, the administration has sent us to make sure there won't be a stampede. I don't think I can live on like this. Other instructors have almost nothing to do compared to the hundreds of challenges I've received within 3 days. Even the iron rank students want a part in that. I really don't know what's going on in their heads. Fatty, this brother of yours is starting to regret listening to you in the first place." "The Inkador medal has brought me nothing but trouble," said Lorist miserably. Charade replied in an encouraging tone, "Keep it together, brother. Even though you got a lot of challenges, I bet most of them were made in the heat of the moment. They are no threat to you, given that you can easily take care of them in 2 or 3 strikes. Even taking on 20 of them is only a warm-up session for you. These are just small fry. What you should watch out for are those with actual skills that will come later." "Oh, the students have got into their lines. Aren't you gonna start your class?" Lorist looked at the students who were lined up messily across the field and savagely barked, "Practice the 8 basic sword moves for 1,000 times." Chapter 13 Academy Head Levens. Overlooking the vast school field, Lorist stopped in his tracks and reminisced the times when he stood on the old platform instructing the hundreds of students who attended his swordsmanship class. "Hey? You want to learn a high-level sword skill, but not the basic sword moves? You're saying that even 3-year-olds can pull that off? Bullshit. You're trying to run even before you've mastered walking. Do you know the difference between sword skills and swordsmanship? Yeah, you. Answer my question." "Wrong. Your explanation only barely scrapes on the surface of the truth. Listen up to what I have to say, no one else will be so good-hearted to tell you this in the future. Swordsmanship is about using the most suitable and efficient method to take down your enemy in the least amount of time. Sword skills, on the other hand, is the combined execution of several efficient sword moves. It's still too early for you to start training in sword skills. To do so would be akin to trying to build a house without first laying the foundation. The house would crumble instantly once a strong wind blows by. Now, as to why I asked you to focus on the 8 basic sword moves, the answer is simple. No matter what kind of sword skill, it would definitely involve a combination of these actions: thrusting, slashing, raising, parrying, flicking, sweeping, swiping and guarding. I want you to train it to the point where all 8 moves become a natural reflex movement of your body. This way, even if you can't see the path of your opponent's sword, your body would be able to react to the strike by using these basic moves and save you from certain death. Only when one trains to this point can one claim that they are able to defend themselves with swordsmanship. Oh, I forgot to mention that this is how I personally train as well. I believe you guys have seen how I took out those silver-ranked instructors. The main reason I won was because these 8 basic sword moves have been ingrained into my body so deeply that they have become a natural reflex. What I relied on to win was the most reliable 8 basic sword moves rather than some ultimate sword skill. That's why I could win easily in only a few bouts. As for sword skills, I would only be harming you if I let you train in them before you master the 8 basic sword moves. Without the basics, your sword skills are only good for spectacle and showing off and are of no practical use. Alright, enough of that. Focus and train in the basics seriously for 1,000 times. 20 of you whom I deem most focused will personally receive further instruction from me. Time really flies. It has already been 3 years since then. The Inkador medal had already been returned to the Hall of Honor and is awaiting its next owner. Ever since Lorist got the gold-ranked Battle Force Instructor badge, he requested the Academy to custom make a new badge which represented the status of a gold-ranked instructor in both Battle Force and swordsmanship and returned the Inkador medal to the Academy. Anyone who wants that medal must once again gain 30 consecutive wins against higher-level opponents. When he asked for the special medal to be made, he said, "Wearing 3 different medals on my chest is way too unseemly. Someone might even take me for a badge seller. Why don't the Academy make another medal that will represent these 2? The Academy administration found his reasoning to be sound and agreed to the request. What is the old bastard up to this time, Lorist thought. He didn't believe what Charade had said about the Academy desperately needing the money gained from the registration fee. If the Academy was really that financially unable, it wouldn't be able to stay among the ranks of the top 10 on the Grindia continent. In the 3 years Lorist has been interacting with Academy head Levens, he came to the conclusion that Levens was a cunning and devious person. If one was not careful, one might end up counting the money Levens gained from selling oneself out without knowing. It was always wise to keep one's guard up when dealing with him. Back when Lorist had decided to join the expedition to the Relic Islands to clear his mind of his relationship troubles as well as to take the opportunity to train against mid to high-ranked magical beasts and try to break through to the dark stage from the bright stage, he went to see the Academy head to sign up for the expedition. It ended up with Instructor Claude battling him to test his abilities. After that, Academy head Levens used the excuse that Lorist didn't qualify to join the expedition with his battle force rank and forced him to agree to several conditions before finally giving him the green light. Standing outside the office of the Academy head, Lorist took a deep breath, calmed his ragged breathing from climbing up 5 flights of stairs and knocked on the office door. "Come in." Lorist pushed the door open and walked into the room. "Oh, Locke, you're back." Nodding, Lorist said, "Yes, Academy head. I've returned." With a sincere smile, Academy head Levens said, "Come over here and take a seat. Let me make you a cup of Max. The Max beans this year taste pretty good." "Oh, Academy head, you don't have to be so courteous. I'm not thirsty at all," said Lorist politely as he refused the offer. "Just take a seat. You don't have to show any restraint here. Just treat this as you would your own home," replied Levens as he ground the Max beans in a small silver cup and poured the grinds into a silver kettle before adding some water to it and boiling it. "Locke, have you heard about the dual notice the Academy released on your behalf?" "Yes, I have. But, there's one thing I don't understand. Has the administration set this up just to collect registration fees from the challengers like Charade has mentioned? Is there some other reason that I'm not aware of?" Lorist was slightly dissatisfied as he was the one who had to duel all those people. "Hee, Locke, I know you have some thoughts on this, since the plan has been passed without your approval. I would feel the same if I were you. But I really have to trouble you as this is an urgent matter. I hope you can gain some face back for our academy and teach the other academies a lesson." Leaning towards Lorist from his chair, Levens said, "The situation right now is a little complicated. Let me explain it to you from the beginning. I hope you will understand my woes. Do you know about the Yellow Ribbon Academy that's situated right next to us?" "I do. They are quite famous for their butler training and bodyguard training courses," replied Lorist. 2 months ago, their academy head, Sir Knight Yarisborg, passed away from a heart attack. It happened before he managed to write a will, and to nobody's surprise, his children started squabbling over the inheritance. None of them wanted to succeed Yarisborg's position as the academy head, and they decided to sell the place and split the money among themselves. Our academy immediately sent some people to negotiate and acquired the academy for a price of 180,000 gold fords. Levin seemed really proud of himself as he talked about the acquisition. Although the Yellow Ribbon Academy was not particularly highly ranked, it was ranked at the lower bottom among the 20 or so academies in Moronti city. The academy did have a history of 60 years, and the grounds it covered was 1/3 of that of the Dawn Academy. 180,000 gold fords for all that was a pretty good deal, even more so if one takes note of the fact that the Yellow Ribbon Academy is right next to the Dawn Academy. The Dawn Academy could easily assimilate the Yellow Ribbon Academy's resources and facilities by removing the separating walls between them. Oh, that's great! By assimilating that academy, ours will become more impressive as well. We might even rise in the ranks among the top 10 academies on the continent, praised Lorist. That might be the case, but the burden of emptying our treasury of 180,000 gold fords puts a bit of pressure on us as well, said Levins as he poured Lorist a cup of steaming hot max. Here's some milk and honey crystals. Add as much as you please. Being the old man that I am, I prefer the original taste more, Levins said as he lifted his cup and gave it a light blow or two in an attempt to cool his drink a little. The tuition fee our academy collects amounts to about 70,000 gold fords a year. The various societies also contribute roughly 30,000. Including some miscellaneous business our academy owns, the yearly income of the academy amounts to 110,000 gold coins more or less. It might look like a lot, but our expenditures aren't a small figure either. Every year the academy pays about 60,000 gold coins to our staff and instructors and use 10,000 to 20,000 gold on teaching materials, most of which goes to the maintenance of lances and swords used in our knight training and swordsmanship courses respectively. Other than that, the academy provides up to 10,000 gold in scholarships for needy students as well as up to 30,000 gold for research, especially those conducted in herbalism. The expedition to the Relic Islands this year also cost us more than 4,000 gold. In short, after deducting the upkeep from the revenue, the academy only ends up with about 10,000 gold of profit annually. When times are bad, however, the academy might even sustain losses of several thousand gold fords. Letting out a long sigh, Levins continued, the 180,000 gold fords used in acquiring the Yellow Ribbon Academy was no doubt an astronomical amount, but it was an opportunity that couldn't be missed to further strengthen and expand our academy. But from the day our academy was first formed till now, the highest amount of money the administration could bring out even after mortgaging several of our side businesses amounted to only 15,000 gold fords. After the assimilation of the Yellow Ribbon Academy, some more money would need to be spent on modifying some infrastructure. That's why I decided to go to the Association of Academies to apply for a loan of 50,000 gold fords for our academy's development. The academy head seemed a little agitated at this point. What I didn't expect was there was someone who dared to humiliate our academy. That bastard Weston said, "Why don't you fire all your silver and gold ranked instructors? That way you'll be able to afford the assimilation. After all, I heard your academy has a gold ranked instructor whose battle force is merely at the iron rank. Maybe you should promote the rest of your iron ranked instructors to gold rank and make up for the deficit. I bet their salaries are certainly much lower than instructors with higher battle force ranks. What the heck is with that guy? He's just spewing rubbish." I immediately started arguing with him. You know what else he said? He accused us of making up a rumor about you, Lock the Silver Undefeated, for the purpose of attracting more students to our academy. He even said that several of the instructors that left after losing to you that year was actually forced to let you win on purpose so that you can get the Incador medal to trick students into joining us. Seeing Lorist clasp his cup until veins showed up on his arms, the academy head's expression showed a satisfied smile. In a fit of rage, I made a bet with that bastard. I said that you wouldn't lose even one match against all the silver-ranked instructors of the St. Marceau Academy. Immediately after that, the rest of the academy heads wanted to join in the fray as well. In the end, the Dawn Academy made a bet against the rest of the academies, stating that if you defeat their silver-ranked instructors, we will get the loan of 50,000 gold forts without having to repay it. If you are to lose even one match, we will have to pay back double the amount and even host a banquet to publicly apologize to them. Locke, please forgive me for my recklessness. I am truly apologetic for having signed you up for so many duels. I really couldn't swallow the insult and humiliation they were showing the Dawn Academy and carelessly agreed to the bet with that old bastard of the Saint Marceau Academy. The Saint Marceau Academy was ranked 8th among the top 10 academies on the Grindia continent and the 4th among the 20 academies of Moronti City, just one rank above the Dawn Academy. All the students and instructors of the Dawn Academy held surpassing the Saint Marceau Academy in the rankings as their ultimate goal. By the same logic, the people of the Saint Marceau Academy are also striving hard to prevent that from happening. The two academies were natural enemies. And the old bastard academy head Levens mentioned was academy head Weston of the Saint Marceau Academy. Lorist stood up and said, "Thank you for the max. It really tastes quite good. I'll take my leave now." "Don't worry, I won't let you down. Don't be in such a rush. There's another thing that I have to settle with you," said the academy head as he tugged on a string that was connected to a bell. With little delay, a middle-aged female clerk came over from the neighboring room. "Liana, please bring me the file with Instructor Locke's name on it from the archives," instructed the academy head. Receiving the file and opening it, he took out a copper key and said, "Lorist, as a dual gold-ranked instructor of our academy, you should have been given a residence by the academy administration. Before, we didn't do so because our resources were limited, but ever since the acquisition of the Yellow Ribbon Academy, we now have much more land than we previously had. That's why for the past month the academy has commissioned for a residential area for gold-ranked instructors to be built around the Moon Lake. Your house is labeled the 35th moon. Just go over there and see Aunt Scaly, the person in charge of your neighborhood." Just as Lorist was leaving after he took the key, Academy head Levin stopped him again and said, "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you two things. Your Battle Force Awakening course will start in 7 days with many more students than the last time, so we have moved the venue of the course to the Great Hall of the Yellow Ribbon Academy. The other thing is the Academy has already approved the formation of the Swordsmanship Society and you have been nominated to be its chairman. The Society can carry out its activities in the training hall of the Yellow Ribbon Academy. So, please draft up the rules and regulations of the Society and submit it soon. The Enforcement Division has also suggested to appoint some of the elite members of the Society as their reserve staff. Don't forget to discuss it with Supervisor Charade." "All right, Academy Head. I know what to do." Chapter 14 Lakefront Residence. A cold breeze blew past and woke Lorist from his thoughts. He just noticed that he had been hoodwinked by the academy head yet again. The acquisition of the Yellow Ribbon Academy, the request for the loan, the insult the academy received from the people at the Association of Academies and even the bet with the other academy heads were all caused by academy head Levens. Yet right now he had successfully retreated to the sidelines without having take responsibility for any of his actions and made Lorist shoulder all the burden. Now that he had been put on the front lines, he had to bear the responsibility of defending his silver undefeated title, fight for the future development of the academy as well as be the beacon of hope for the rest of the instructors and students of the academy. That old bastard laid it all out to him, dug him a large pit, and Lorist jumped into it himself willingly. He couldn't even take it easy on the duels. Otherwise, he would be drowned alive by the rebukes of his fellow colleagues should he cause the academy to lose the bet. There really wasn't anything Lorist could say about the old bastard for betting against the rest of the academy heads. The problem was Charade, who was going all over to put up that duel notice and thinking of making a big buck from this affair. Even if Lorist went back to see the old bastard about this, Levens would only say that there was no harm in doing so and find some way to sweet-talk him into accepting it anyway. Turning his head to look back at that grayish-green tower, he saw the white curtains of the academy head's office flapping away in the wind and made a mental note to stay away from that old fox if there wasn't a good reason to go see him, lest he get fooled by him again. Holding the copper key in his hand, Lorist decided to go check out the house the academy has allocated for him so that he can move over there if he likes the place. In actuality, he had already been granted a room back when he got the Incador medal. However, that room was at the instructor dorms and that was the headquarters of the silver-ranked instructors. Lorist knew that he wasn't liked by those instructors one bit and returned the room key to the academy. He decided he would be much better off if he shacked up with his girlfriend and stayed outside the academy. The Moon Lake was located at the south of the academy. Favored by many students as a great place for relaxation and romantic rendezvous, it was a circular, crystal-clear lake with a magnificent view across its shores. Originally belonging to the Yellow Ribbon Academy, the hill to the north of the lake was once a small mulberry forest. The mulberry trees were cut down and replaced by lofty villas with unique architectural design. According to Academy head Levins, that was the newly developed residential area for gold-ranked instructors. With the walls separating the two academies having been knocked down, Lorist easily reached the hill by walking along the cobblestone path. He circled around the bamboo fence that surrounded the small hill and soon made his way to the entrance. Lorist was greeted by the sight of a two-story wooden housing with a large double door. A worker dressed in servant's uniform brought Lorist to the first room at the end of the wooden building. It was a large office with 5 tables within. A white-haired woman could be seen in the room with her head lowered, seemingly working on something. The worker pointed to her, indicating to Lorist that she was Supervisor Scali. Taking Lorist's copper key and verifying the inscribed words on it that said 35th Moon, Supervisor Scali smiled sincerely and said, "So, you are our Academy's legendary gold-ranked instructor Iron Lock. I've heard so much about you. Haha, I was in charge of several of the Academy's shop fronts throughout Moronti City before and wasn't at the Academy often, so I never actually saw you in person." Lorist wasn't too surprised at the fact. Having been at the Academy for more than 10 years and making quite a name for himself, he was familiar with most of the administrative staff of the Academy. Scali personally showed Lorist his new room. She was a rather talkative person. "Locke, your residence is quite near the shore of the lake, so it'll be rather quiet around there. House number 34 is quite a distance away, Instructor Marlin lives there. You should be acquainted with him, right?" Lorist lightly nodded. Instructor Marlin was one of the retired military officers that joined the Academy as a gold-ranked instructor 3 years ago to take over the silver-ranked instructors that left. He was a frank person whose 2 favorite things in life are alcohol and his horse. He sometimes even jokingly referred to his horse as his second wife. Married to a beautiful gentlewoman and father to a cute little daughter, he brought his family as well as his horse over to the Academy when he first took the job. According to him, Jenny, his horse, had saved him on multiple occasions on the battlefield. That's why he dedicated so much of his time to care for it. His residence was a small villa made of rock and wood and was 2 stories high, with an attic on the top floor. Being at the far corner of the Moon Lake with not many buildings in the area, it was indeed quiet as Scali has mentioned. The roof of house number 34 could barely be seen from the courtyard. The courtyard was pretty vast and took up most of the land of the surrounding area with a row of holly trees enclosing it. Although the house was near the lake, a well was built on the courtyard nevertheless. Lorist inspected the well and noted its square bluestone walls. The bottom of the well was covered with fine, white sand that was presumably used to cleanse the well water. 2 wooden structures could be seen on the courtyard as well. As Scali was unlocking the villa, she said, "That's the stable. You can keep up to 2 horses there. The other building is the garage where you can keep your horse cart when you're not using it. You can use it as a storehouse as well if you don't have any horses. Ah, it's finally open. I better grease this key, otherwise it won't turn easily. Come on in." The first room they entered was the main lounge. In it was a fireplace as well as a sofa. On the walls hung several tapestries. One Although they were not anything expensive, they provided the house with a warm, homely atmosphere. Nodding, Lorist noticed that the furniture has already been prepared and he did not have to take care of it himself. As a person who hated troublesome things, he was really satisfied at how everything in the house had been prepared for him beforehand. The kitchen and dining hall are at the back. To your left are 2 servant rooms and to your right are the bathroom and storeroom. You can also use the empty space below the stairs as an extra storage space. Let's go upstairs, continued Scaly. On the 2nd floor was another lounge along with 1 master bedroom with 2 other guest rooms. There was also another bathroom on this floor as well as a study room. The master bedroom was rather large and had its own bathroom and dressing room. The attic could be accessed from the stairs at the 2nd floor lounge. Smiling, Scaly said that by the time Lorist starts a family and has his own children, he could even renovate the attic into a toddler's room. She thought the kids will definitely love it. Lorist retorted by stating that he's single and won't be having any children soon. Piqued by Lorist's statement, Scaly asked Lorist about the type of girls he likes and so that she can recommend someone to be Lorist's wife. Thanking Scaly for her goodwill, Lorist rejected the offer by saying that he's in an important juncture in his training now and cannot shift his focus onto other things. He also had to duel all those challengers in the coming days. That finally diffused Scaly's eagerness in finding Lorist a new partner. Moving back to the lounge on the ground floor, Supervisor Scaly asked Lorist what he thought about the house and mentioned that he could switch to another one should he not like the quietness of the area, as out of the 52 villas in the residential area for gold-ranked instructors, only 38 of them was occupied and there were 14 villas which he could pick from. Lorist expressed his satisfaction with this particular villa and told her that he would be working to move his luggage over tomorrow. The supervisor pointed at a green rope hanging by the fireplace and said, "Instructor Locke, this rope is connected to a bell in the management office. Should you need any assistance, just give the rope a pull or 2 and we'll send someone over. Given that you've just moved in, I believe that you don't yet have a servant yet. Please don't hesitate to ask the management to send someone over to help you with your tasks." Pulling on the rope, she continued, "I have just sent for some cleaners to come over since you're moving in tomorrow or the day after. The place has started to gather dust after a while, especially the handrails on the stairs." Supervisor Scaly, "Isn't this building a little far from the management office? How is the rope tethered all the way to there?" Lorist asked curiously. Letting out an enthusiastic smile, Scaly explained, "That's simple, an underground bamboo pipe network houses the copper wires that are connected ropes like this. When you pull on the rope, it actually tugs on the copper wires underground that's linked to a bell with your room number on it. There is a wall in the management office that has over 100 labeled bells. By checking the bell that rings, we are able to tell very quickly which house requires our assistance. I actually borrowed the design of this system from the ones that I've seen at some large merchant offices." A little while later, some knocks could be heard on the door. A tough, burly female servant came in. Lorist broke into a smile the moment he saw her. "Kelly, it's you." This servant was the one who had looked after Lorist when he had first crossed over into this world. Having not seen Kelly for a number of years, Lorist noticed that her previously plump figure had become more sturdy and fit. In the beginning when Kelly first got the job, she didn't like the original owner of Lorist's body very much as he was a rather spoiled noble brat who looked down on everyone. Nevertheless, she carried out her caretaking task professionally as she had been paid to do so and did not bother to talk to Lorist much. But after the current Lorist crossed over and possessed that noble youth's body, he increased Kelly's salary and got her to read some books aloud to him as he yearned to learn more about this foreign world. In time, Kelly's sympathy for this poor young noble who had left his homeland at so young an age grew. It was like her maternal instinct kicked in and she started to show true concern for Lorist. Slowly, their relationship got better and better. Had it not been for Kelly's sudden family circumstances that prompted her to return home, Lorist would have wanted her to work for him for the long term. "Ah, it's young Master Locke. Kelly greeted Lorist with much vigor. What happened to your family at that time? Back when I had just finished recovering from my injuries, I tried to ask the people at the management office, but they only said that you stopped working there because of some family issues. Oh, at that time, my grandmother had fallen sick. I went back home to take care of her for half a year until she passed away. After that, I worked the fields at home and 6 years passed in a flash. By that time, my children had already grown up and I could leave the household to them without any issues. That's why I decided to come work at the academy again, explained Kelly as she struggled to count the years she stayed home with her fingers. Lorist wanted to laugh. He knew that Kelly wasn't good at arithmetic. Who knew that after all these years that habit of hers didn't change at all? Turning to Scaly, Lorist asked if he could have Kelly work for him. While the supervisor agreed to his request, Kelly herself wasn't willing, with the reason being that she wouldn't get to do much for Lorist as he only lived alone, making her unable to earn enough money for her son's dowries when they marry. Smiling bitterly and shaking his head, Lorist mumbled, "My, how simple-minded you are." They eventually settled with Scaly's suggestion, hiring Kelly as a long-term helper. She would be paid 5 large silvers per month for coming to tidy the house up twice a day. Kelly's eyes instantly lit up. Kelly eagerly said that she could come over to clean the place tomorrow. Lorist gave her an extra key and subsequently sent Scaly and Kelly to the door as they left. Looking back at his new residence, he thought, so, this is my new home, hey. Having lived in the Grindia continent for 10 years, he has finally got himself a house. This was the place where he suddenly found himself in, and it was the harbor for his troubled soul at that time. Taking a walk around his house to give it a look or two more, delight sprung up from within his heart. Even though his mood had been spoiled from his meeting with the academy head before this, he really felt like singing at the top of his voice right now. There's still one thing I have to settle, thought Lorist as he stood by the window of the master bedroom on the 2nd floor with his eyes focused on the moon lake, recalling the scene when he first met her. His felt a hint of pain deep in his heart. That relationship he had spent 3 years in had evaporated just like that. Was the title and power of a noble that important, so much so that she ditched him for another man despite all he had done for her, even at the cost of casting away the business they had built together? Well, let bygones be bygones. I should probably settle this today. Grasping his fists and sending a forceful punch towards the wall, Lorist steeled his resolve. 1 tapestry, woven textile, cloth, art pieces. See Wikipedia. Chapter 15, A Fleeting Moonlit Dream, 1. As the sky darkened, the streets gradually crowded with people rushing home. Lamplight and the smell of burning wax emanated from the buildings that lined the streets. Perhaps, the only thing at the minds of these people now was the desire for a nice, warm meal. A horse cart for rent slowly traveled by. The driver pulled on the reins from time to time, steering the Delimont striped horse away from the pedestrians. The horse pulling the cart started to feel a little annoyed and snorted. "Mister, we've arrived at Phoenix Tail Flower Street in the east sector of the city. Where would you like to be dropped off?" asked the driver respectfully. "Ah," thought Lorist as he looked around him. He pointed at a corner and said, "Just a little bit further. Do you see that 4-story building? Just drop me off at that alley near there." The horse cart stopped by the alley as instructed. "How much is it?" "It's 30 coppers, sir." Receiving the 2 small silvers that Lorist handed him, the driver fumbled around for 10 coppers of change. Lorist only took 5 and said, "Keep the rest. Take it as a tip for your great service." Happily removing his hat and bowing his head in gratitude, the driver said, "Thank you very much for your generosity. I wish you a good night." The people of Moronti City predominantly used 4 types of coins issued by the trade union. The first one was the gold coin, also known as a gold Ford, which had the portrait of Archduke Ford Moronti on it. The second type was a large silver coin that depicted a large ship. Officially, it was known as the silver sailboat, but most people just call it a large silver. The third coin was also silver, albeit only a third of the size of a large silver, and it depicted a picture of the city walls. Originally referred to as a wall silver, most people just call it a small silver due to its relatively smaller size to the silver sailboat coin. The last most circulated coin type was called the yellow copper coin, and it had a simple pentagram pattern on it. People simply referred to them as coppers. A gold Ford was worth 20 large silvers, a large silver was worth 5 small silvers, and each small silvers was equal to 20 coppers. The use of these coins have grown with the expansion of the Ford trade union's influence and power. Many areas have already adopted the Ford coins as their de facto currency. Some kingdoms and duchies even stopped producing their own currency in favor of the trade unions and sent their gold and silver reserves to the trade union in exchange for their coins. The fruit seller by the roadside stared in a daze as Lorist approached and hurriedly greeted, "Hey, Locke. It's been quite some time since I've seen you, almost half a year I think. Come, try some strawberries. It's really sweet." Smiling, Lorist returned the greeting, "Uncle Gerald, how's business? I went somewhere overseas on an assignment from the academy a while back and just got back recently." Taking a bite out of the strawberry, Lorist said, "Wow, this is great. Uncle Gerald, give me 2 kilos of this. Oh, and I'd like a box of honey candy as well." "Coming right up," said the stall owner as he packed the goods Lorist asked for. Inspecting his surroundings and making sure nobody was within hearing range, he quietly asked, "Locke, what happened between you and Miss Windsor? During the 6 months you weren't here, I saw her bringing a middle-aged nobleman back to spend the night and leaving together the next morning. Oh, and, last month a group of bodyguards and knights came by and caused quite a ruckus by chasing away a few horse carts. They said that Miss Windsor and Master Birmingham was returning to their homeland to claim their dominions. Do you know about this?" Half nodding and shaking his head, Lorist said, "I know some of it, but not everything. Uncle Gerald, I've already broken up with her before I left. I'm only here today to move my stuff. If you need anything from me in the future, you can find me at the academy as I'm living there now." "Oh, so that was it. Sigh, it's such a shame it didn't work out for you too. Oh well, I'll give you a discount. 3 small silvers will do," said the stall owner as he sighed and packed the strawberries and candy into a paper bag. Lorist paid the man and said with a smile, "Sometimes people are meant to go their own separate ways and relationships can't be forced. If it doesn't work out, there's no point in getting disappointed over it. See you, Uncle Gerald." Lorist's face darkened as his smile vanished once he turned away. She actually brought a man back to spend a night here and caused rumors to spread. This was done to force their relationship to a close. My, isn't she ruthless? The alley was quite narrow and only allowed for 1 horse cart to pass through at any given time. Beyond the 10-meter-long alley was a small lot with 3 4-story crimson-red buildings in the center with some other wooden houses beside it. A 4-year-old girl wearing a flowery skirt sat alone in a corner of one of the wooden houses with her head down, seemingly playing with something. Seeing Lorist come out from the alley, the girl blinked, stared in a daze, and rubbed her eyes before jumping up and down in joy and rushed towards him. Her smile was as refreshing as spring water to a thirsty traveler, and it warmed Lorist's heart from deep down. Laughing, Lorist knelt down, held the girl up, and spun her around for a few times. "Hey, little Loney! What are you doing here? Where's your grandma?" "I'm waiting for Dad to come home." "Grandma is cooking," replied Loney with a childish tone. "Hee, my little Loney's so cute. Come here, let Brother Locke give you a kiss." "I don't wanna," complained Loney as she laughed and struggled to avoid Lorist's kisses. But Lorist managed to do it anyway. "Ew." Little Loney rubbed her face with her hands and pouted. "Brother Locke's a bad man, you didn't come visit me for so long and now you scrape my face with hair stubs on your face. I'm gonna tell my dad and have him smack your buttocks." "Ha ha ha," laughed Lorist heartily. He took out the box of candies and said, look at what I've got here. Ah! Those are Loney's favorite honey candies. Brother Locke is the best. Loney's attitude changed immediately the moment she set her sights on the box of candies. Handing the box to Loney, Lorist said, "Don't eat too much of this at night, all right? Otherwise your teeth will start to hurt." "I know, thanks big brother. I'm going to show it to Grandma." Hugging the box of candies, Loney ran away at full speed. Loney's father was called Morindal and he was a silver swordsman that served in the city garrison. As Loney's mother had passed away at a young age, Loney was brought up mostly by her grandmother. Every day, Loney waited for her father to come home, but her dad only had 3 days off his shift every month, which he often used to spend time with Loney. Seeing Loney's silhouette vanish into the building, Lorist carried his paper bag and turned towards one of the 4-story crimson buildings. This was the place where he had lived for the past 3 years. The door opened soon after Lorist used the knocker. The female servant gasped in shock as she was caught off guard by Lorist's sudden appearance. Showing a warm smile, Lorist asked, "Lena, may I come in?" "Ah, of course, Master Locke." Closing the door, Lena the servant girl fidgeted about nervously behind Lorist, not knowing where to place her hands. Handing her the paper bag, Lorist said, "I got this from the stall at the alley. It's fresh and sweet, please help yourself to some." "Oh, thank you Master Locke. You're always so generous," thanked Lena hastily as she accepted the paper bag. It has already been half a year since Lorist had been here. Feeling a pang of nostalgia, Lorist said, "Don't be so nervous, Lena. I'm just here to get my stuff. It's still in the room, right?" "Ah, yes. After you left, the mistress locked the room up and no longer let us in. I've only seen her go inside it a number of times herself. I see the furniture here has decreased quite a bit. Are you guys planning to move as well?" asked Lorist as he looked at the empty hallway. "That's right. The mistress has sold this place that she inherited from her family and is planning to leave by the end of the month." "Did she sell the shop at Rotary Street too?" Shaking her head and shrugging, Lena said, "I don't think so. But, I've heard Susie say that they've already found a buyer and are still conducting negotiations." Letting out a big sigh, Lorist said, "I guess your mistress is planning to leave this place for good." Nodding, Lena said, "Master Locke, let me go get you a cup of tea." "All right. Since I won't be able to drink the tea you make anymore in the future, might as well savor it now while I still can." Lena brought the tea over in a short while. Lorist breathed the aroma in deeply and praised, "It still smells great. Lena, your tea-making skills are still good as ever." Lowering her head, Lena whispered, "Master Locke, are you really breaking up with the mistress?" Looking solemnly at the cup in his hands, Lorist replied after a short pause, "Lena, it wasn't my intention to break up with her. She's the one who's forcing me to do this. I believe you know very well what your mistress has been up to in the past year I've been away. She is willing to cast everything away to reclaim her family's dominion in her homeland. As for me, I can't do anything besides wishing her the best." Lena hesitated for a bit before adamantly saying, But I think that our mistress was wrong in this. She shouldn't have broken up with you." "Lena, not everyone thinks the way you do. Your mistress has her own considerations as well," Lorist replied with a smile. Standing up, Lorist continued, "All right, thanks for the tea, Lena. I'm going to go upstairs to arrange my stuff and move it away by tomorrow." "Ah, Master Locke, let me go get you a candle." Pushing the door open, Lorist stood outside the room he was so familiar with in deep thought. Lena approached him from behind with a candle in hand and asked, "Master Locke, are you okay?" Breaking out from his trance, Lorist took the candle and said, "Oh, thanks Lena, leave me alone for a bit. I need some time to think." Nodding, Lena replied, "All right, Master Locke. Please pull on the bell rope should you need anything else. I will be downstairs." Placing the candle on the table, Lorist slowly sat on the chair by his study table and reminisced the old days, the days when he sat at that very table designing clothes non-stop with her. The times when the both of them cut and sewed the cloth on the floor themselves to save cost on materials. The arguments they had over the store decorations. And on that fleeting moonlit night, when she shed her sleepwear in front of him. When they lay beside each other with her flirtatiously licking his chest, pleading him to draw more clothing designs for her. This was a rather old-fashioned love story. That year, Lorist was only 20 years old and had just been appointed as a swordsmanship instructor for the academy. Charade prepared a feast for him at the Enforcement Division building as a celebration, and both of them drank and ate merrily. After that, Lorist, in his sleeplessness, stepped out of the building and wandered around the academy. Gradually, he made his way to the Moon Lake and heard a faint sobbing. Intrigued, Lorist approached the source of the sound and discovered a lone girl bawling by the lake. At that time, Lorist didn't know what to do, as he thought that consoling someone with a broken heart wouldn't do much help. But that changed the moment the girl leapt into the lake. Carrying the unconscious girl back to the Enforcement Division building, he woke Charade up and they both cared for the girl until she regained consciousness. That girl was rather beautiful, but she did not utter even one word. But that didn't stop the fatty from finding out about her situation the day after. That girl was the daughter of a viscount of the Jigda kingdom. Her name was Windsor Prina and she was 18 years old. For reasons unknown, two Grand Dukes of the Jigda kingdom broke into armed conflict. The unfortunate Viscount Windsor had sided with the losing side and had his castle and dominion invaded, effectively becoming the first sacrifice of the conflict. His dominion was split up between several powers and the Viscount heeded the war god's call and left the mortal realm for the afterlife. Naturally, Madame Windsor and her 7-year-old son became captives. In a conflict between nobles, while the losing side would not suffer any direct harm, it wasn't uncommon to hear the women provide entertainment and companionship for guests at drinking parties. While Madame Windsor was middle-aged, she still retained the air and beauty of a lady and was quite popular in the soldier camps. Half a year later, the two Grand Dukes started peace talks and the conflict in the kingdom subsided. Having lost the influence over their dominion, the Windsor family hostages had been released as they no longer had any value. But Madame Windsor had already become pregnant with a child of someone she didn't know. To spare herself from the shame and humiliation, she left the place and sought out her eldest daughter Prina, who was studying in Moronti City, for help. The young Miss Windsor, who had lived a life of ease and luxury, could not ever imagine for something like this to happen. When her mother came over with her brother, she was like a majestic phoenix who had suddenly turned into a common hen, as she had lost her father's support as well as her source of income. The once prideful young mistress humbled herself and asked some of her admirers to lend a hand, hoping that they could reclaim her family's land for her. However, she was harshly humiliated. The nobles, knowing that the Windsor family had lost their dominion, did not extend any shred of help. The despairing young mistress couldn't take it anymore and decided to end her life and slipped away from the dorms midnight to the Moon Lake nearby. Charade also discovered that Viscount Windsor had some other properties in the east sector of Moronti City, namely, a mansion and 2 shop lots. They could still live quite a comfortable life even without their power over their dominion. Lorist noted aloud that the property could be used as capital to rebuild the Windsor family. Suddenly, the girl who kept quiet the whole time appeared before Lorist, greatly startling him, and said with her charming eyes wide opened, "Did you just say that the Windsor house could start over?" Chapter 16, A Fleeting Moonlit Dream, 2. The young Miss Windsor, with her wide, charming eyes, was truly beautiful. At that moment, she seemed like a lone rice plant standing amidst a rice field that had been destroyed by a flood, as she stared hard at Lorist with a hint of hope in her eyes despite her hopeless situation. Being a person who had experienced many things in 2 very different worlds, Lorist was surprised to find that the desperate pleading of a weak, gentle girl had managed to shake him to the core and temporarily depriving him of his rationality. He gulped down a cup of water in one go, avoided the gaze of those mesmerizing eyes and said in a stuttering voice, "Miss, if you do don't mind. I I can try to help you, analyze the SI situation of the Windsor family, and see if there's something we can do about it. Naturally, the young Miss Windsor agreed. Charade handed Lorist another cup of water and said, "Drink up. You're already stammering." Gulping another cup of water down and calming his mind, Lorist looked at the poor, fragile mistress of the Windsor house who had a woolen blanket wrapped around her. Feeling pity for the poor girl, he made a cup of hot tea, placed it on the table, and beckoned Charade to bring some snacks over. Looking towards the blanket-clad girl, Lorist let out a warm smile and said, "Miss, why don't you warm yourself up and help yourself to some food first before we start our discussion?" When Lorist brought the girl back from the lake yesterday, she was already unconscious, not from choking on water but rather her languish and suffering. While Lorist and Charade feasted their eyes on her beauty, they did not dare to change her into a new set of clothes and tried to dry them instead by laying her down beside two braziers one. After that, they wrapped a blanket around her to keep her warm. Only just noticing her predicament, she clasped the woolen blanket and nodded her head lightly with a slight blush on her face. After she ate some food and tidied herself up in the bathroom, she changed into a female student uniform Charade brought her and showed herself in front of the two men, who were subsequently stunned by her refreshed, beautiful look. Snapping out of his daze, Lorist noticed her lips curve slightly. That girl was obviously delighted at the men's reaction. Taking out a white sheepskin scroll, Lorist started scribbling down the situation of the Windsor family. "Let me list out the troubles the Windsor family is facing according to what I heard from Charade. Please let me know if I miss something out. Number 1, the Windsor family lost their dominion due to the conflict and had it divided among 4 other neighboring families. The original garrison soldiers and the local officials have been relieved of their duties and the remaining members of the Windsor family has been chased out of the land. It was apparent that the new lords of the land wished to relinquish any influence the Windsor family members still had on the people of the Dominion. Number 2, none of the nobles of the Jigda kingdom, including the Duke to whom the Windsor house pledged their allegiance, wished to lend the Windsor house any aid. Although the Windsor family had a rightful claim to that land according to the kingdom's laws, the other nobles have already unofficially recognized the 4 neighboring families as the rulers of the land and refused to say anything on the Windsor house's behalf. Number 3, as Viscount Windsor had perished due to his injuries from battle, there was no one else within the Windsor family that had the ability to lead the Dominion's soldiers. As the heir of the Viscount was still only a 7-year-old boy, he was of no direct use to the current situation. Madame Windsor, on the other hand, was busy worrying about who the father of her child she was pregnant with was. There were more than 45 suspects but there was no way to determine the father within a short period of time. The young mistress of the Windsor house was a girl who had not awakened her battle force, so she was of no immediate help to the situation either. "She's actually my stepmother, not my biological mother. Right now, only I can call the shots in the Windsor house," proclaimed the blushing girl with a hint of anger and embarrassment. After some more explanation on the young mistress's part, Lorist came to understand that the current Madame Windsor used to be a widow to another baron. She got to know Viscount Windsor and eventually had an affair with him and got pregnant with the current young master, after which she got married and officially became his second wife. She had lived in the capital with her son until she moved to the Dominion 3 years prior when the first wife of the Viscount passed away. She was only 35 this year. Charade, before knowing of her actual age, joked about the desperateness of the invading soldiers who had managed to knock her up, as he had estimated Madame Windsor's age based on that of this young mistress. In actuality, she was still under 35 years old and was still in the prime of her womanhood. The stricken young maiden did not even notice the thoughts of the 2 men wander. Both of them let their fantasies run wild as they imagined the pleasurable life the current Madame Windsor must have led in the army camp. Both men looked at each other with a funny gaze and snickered in a low voice. Suddenly, the young mistress declared, "I will not forgive them for tarnishing the honor of the Windsor house and will definitely reclaim my dominion. Those who stood idly as they witnessed our demise will definitely pay." Picking up the sheepskin scroll on the table, Charade gave it a light poke or two and interrupted the young mistress's declaration. According to the description of the situation, the Windsor house is already beyond salvation. Even if you were to wait 10 or so years for the young master to mature, it is hard to say whether the people in the Dominion will still stay loyal to the Windsor family. Having lost the Dominion and lacking an immediate heir, the Windsor family is in deep trouble. I think you should just let it go and live out the rest of your life pleasantly with the property your father had left you in Moronti City. Lorist fully agreed to Charade's statement. The young mistress was stunned to hear that. But she could not refute even one word of what he said. Her large crystal-like eyes started watering as she stood there without uttering a noise, anguished, with her shoulders shaking involuntarily. Lorist felt pained when he saw that sight. He breathed a long sigh, stood up, and handed her a face cloth as he told her, "Actually, there is a way that might help you reclaim your dominion." Her quiet sobs suddenly stopped and she asked him with teary eyes, "Is that true?" Looking at the scroll again, Charade said, "It's impossible." Lorist, taking out another sheepskin scroll and a pen, began to mumble as he jotted down several points on the scroll. Number 1, people. Number 2, spying. Number 3, goal. Number 4, logistics. And finally, support. Pointing at the words he wrote, Lorist looked towards the other two and started explaining. The first main factor is the people. Although Viscount Windsor has passed away on the battlefield, many of his loyal subjects have survived and are scattered across the various villages around the Dominion. Madame Windsor and her son only managed to come over to Moronti City due to having a group of surviving garrison soldiers escorting them along the way. The Windsor family should not give up on the people who are still loyal to them and rally them up so that they can be sent into the Dominion and seek out others who still hold the Windsor family in their hearts. These people who will eventually form a resistance against the current lords will serve as a reminder to the people in the Dominion that the Windsor family has not given up on them. However, the leader for the resistance army must not be casually appointed. Ideally, it would be someone who is highly respected who used to serve under the Viscount directly and is powerful enough to defend himself. Do you have such a person in mind? The girl gave it some thought and nodded. I think Uncle Sam is perfect for this. He used to be a knight of our family and is of the 2-star silver rank. He was a trusted subordinate of my father and served in his personal cavalry guard. Right before my dad died on the battlefield, Uncle Sam got wounded and was sent along with his family to my father's manor to undergo treatment. My mother's escort brought a letter from him that states that he had already mostly recovered, still couldn't ride a horse properly yet. He will be coming over to join me in another 1 or 2 months. Oh, and Uncle Sam's daughter, Lena, used to be my personal handmaiden. Not bad. According to your description, he indeed is an ideal candidate for the leader of the resistance. Let's move on to the second point, spying. Looking at the slightly confused girl and Charade, he asked, "Do you know what spying is about?" "I know," the girl scrambled to answer. "Isn't it about secretly hiring spies to gather information? They'll hang out at places like taverns and pay attention to any strangers that show up. The Dominion Lord in turn pays them for the information they gather." Charade nodded and agreed to her description. Lorist shook his head and disagreed. "No, not that kind. It's way too obvious. If it were me, I would pick the tavern owners, servants, smiths, fishermen, farmers, tailors as well as the guards to be my eyes and ears. These people are the ones who can really observe the enemy's every action, even their every meal, without arousing any suspicion. But what's the point of knowing what they eat?" "Wait, are you going to use poison?" asked the girl with her face pale, as if she had come to understand the sinister truth. Charade was surprised by the sudden enlightenment. "Of course. As long as we have these people working for us, nothing can escape us and we can easily respond to any of the enemy's moves." Looking at the confused young mistress, Lorist said, "Miss, did you hear what the fatty said just now? Think about it, if we have this network of people feeding us information, we can anticipate the enemy's every move and respond accordingly. This would also serve to cover the resistance army's tracks and set the enemy forces on a goose chase, hence allowing the resistance more freedom to expand their influence. The girl blushed as she came to understand what Lorist had just said. The non-combatants, ex-officials and the ex-soldiers in the Dominion who are still loyal to the Windsor family would be the perfect for this job. They can serve as your resistance's eyes and watch the enemy's every move and find the perfect opportunity for the resistance to strike. The next factor would be the goal of the resistance. The focus of the resistance army should not be on attacking the castles of the rulers nor their soldiers but rather their tax collectors, officials, spies, convoys as well as their storehouses. This would effectively blind the current rulers and make them unable to effectively take action against the resistance. Eventually, these attacks would serve to bleed out the current rulers and wear them out gradually. The army must be organized into many discrete units so that they can react to any situation swiftly and effectively. The fourth point we have to emphasize is logistics. To ensure the resistance has enough momentum to keep their operations going, there must be secret bases where the fighters can rest and recuperate. The Windsor family should provide them with resources such as weapons, food, and even women. Only by setting up many bases across many locations can the resistance army hold together in the long run. Finally, you cannot neglect support. Forming the resistance army is not just about sending people there and ordering them around. To ensure that the army remains under the control of the Windsor family and remain dependent to it, the family must actively support them with resources and manpower. One way to do this is to hire silver-ranked mercenaries on a mission-by-mission basis for each major operation. This will allow the resistance army to put sufficient pressure on their enemies while minimizing the casualties. As long as this holds up for several years, the resistance army would become a nightmare for the rulers and they will come to regret their decision to split the dominion of the Windsor family among themselves and want to be rid of their responsibilities on governing the land. At that time, the Windsor family can just step in and negotiate with the current rulers and even offer them some form of reimbursement. I believe they would be glad to return the lands to the Windsor family, concluded Lorist. So there was a way to get it back after all. Mused Charade. The girl, on the other hand, was revigorated and a hint of life returned to her gaze. But there are two repercussions by using this plan, Lorist said, dampening the mood once more. With the existence of the resistance army, the lords of the Dominion might let their frustration out on the people of the land. Even if the Windsor family does reclaim the land one day, a lot of money must be spent in order for the people and the economy to recover. Another thing is that the Windsor family will be on hostile terms with the four neighboring noble families after regaining power and must expend lots of money to hire a group of elite soldiers to ensure the protection and security of the Dominion. My point is, this whole exercise would be futile if you don't have the money to fund it. According to my rough estimate, it would require at least 1,000 gold coins to maintain this operation each year. Gathering 1,000 gold coins per year was definitely not an easy task. Even Lorist, who was recently appointed to be a swordsmanship instructor for the academy, only had a monthly salary of 3 gold fords. As for Charade, being the head of the enforcement division, he boasts a monthly salary of 5 gold fords. Their job was already considered to be among the most high-paying ones in Moronti City. Macduffin's family, before meeting Lorist, only earned up to 6 large silvers every day and even that was enough for them to live a comfortable life and have some plenty left over for savings. How was the Windsor house going to reclaim their dominion given the state of affairs of their finances? 1. A portable heater that works similarly to a fireplace. Chapter 17. A fleeting moonlit dream. 3. The young mistress of the Windsor house snapped out of her delusion, re-evaluated her family's situation and started to tear up again. But I'm already running out of money. Looking at those beautiful, tear-filled eyes, Lorist said in an attempt to console her, "Don't cry. Doesn't your family still own some property in the city? This is what you can use to start the whole operation. Once your business builds up and begins to make a profit, you can start the operation according to the 5 points I've highlighted. I definitely think that your family can once again reclaim your dominion one day. Leaving that mansion of yours out, those 2 shop fronts owned by your family at Rotary Street is already worth a lot. They are situated at the city center of Moronti City and the rent there is rather high. The fact that you own 2 shop fronts in that area gives you an edge over many others in starting a new business. Even the multi-million Gold Horn Merchant Guild started as a small establishment that did petty errands for others 6 years ago. I believe that with adequate management and a good business model, it would not be too hard for you to earn a profit of 1,000 gold coins per year, added Charade. The girl lifted her face, rubbed her cloudy eyes, and asked, "Then what kind of business do you reckon would earn me 1,000 gold coins per year?" "Oh no." The fatty seemed to have remembered something and left in a hurry. "I forgot that I have to patrol the academy. With the weather being so hot recently, I bet many of the students would feel way edgier than normal and start to cause trouble. The enforcement division should be rather busy during these days. Heck, now we even have people trying to drown themselves in the Moon Lake. Now, we can even take it easy at night. You guys keep talking, I'll take my leave." The girl's face reddened at the comment. Gracefully bowing towards the girl, he whispered beside her ear, "He'll have a way for you," and whooshed outside the room. Lorist was beginning to have a headache as it seemed very likely that the young mistress of the Windsor house already had her eyes set on him. She followed him in and out all day and even waited outside when he had to go to the washroom, attracting the attention of many students and causing rumors to spread. "Come on, young mistress. Cut me some slack, will you?" "What do you want?" pleaded Lorist towards the stubborn girl. "Who asked you to rescue me? Now, you have to take responsibility for it." "My gosh, what's wrong with me saving your life? How should I fulfill that responsibility? I want you to help me." "No way, that's too complicated and troublesome. Since you could think up a plan for me to get my dominion back, surely you could also figure something out for me to start my business," the girl said coquettishly as she stomped her leg like a spoiled brat. Lorist's resolve wavered. "I won't do it if there's nothing in it for me." Smiling brightly with a hint of embarrassment, the girl said, "Then, how about I become your girlfriend?" Lorist was instantly entranced by her seductive smile and yielded. The suggestion Lorist gave his new girlfriend was to stop all business proceedings of the shops at Rotary Street with the Jigda Kingdom and to revamp them into a premium women's boutique. The girl stared wide-eyed at Lorist as he explained, not knowing what a premium boutique was. From her experience, noble women usually wore tailor-made clothes by personal tailors or their handmaidens and never purchased them from anyone else. Most of the clothes at the stores focused more on utility rather than aesthetics and was usually marketed to smiths, mercenaries, office workers, housemakers, hawkers, and other common city folk. No noble would ever lower themselves to wear clothes like that lest they want to end up walking jokes. Lorist followed up with a patient explanation, "What we're trying to do is not to make common clothes like most other clothing stores out there. We are trying to appeal to the noble market, especially the women. We will focus on party dresses and accessories that cost at least 10 gold coins per set." "Is that really viable? Why would anyone in their right mind buy something at that price?" asked the girl to her new lover with much doubt in her eyes. "Of course. As long as the designs are unique, a fashion trend would no doubt start. Given the nature of the nobles to only buy the best and most expensive things and their tendency to compare and compete with one another, we would succeed in no time. Then, who will be in charge of designing the clothes?" "Me, of course," proclaimed Lorist with a face full of confidence. In actuality, he had already come out with this idea for quite some time and only decided to start working on it for the sake of his girlfriend. Being a craftsman and a forger, he naturally had a certification for fashion design in his past life. It would not be an overstatement to even say that he was an expert in making dresses and gowns fit for even princesses. During his time as a factory owner in his past life, he received a rather big business order. A rich businessman who wanted to throw a birthday party for his 7-year-old daughter had contacted Mattrel, one of the biggest toy companies in the world, to make 108 dolls that were about the size of his daughter at a price of 100,000 RMB each, roughly $15,000, and specified that each of the dolls should have 2 different princess dresses that could be changed in and out of. In essence, he had requested for 108 dolls of the size of his daughter with another 216 sets of dresses and gowns. The executives of Mattrel was left flabbergasted at the magnitude of the order. Did he come to them to order toys or clothes? If it were priced at $100,000 each, then it would not be a problem for the company to hire professional fashion designers for the task. But 100,000 RMB was not nearly enough for that kind of spending. So, they decided to just let one of their factories in China figure up a way to produce the clothes at a lower cost. While the rich businessman wanted the original products produced by Mattrel themselves, he forgot that many of them were actually manufactured in China and that Mattrel was only responsible for branding, designing, and marketing. Once the order reached the Chinese factory, the people in charge were also racking their brains for a solution. While it would be easy to change a small part of the mold at a low cost to produce a new line of dolls, that wasn't easily achieved with the dolls' clothes. Should they resort to outsourcing this to clothing companies? It wasn't an easy task, especially when the request specified for the clothes to each have a unique design. This also meant different materials for different clothes, especially when princess-themed clothing would require certain special crystals or materials to decorate them. In the end, one of the persons in charge, who was coincidentally an old comrade of Lorist, decided to call him up for help. Within 3 months, Lorist spent all his time researching. He watched various films that featured extravagant dresses, read all sorts of fashion magazines, as well as studied the various exotic dresses movie stars often wore to the red carpet. His research material stacked up all over his office, and his co-workers even joked that his office had become an archive for the whole of humanity's fashion culture. Spending days and nights discussing and planning with several other fashion designers, he finally came up with more than 500 designs which he submitted to Mattrel's factory in China, which then sent it to the rich businessman to select from, after which the selected designs were sent back to Lorist's factory to begin the production. This very order earned him more than $500,000, and he even deliberated whether he should change his factory's focus to children's clothing instead. Having crossed over to Grindia for more than 6 years, Lorist already had a firm understanding of this world. Being the largest trading city on the continent, Moranti City had visitors from all over the world and was also the central hub for the latest trends. However, to Lorist, most of these trends were nothing but jokes. What use did he have for popular things that ranged from soft beast fur shawls, well-written poems to durable, exquisite swords? The nobles of this world had a custom of making their own clothes. But Lorist discovered that the designs of those clothes had not changed much from hundreds of years ago. The only noticeable difference was the improvement of the materials and the slightly different embroidery on the clothing. Most noble women, young or old, including the young Miss Windsor, had their personal tailors or handmaidens make their clothes, which didn't really differ much from one another. The only things the ladies talked about during parties or banquets pertaining to clothing was the intricacies or details of the embroidery. That's why Lorist firmly believed that the dresses he designed would definitely make most noble women go crazy for them. It was natural for women to continually beautify themselves. It's a shame that Grindia's fashion culture was so primitive and undeveloped, unlike that of his previous world, where fashion designers brainstormed day and night to come out with a new, novel design. So, to dispel any suspicions his new girlfriend might have about his ability that was painfully apparent in her gaze, he decided to show off a bit by drawing her a rough sketch. The girl subsequently brought her new boyfriend back to her house in the east sector of the city, much to her 2 maidservants' surprise, as the usual haughty mistress of theirs had picked someone who looked so average to be her boyfriend. They thought that Lorist's clothes were rather ragged and that the iron rank badge he wore on his chest was quite unsightly. Not knowing of the thoughts his girlfriend's maids had about him, Lorist went up to the 3rd floor to a room with sufficient lighting and asked for a pen and paper to start drawing. Initially, the young Windsor was weirded out by the relative revealingness of the clothes that accentuated one's body curves and thought that Lorist was a cheap pervert. But as the design neared its completion, the girl quieted down and had her eyes glued to the drawing, already fantasizing how she would look in that dress, much to Lorist's surprise. Lorist gave her face a light slap and woke her from her daydream. The girl, blushing, grabbed the design and said, "I'm gonna have one made right now," and rushed out to find her handmaidens. Lorist shouted to her as she went out, "Then, what about me? Just stay in that room and draw me more of those. I'll have someone send some food up during dinner," said the girl. Chapter 18 A Fleeting Moonlit Dream, 4. Had it not been for his swordsmanship class at the academy, Lorist would still be locked in the young mistress's room and drawing more designs for her. The mistress's two servants, after seeing a number of Lorist's drawings, changed their attitudes towards him immediately and were suddenly more attentive towards him, making sure he had everything he needed, much to Lorist's surprise. While he was still there, he let the three women pick out 24 dresses and 8 party gowns out of the 50 or so designs he had drawn and spent an entire afternoon teaching them how to cut and sew. The women would then be working on the 32 sets of dresses for the time being. Lorist named the lineup the Autumn Goddess Collection and planned to use that as the debut clothing lineup for the store. Before he left, he also encouraged the women to use their imagination and make any amount of changes they wanted to the clothes as they saw fit when they were making them. Lorist explained that it would help prevent people accidentally wearing the same dress. For example, wouldn't it be extremely awkward to dress identically to another person in a ball? Every woman was a unique angelic being that had descended from the heavens, and it is only fitting for them to each wear different, unique clothing to bring out fully their magnificence and beauty. Even if the base design for the clothes is similar, with small alterations here and there, each dress would still remain unique, understand? Lorist proclaimed. After Lorist had left, Miss Windsor noticed that her two handmaidens were stunned by the speech and a look of admiration could be seen in their eyes. Feeling a little elated and grumpy, the young mistress rebuked them, "What's wrong? Have your hearts been stolen by him?" Susie repeated the line to herself in a low voice. Every woman was a unique angelic being that had descended from the heavens. What a great saying! Lena sighed and scratched her head in frustration, saying, "Young mistress, I know it's wrong to think so, but Master Locke looked so gentle and handsome when he said that just now. I believe that he's the kind of person that charms you more the longer you get to know him. You have really found a great boyfriend." The young mistress sighed lightly and said, "It's a shame most men out there are only all talk and pale so much in comparison to him. We should start working harder too. These clothes will determine the future of the Windsor house." "Yes, young mistress. We'll give it our all," said the two women, nodding. After 2 days, Lorist paid them another visit and was surprised at what he saw. "Have they turned into rabbits? Why are their eyes red and why do they look so pale?" Upon questioning them, he discovered that they had been pulling all-nighters and have only slept as little as 8 hours all this time and often neglected their meals. Although they were worn out, they only managed to produce 4 sets of clothes over 3 days and nights of hard work. With a palm to his face, Lorist said, "Silly girl, can't you hire someone to help you out? At this rate, you wouldn't even finish the Autumn Goddess Collection when spring next year comes. How are we supposed to start the business? Aren't we supposed to keep the design secret?" The young mistress argued with much fatigue in her voice. "Weren't you planning to rent part of your mansion out? Why don't you make that a small workshop and hire some skilled seamstresses across the neighborhood to do the sewing after you guys finish cutting out the parts of the clothes? For the most part, you only have to monitor and guide them. What's the point of earning any money if you'll end up too sick to spend it?" Nodding, the young mistress agreed, let out a big yawn, and went upstairs to get some rest. At that moment, the two servants only had one thought in their minds: "Wow, Master Locke is looking manlier than ever." Having given his instructions, Lorist monitored their progress for a few more days and was satisfied with the current production rate of the clothing workshop. He then started to plan how he would decorate the 2 shop fronts on Rotary Street. After a period of brainstorming, Lorist had drawn up a rough plan for the decorations. His only concern was the cost was a little high at roughly 60 gold fords. He subsequently broke into an argument with his girlfriend over the issue. The young mistress believed that they shouldn't spend so much money on the decorations of the shop and that it only had to be clean and simple. "We're only selling clothes. There's no need to poke a hole in our wallets for useless decorations," said the young mistress. Lorist pressed on and said, "We can only raise the price of the clothes if we decorate the shop lavishly. We must show that the clothes at our store have been spared no expense and deserve every gold coin listed on the price tag. To do that, we must ensure that our store looks elegant and classy. Besides, the money spent on the decorations would be earned back easily after selling 1 or 2 sets of clothing." Why doesn't she understand such a simple principle? Lorist was rather frustrated at her adamant refusal. After that, Lena secretly told him that the young mistress was seriously lacking in funds and only had about 10 gold coins left in their savings. She wasn't even sure how she would finance the clothing workshop as well as her household with the amount of savings she had left. Suddenly coming to an understanding, Lorist merely nodded and left. After several hours, Lorist returned with a large bag and placed it on the table. Gently gazing at the young mistress, he said, "You could have just told me that you lacked the money. I'm your boyfriend for soul's one sake, there's no need to bear the burden by yourself. We should face issues like this together. These here are my savings, 160 gold coins. It should be more than enough to pay off the expenses of the clothes shop for 2 to 3 months. Staring at the bag with her large, beautiful eyes, the girl leapt into Lorist's embrace and broke into tears of joy, tightly hugging Lorist as she cried. Lorist lightly pat her on the back a few times. He understood that recently, she has been facing huge psychological stress ever since getting the news of her family's conundrum, was refused help from almost everyone she sought out and even contemplated suicide. After he had saved her, she started to see Lorist as a beacon of hope for her family and started dating him in hopes that he would participate and contribute to her family's resurgence. While she was rather confident in the quality of the few clothes that they had produced, she was still worried about how to run the business. The extra money spent on hiring other workers only served to increase her anxieties and prompted her to be in a hurry to sell the clothes so that she will have enough money to keep the business going. Furthermore, she was hesitant to ask Lorist for help as she had dated him not out of true love but with the intention of using him to reclaim her family's dominion. As her sobs intensified, she let out all the bottled feelings within. The 2 handmaidens could only watch as Lorist continued to calm her down. "Come on, stop crying. You'll start to look ugly when your eyes start swelling. What would I do with an ugly girlfriend?" Breaking into a small chuckle, she slapped Lorist on the back and said, "Why you?" but continued to bury her face in Lorist's chest. Her crying slowly subsided and she fell asleep in the end. From that day onwards, she asked Lorist to start calling her by her pet name, Wenna, as it was quite absurd for a boyfriend to have to refer to his girlfriend as young mistress all the time. Lorist gladly did so as per her request. 2 months later, the newly renovated Windsor Apparels and Accessories started operation. However, within 3 days of its opening, it did not have even one customer. The reason was simple: the decorations and furnishings rivaled that of a palace's. Although the shop front wasn't that big, it had 4 neatly dressed silver swordsmen standing guard at the entrance. The gold cloud tiles on the doorstep only served to increase the store's imposingness and made most people subconsciously avoid the place. Worried sick and not having any appetite, Wenna blamed Lorist for over-decorating the shop and causing the 32 sets of clothes in the Autumn Goddess collection to unsold. As she was about to break into another bout of tears, Lorist merely stretched lazily on his seat and said, "Calm down. It's just not time yet. We're not like other clothing shops. If we manage to sell even 1 set, we can last another month. We don't have to meet a daily quota like those other shops to even break even. The moment we get our first customer, our sales would instantly soar as well." "Pfft, who would believe you?" grumbled Miss Wenna as she stared at the entrance with much anticipation. On the 5th day, the one person came to check out the shop. It was the male owner from the jewel shop right opposite them. He has been quite curious about their clothing store ever since it opened, given that they even had 4 silver swordsmen guarding the place. Having resisted his urge to find out more for a few days, he finally gave in to his curiosity. Upon reaching the entrance, the guards pointed at the sign on the entrance that said that men were not allowed to go in alone without being accompanied by a woman. Another line of words were written in gold below the first statement: "This establishment serves high-class ladies and the accompanying men are expected to behave gentlemanly at all times." The man could only return to his store, annoyed. His wife was curious about his bad mood and asked him what had happened. He told her about how he was refused entry at the store and his wife offered to accompany him to the store later along with their daughter. In the end, he managed to enter the store with his wife and daughter, but he regretted his decision immediately, as the 2 women in his family had already been entranced by the mystical dresses on the mannequins as well as the beautiful, reflective crystals on them that sparkled under the subtle illumination of candle light. "Oh, blessed be the heavens! What a gorgeous dress!" mused the man's wife. "I really want to own this. It's like it came right out of my dreams. It has to become mine," said the daughter with clouded eyes, unable to see anything else but the glory of the dresses on display. Gingerly, the jewel shop owner took a peek at the price tag of the clothes and it made him shiver in fear. Since when have dresses cost a dozen of gold coins? And gold fords at that? He looked back at his wife and noticed her standing by a mannequin wearing a black velvet dress that was accessorized by crystals with a glow that rivaled that of the stars in the sky, exuding a mysterious aura of majesty. The dress, priced at 188 gold fords, snapped the boss out of his bafflement and prompted him to pull his wife out of the store. However, his wife's feet seemed to have taken root on the ground and didn't budge no matter what he did. Pointing at the price tag and desperately trying to snap her out of it, he pulled on her arm and said that they couldn't afford it, only to have his hand shaken off as his wife said, "I can afford it with my own personal savings." At this moment, a voice that sounded like an angelic hymn rang out beside the jeweler's ear. "I'm sorry, respected customers, this gown, the chant of the night, can only be purchased by those with noble titles." Elated, the man quickly dragged his wife away from that dress and for the first time in his life, he thanked the existence of the nobles who had helped saved him 188 gold fords, which would usually take him an entire year to save up. But his happiness was short-lived as his wife and daughter ended up spending up to 60 gold fords on some other clothes in the store. The man did not understand why a piece of female casual wear would cost more than 1 gold coin in this store. In other common clothing stores, that kind of money could easily get them more than 10 pieces of the same thing. But he understood from the fervid eyes of his wife that should he stop her from buying anything, he would be spending the whole night kneeling by the bed instead of sleeping in it. Though, the visit to the store had not been a total disaster. Having made a purchase of more than 60 gold fords, the whole family was invited to the second floor for tea and pastries as the tailors made special adjustments to the clothes so that they would better fit their new owners. The man, sitting on a comfortable, luxurious sofa, was rather pleased with the service the store had provided. 3 days later, the jeweler brought his wife and daughter to attend a banquet organized by a merchant guild and noticed that they had become the center of attention of the banquet. Like a majestic empress and a gorgeous princess, donning their awe-inspiring nightgowns, they attracted the attention of countless people and became the main focus of the party-goers. The jeweler suddenly felt that the money spent on the dresses wasn't such a bad investment after all. From that day onwards, luxurious carriages visited the store one after another, sending countless ladies of all ages flooding into the store. With the boutique being overcrowded, Lorist had to politely refuse entry to the accompanying men and set up some tables outside the store so that they may have some tea there while they waited. It wasn't an uncommon sight to see noblemen having tea under the sun at Rotary Street in the following days. At the end of the month, Miss Wenna stared with her mouth agape at the pile of gold coins on the table. "That's our profit for this month," Lena said in a restless tone. "Yes, my mistress, it's already my 7th time answering that question. For the last time, all the 3,083 gold fords on the table is our profit for this month." Jumping in joy and leaping into the arms of Lorist, who was gently smiling at them nearby, she gave him a kiss and said unceasingly, thank you, Lorist. Ouch, that hurts. Silly girl, you're biting me, not kissing. Wait, don't tell me this is your first time kissing someone? Let me show you the ropes then. The two of them started to make out without giving any heed to anyone else. Oh, how embarrassing, said Lena, as she shielded her eyes and stared at the two lovebirds through the gap of her fingers. One as the top god of the Grindia pantheon is Singwei, the solar god of light and war, characters often swear in his name. Sol is also Latin for the sun. Chapter 19 A Fleeting Moonlit Dream, 5. With the hard-earned money in hand, the revigorated Wenna purchased the 3-story building that was right next to their boutique. Completely renovating the place and linking the new building with the other 2 shops, the area of the boutique effectively doubled. Heeding Lorist's suggestion, she also built a T-shaped stage and hired a few young maidens with decent figures to act as the models for their boutique. 1 month ago, the ex-captain of the garrison of the Windsor House came over from the Dominion, bringing back with him 10 or so servants and guards who used to work in the Windsor Castle. The new rulers of the place had fired them and they had wandered in the Dominion aimlessly until just recently, after hearing that Miss Windsor was willing to offer them jobs in Moronti City. Among them were a father-son duo who both happened to be cobblers that used to serve the Windsor House. Their arrival was a delightful surprise to Lorist, and soon, Windsor Apparels and Accessories expanded their catalogue of items to include their own shoes, which naturally took Moronti City by storm. While there were a number of shops that tried to replicate their products, most noble customers knew to seek out for the distinct logo of the Windsor brand, which depicted a small mermaid. Windsor, in the ancient language of fairies, referred to the mermaid. Even the Windsor House's insignia depicted a warrior mermaid with a 3-pronged fork. Right now, it was almost customary to wear dresses and gowns by the Windsor brand to attend parties hosted by the elites of Moronti City. There was even one such occasion where the daughter of a merchant guild chairman cycled through 17 different dresses and 7 different high-heeled shoes throughout the party, effectively turning her father's banquet into an advertising event for Windsor Apparels and Accessories. Now that the business was running without a hitch, the young mistress assigned the task of managing the boutique to Susie and the clothes workshop to Lena while she started to plan to reclaim her dominion. Lena's father, Knight Som, had already arrived at Moronti City a month before, bringing Lena's 2 younger brothers and her mother along. However, Som's injuries were not fully recovered yet and he still had to rest and recuperate for a period of time. Som was a silent, well-built man. Lorist sometimes doubted whether he was actually Lena's biological father given their totally different personalities. How does a solemn, loyal man like him have such a nosy and meddling daughter? Lena did resemble her mother quite a bit though, but her mother was more gentle and amiable, whereas she had a sharp tongue and never hesitated to speak out on anyone. The ex-garrison caption also brought some news from the Old Dominion. As the new rulers of the place were harsh and ruthless towards the Dominion folk, the people there longed to be under the rule of the Windsors like before. Additionally, many of the old soldiers and guards that had lost their jobs had resorted to survive through banditry and were causing quite a lot of chaos in the area. This wasn't an uncommon phenomenon on the Grindia continent. Usually, when a new lord comes into power, he would introduce certain tax policies that greatly burdened the local folk to make up for the losses he has incurred throughout the conquering process, as well as to make sure the people under his rule knew who's in charge. When the people in the Dominion finally revolt one day, the new lord would take the opportunity to eliminate the ones who opposed his current rule and make an example out of them. In time, the new ruler would loosen his iron grip on the people so that they will eventually naturally cast away their loyalty to their previous lord and fully devote themselves to the current one. Lorist believed that this was the perfect opportunity to sneak a few of their agents into the Old Dominion, a sentiment that Knight Som also shared. With that, Miss Windsor ordered Som to bring a group of 10 or so people back to the Dominion to form the Resistance Army after her 18th birthday and her coming-of-age ceremony, with their first priorities being setting up several hidden bases throughout the Dominion, recruiting the soldiers and guards who used to work for the Windsor family as well as forming their spy network to monitor the situation of the Dominion. After the initial phase, she would then start sending martial and material support to the resistance so that they may begin to disrupt the new ruler's affairs. The coming-of-age ceremony was a tradition of the nobles in Grindia. It represented the entrusting of hopes and ambitions of the senior generation to the younger generation. For males, they would be bequeathed a ceremonial sword from a warrior in the family while females were crowned with a floral tiara. After some congratulatory words, the whole family would party and enjoy themselves at a banquet. But Wena's ceremony was rather simple and had only a few attendees. Placing a floral tiara on his mistress's head and sprinkling some sacred water unto her, Knight Som expressed his wish that she would live a fruitful life and one day find someone she can truly devote the rest of her life to so that she would live on happily as a virtuous wife and a proud mother in the future. After the coming-of-age ceremony, the Windsor House ceremony of succession was carried out. One by one, the old folks of the Windsor family walked towards the seated, tiara-wearing girl and paid their respects, passing their hopes and responsibilities on to her as the new head of the Windsor House and pledging to her their unwavering loyalty. Even the pregnant Madame Windsor and her son went forward and bowed in respect. When everyone present had paid their respects, the new head of the Windsor House stood up and summoned Hurd, the ex-garrison captain, drew a sword and tapped it against both his shoulders as he knelt, and proclaimed, "During the times of the Windsor's fall from power, it was you, brave warrior, who held on to your duties and responsibilities to us and gave hope and protection to the people in the midst of chaos and despair. As an acknowledgement to your noble deed, I, the 11th head of the Windsor House, Windsor Prina, grant you the title of Knight Protector of the Windsor House." Knight Som took a few steps forward and shouted, "Knight Hurd, are you willing to become the last line of defense of the Mermaid Castle?" "I am willing." "Are you willing to die fighting under the banner of the Mermaid?" "I am willing." "Are you willing to march into battle without a shred of hesitation upon hearing the call of the Mermaid?" "I am willing." "Are you willing to devote the rest of your life in service of the house until you take your last breath?" "I am willing," shouted Knight Hurd, with each call louder than the previous as he trembled in fervor. "Then I welcome your entry into the fellowship, my brother." Knight Som strided forward, lifted Knight Hurd from his kneeling position and gave him a big hug. The onlookers broke into a thunderous round of applause. Overlooking the ceremony as the main witness, Lorist recalled a similar scene from the memories of the body's original owner, where the young Lorist officiated one such knighting ceremony in the Norton household. Only, there were much more people back then and the atmosphere was even rowdier. After the ceremony, Lorist and Wena finalized their plans before Knight Som and Knight Hurd began their journey back to the Old Dominion. Refusing the two knights' invitation for her to go back to the Dominion with them to participate in the resistance, Wena announced her plans to found the Windsor Trading Company that she would use to purchase weapons and equipment as well as hire silver-ranked mercenaries which the resistance will need. Additionally, she also reminded Knight Hurd to train diligently in the high-ranked battle force technique that she had acquired for him as a gift for his knighting ceremony at a high price before working on anything else. With his current 3-star iron, wood attribute battle force, it wouldn't take him more than half a year to break through to the silver rank. But Knight Hurd said that he could not sit around training when his comrades are busy working away. In the end, Wena gave him the task of organizing the reception of the equipment and manpower that she would later provide. Lorist also warned Knight Som that their current objective was not to form a large military force to go against the Dominion lords but rather to build a spy network and to set up several strongholds in the Dominion. He instructed that they were to avoid all conflict with the forces of the current Dominion lords and focus on survival and information gathering for the time being. Deep in the night, Lorist found it hard to fall asleep. He noticed that he had an incorrect impression on the noble families of this world after witnessing the knighting ceremony just hours before. He found it hard to reconcile the noble, just and loyal qualities the knights of the family had displayed with the notion that nobles were prideful, blood-sucking, and selfing monsters that took advantage of their subjects as they were often depicted in the comics and novels he had read in his past life. What he witnessed today made him cast away that stereotype and acknowledge that there were in fact honorable righteous nobles who fought for a just cause. The door to Lorist's room slowly opened and a girl wearing a floral tiara clad in white silk pajamas slipped in. Taking a look at the empty bed, she frowned and said to herself lightly, "Where has that fellow gone at this time of the night?" Lorist let out a snicker from the balcony and greatly startled the young girl. She turned around immediately and said angrily, "What are you up to this late into the night? Shouldn't you be sleeping?" Without a word, Lorist pointed a finger towards himself, to the room, then to the girl, posing her a silent question of what she was doing in his room at this time of the night. Swift as a breeze, the girl leapt into Lorist's embrace and wrapped her hands behind his neck, saying in a whisper, "I was too overwhelmed by happiness to be able to sleep tonight. Lorist, thank you. Had it not been for your help, I wouldn't be standing here today. Not only did you give me hope, you also gave me a future." Closing her eyes, she proceeded to give Lorist a kiss, to which Lorist responded passionately. As they continued, Lorist's rationality slowly gave way to his instincts. Pushing Lorist away, the girl said in a shy tone, I want to dance for you." Under the illumination of the moonlight, the barefoot girl's feet started moving about on the dark red, wooden floor. Her pure white pajamas fluttered about in the calm of the night, seemingly emanating a soothing fragrance, as her body moved like the moon fairies of legend, offering a dance to the silver moon mother goddess. When she finally stopped her dance and unmovingly basked in the moonlight, she seemed like a precious statue of unparalleled beauty. Her face reddened again as Lorist gave her 2 thumbs-ups. She proceeded to untie the knot of her pajamas and let it fall to the ground, revealing every inch of her bare, smooth skin in front of Lorist as her breathing intensified. "Lolok, do you think I'm pretty?" she asked in a soft and stuttery voice. It was at that moment when Lorist finally lost every shred of self-control that remained in him. During that fleeting moonlit dreamy night. Hee, it really does sound like an old-fashioned love story. Chapter 20 A Fleeting Moonlit Dream, 6. Lorist used to think that relationship of his would last forever and remain blissful and passionate for a long time to come. At that time, he happily moved out of the student dorms in the academy to live with his sweetheart, Wenna. As he was not favored by many of the silver-ranked instructors of the academy for being appointed a swordsmanship instructor when he was merely at the iron rank, he had been staying in the student dorms rather than the instructor dorms to avoid any unnecessary conflict. When did their relationship start to change? Was it because of his stunted battle force training? Or was it from that one time when he called her a show-off when she wanted him to design 2 exclusive nightgowns for her to wear to a party? Since then, she had moved to a luxuriously furnished residence located behind the boutique which she used as the headquarters of Windsor Trading Company. From that day onward, she would continue to live and host many parties there, causing it to become a rather famed gathering place for the rich and powerful of Moronti City. On the day before she moved, she lied lazily in his embrace and expressed the expectations that she had for him. She hoped that Lorist would quickly break through to the silver rank and become a proper knight of the Windsor House so that he could be sent to support the resistance back in the Old Dominion. Nowadays the resistance had already taken firm root in the Dominion and it was causing the new lords tons of trouble with the costs of fixing the damage highly exceeding the amount of tax and revenue collected. Having no choice but to further squeeze the common folk for more funds, rebel groups formed by the oppressed mushroomed and further exacerbated the already dire situation. A report from Nightsom had stated that the resistance had decided to take direct action against the Dominion lords and were preparing to attack the households of these lords in an attempt to deal some lasting damage on the ruler's hold on the Dominion. Miss Wenna had hoped that Lorist would break through to the silver rank soon and aid in the reclamation of the Windsor Dominion as a Windsor knight so that he could more firmly establish his position as the benefactor of the family and she would not have to bear the embarrassment of being married to a petty iron swordsman. Following that, she can let Lorist manage the affairs of the Dominion in place of her brother who had yet to inherit the family head title while she would be in charge of the boutique and the trading company to further increase the income of the Windsor House. She believed that the Windsor House would be more prosperous than ever. Lorist really wanted to promise the beauty in his arms that he would do what she requested. But deep inside his heart, his pride and stubbornness made him refrain from it. An apparition of a strong nobleman holding a two-handed great sword seemed to have materialized in his mind and declared proudly that Lorist would not pledge allegiance towards anyone other than the Chrisen Emperor and the Norton house. The stubborn insistence and noble pride carved deep into his soul was a vestige of the body's original owner. Lorist understood that to become a Windsor knight was to shoulder the burden of defending the Windsor house for the rest of his life and to submit to the insignia of the mermaid. Seeing her lover's hesitant expression, she gently stroked his face and softly said, "Locke, won't you do this for the sake of both of us? When your battle force finally breaks through to the silver rank, nobody can stop us from being together." "That's right, there's still the issue with my battle force," thought Lorist to himself cynically. He couldn't bear to tell his lover that he had been training in the aquametal technique which he inherited from his past life up to the peak of the bright stage. This was something that he would never tell anyone, including this girl that he treasured so much. Possibly as a side effect of training in it, his hexagram circulation path was no longer able to hold a shred of battle force in it and he would possibly never be able to break through the iron rank in the future. He could tell Wenna that he was a dual gold-ranked instructor in the academy, or that he could easily defeat all the silver-ranked instructors and easily complete missions even peak silver-ranked instructors couldn't accomplish, but would it be of any use? She did not understand the implications of any of those feats and only knew of the traditions and customs of the nobles. Only when one was a silver swordsman could one be entrusted with the hopes and responsibility of fighting for the family's glory. With the exception of certain special cases, most noble families would not let descendants who weren't able to awaken their battle force or reach a minimum level of power in their battle force training inherit the title of the family head. Wenna thought that Lorist was one who distinguished himself not by his battle force training but rather his wits and intellect. That's why she would rather Lorist not have awakened his battle force at all so that he doesn't have to wear that ugly, black iron-ranked badge all over the place. Whenever Lorist was not at the academy or the mercenary guild, she would insist that he not wear his battle force badge so that she would be spared the embarrassment. Hoping that she would understand him, Lorist had tried to convince her to ignore such things about face and public appearance and told her that it would be all right as long as they had each other to no avail. From her viewpoint, the reputation of the family was paramount and nothing should be allowed to undermine it. She could not endure having her family's reputation tarnished even one bit. Wenna wanted to be able to show herself in front of her peers with Lorist without him being ridiculed for his rank of an iron swordsman. A similar thing also happened 2 years prior, after Madame Windsor gave birth to the child whose father was unknown. Immediately after the delivery, Wenna sent for someone to give the child away to a local farmer in an attempt to cover up the embarrassing affair. Having not even looked at her newborn child even once, Madame Windsor eventually became depressed and was driven to the brink of her sanity. It was not until when Lorist arranged for a meeting between the mother and child out of pity that Madame Windsor's state of mind returned to normal. Lightly shaking his head, Lorist told Wenna that he would be willing to do anything for her. He even considered going to the Dominion to provide support to Knight Som and Knight Herd in the resistance against the Dominion lords. But with him having trained in his family's hereditary battle force technique, he was unable to use any other technique to break through to the silver rank. Also, he also mentioned that he could not accept to serve as a knight under the Windsor house as he still had to heed the summons from his family should a time like that arise even though he was in exile. Though, that was more of an excuse for Lorist. Being the dimensional traveler he was, he naturally treasured unrestricted freedom and couldn't afford to accept binding oaths of service like that of a knight's. Just like Charade once said, it was Lorist's dream to simply spend the rest of his life blissfully in Moronti City after settling down there with Wenna. Having heard Lorist's reply, the girl stood up without a word, dressed herself and headed for the door. Before leaving, she said, "Lorist, you know very well that you don't actually love me. You're just like other men who talk about how much they cherish me but in fact, you only care about yourself." Laying on the bed, stunned, Lorist questioned himself whether he really felt true love for Wenna. "Of course I do, you're the only one I have ever loved in my current and past life." Having been forced into marriage by his father in his previous life, he didn't truly feel any shred of true longing for his wife. While he did treasure the son he had with her, they merely spent their days in tepidity. It was not until he had crossed over that he discovered that the love and romance he had so often read about in novels were real after all, having experienced the burning passion and willingness to devote himself to Wenna. Feeling the intense connection of the heart-shaking whisper of his lover as well as her mesmerizing gaze, he came to understand that to love someone was to hold the other in the most important place in one's heart and only have eyes for one's other half. Since when has his relationship become single-sided with only him giving it his all for both of their futures? Has his initial goals and determination changed as a result of that? Wasn't love about mutual tolerance and acceptance? Was Lorist the selfish one for having his own reservations about devoting himself to the Windsor house? Or was it Wenna who had changed over the course of time? Sigh, I won't get an answer no matter how much I think about this. It's best to wait for us both to calm down before we talk it out with each other. What Lorist didn't expect was ever since that night, Lorist wasn't able to meet Wenna in person anymore. Even the collection of the designs for the dresses was handled by Susie most of the time. Whenever he went to the head office of the trading company, he was given the cold shoulder by Wenna, who often cited her occupation with her work as an excuse. Initially, Lorist thought that Wenna was only throwing a childish tantrum, until he saw her together with a middle-aged nobleman in the garden of the trading company, happily chatting and flirting away. It was also on that night when she formally asked Lorist to break up with her. The pain and agony he had felt following the breakup had tore through his heart, greatly imprinting the suffering that could not be put into words into the depths of his soul. The only thing that was on Lorist's mind at that time was the cold, smiling expression on her pale white face as she hid behind that nobleman. The noble gentleman spread his arms to shield her and asked warily, "Mister, what's going on?" Looking at the girl who hid behind him and turning back to Lorist, the man's expression turned grim as he said, "Who are you? What do you want?" Without a word, Lorist only pointed a finger towards Wenna. Her expression fluctuated briefly before she stopped hiding behind that man, and spoke. "Locke, I'm so disappointed in you. I know you have your own goals and you have never intended to sacrifice them for my sake. While you have indeed been a major help for me and my family, after much consideration, I still think that we're not suited for each other. For the future of the Windsor house, I have no choice but to part with you. I know you're a good person and hope we can still remain friends." Was this how it felt like to be betrayed? Thought Lorist with his heart already in shambles. Never would he expect to be friend-zoned in his first romantic relationship in another world. That suffocating feeling made him want to sprawl on the ground to recover his breath. But, his pride prevented him from doing so and he turned around and left, staggering. All that happened after that was a blur. He did not even know how he made it back to the house. He only remembered seeing Lena's shocked expression after witnessing his pathetic, messed up state. He woke up drowsily on bed the day after, following which Lena informed him that he had a visitor. It was that nobleman who was together with Wenna yesterday. He spoke in a gentle and calm tone and informed Lorist that he had heard all about his situation. While he expressed his sympathy for Lorist's plight, he said that he would not give up on Wenna as he truly loved her and deeply apologized. Now that he had already broken up with Wenna, Lorist made no objection to the man's courting of Wenna, but neither did he offer them his blessings. The man also mentioned that it was quite inappropriate for Lorist to continue living at Wenna's house and asked if he could do anything to reimburse Lorist for having to ask him to move away. Lorist took note of the gold badge that depicted a fiery bird, which signified the man's prowess as a gold-ranked combatant with a fire attribute battle force. He did not expect that polite, gentlemanly man to be an expert, given his demeanor. Shaking his head and refusing the man's offer, Lorist thanked him and also mentioned that he would move away even if nobody told him to. The nobleman left after he exchanged another round of pleasantries with Lorist. Casually packing away some clothes, he left the place that he lived in for the past 3 years for good. In there was countless memories of her smile, the oaths they shared, the laughter and happiness they experienced, the arguments they had, as well as her cold, icy betrayal. He went back to the Red Grace Inn and got a room there before asking his good friend Els to get a background check on that middle-aged nobleman. Els brought him the report rather quickly. That man was called Lorf Fustat, a 38-year-old one-star gold-ranked expert who was a marquis of the Jigda kingdom that was greatly valued by the royal family. He came from a long line of distinguished military commanders, with his father being the captain of the kingdom's royal guard as well as the cousin brother of the Jigda king. Having been sent to Moranti city on a mission to exchange the Jigda kingdom's gold and silver reserves for the currency of the Ford Trade Union, Marquis Lorf got to know the mistress of the Windsor house on a shopping trip with his wife. Being of the same kingdom, they had a lot of common and got along pretty well. He had already been fervently courting Wenna for half a year following the completion of his mission. "Does his current wife not know about it?" asked Lorist. "Of course she does," said Els. "She also seems rather supportive of it too. Apparently she is also a great friend of Miss Wenna who can share all their secrets together. Good soul, that woman really has some issues." Shaking his head, Els said, "Forget it, brother. I've witnessed tons of stuff like that. When the man's feelings change, the woman suffers, but there is still a chance for them to get back together. But when a woman's heart is swayed, there is almost no way for their relationship to ever work out again. Additionally, how would you be able to rival someone of the likes of him? From his family background to his wealth and strength, he beats you in almost every aspect. Having many powerful contacts and being a one-star gold expert at the age of 38, it's almost a given that his future would be bright. It's no wonder your lover had her heart stolen by him. Let me tell you something you might not want to hear. That man is not like your average lustful greedy young noble that would ambush or challenge you to a duel after finding out that you were the young mistress's ex. To him, you're just a small fry who's not even worth his attention. Even if you were to challenge him, he would only cream you without breaking a sweat given the difference in battle force strength," warned Els solemnly. Lorist only kept quiet at Els's warning. 3 days later, he joined the Academy's expedition to the Relic Islands in hopes that half a year later, things over here might change. Though, in the end it still remained the same. Chapter 21 A Fleeting Moonlit Dream, 7. With the candle light put out, the silvery moonlight creeped onto the surface of the dusty table. Sitting by the table quietly under its illumination, Lorist thought that the moon was really bright tonight. Sounds of a horse cart could be heard approaching from a distance. Quickly, the sound stopped nearby and a high-pitched neigh of the horse followed by the sound of an opening door rang out. Lorist listened to the familiar sound of a set of footsteps thumping up the building at stopping outside the door. The door slammed open and candlelight filled the room, dispelling the subtle, mystical illusion of peace created by the moonlight. Miss Windsor stood by the door wearing a sleeveless white dress. "This must be one of the dresses I've designed, but with a little more golden thread embroidery than I had drawn." The pure white dress somehow looked seductive and tempting when she wore it. Probably due to her rushing back from a party somewhere, she appeared to be breathing heavily. Both of them understood that if they missed each other today, they would probably never be able to meet again. With a calm voice, Lorist said, "Could you blow the candle out? I think I prefer the soft glow of the silver moon tonight." Blowing the candle out and placing it in a corner, the young mistress of the Windsor house silently walked into the moon's gentle embrace and stopped still in her tracks, silent like a quiet moonlit night. Neither of them made a sound. Lorist felt 1,000 emotions as he looked at the girl before him who used to be the most important person in the world to him that had left him for another man. When he initially heard about the affair, he rushed to her side with a frantic heart. But now, while it still pained him to remember their past, he no longer felt any desire to be with her. "Should I address you as Lady Marchioness?" said Lorist, disrupting the silence in the room. "You already know," said the girl as she raised her head. "When I was at the Relic Islands 3 months ago, I met a group of mercenaries from the Jigda kingdom who said that the Marquis of the Lorf house was going to host a banquet by the end of the year at the capital to celebrate the marriage between him and his second wife. They were on the islands on behalf of the Lorfs to obtain some precious materials for the banquet. During their free time, when they were guessing the identity of the second wife, I already knew it was you. Breaking into a light smile, Lorist said, you did pretty well to keep the news hidden. I believe that no one else in the city knows that you've accepted the Marquis's proposal 3 months ago, including even your handmaidens. Lena even told me to not break up with you just now, hee. I don't have a choice, Locke. I know you hate me for leaving you for power. It's what I had to do for my family, said the girl as she sat down on the floor, tears flowing down her face. Ever since you left, he used his family's influence to force the other 4 lords to return the Dominion to the Windsor House. But the Dominion was still under relentless attack from the lords and greatly wounding Nightherd in the process, as well as throwing Nightsom into disarray. They sent their forces masquerading as bandits and burnt our farmlands, as well as sold the people they captured to the slave traders. There's no way the Dominion can flourish with all this going on. It was at this time when he offered me a suggestion. If I were to agree to marry him, he will mobilize the family troops to help the Windsor House out on behalf of familial ties. I have agreed to his proposal, and the moment we complete the ceremony back in the Jigda capital, the Lorf family will declare war against the other 4 Dominion lords. At that time, his armies would surround the dominions of the other 4 lords and wipe out the 4 families' influence, giving the Windsor Dominion time to recuperate and rebuild. The girl continued to chatter rapidly, seemingly in a hurry to finish what she had to say. Only Susie knew about my agreement to marry him. Everyone else, even Lena, was kept in the dark so that the 4 Dominion lords won't know about the marriage alliance that is to be formed. He told me that it would only succeed if the marriage came as a surprise, and that once the marriage is announced, the Jigda nobles wouldn't have time to react to the sudden attack. Once the 4 Dominion lords have been defeated, we will get the official sanction from the royal family to rule over the dominions so that no other nobles can have a say in it. With the Lorf family as a backer, tragedies like the one that happened to my father would no longer occur to the Windsor House. Lorist struggled to hide his amazement at the delicate planning and setting up of the whole plan. His initial plan was to use the rebels to slowly bleed out the forces of the other 4 Dominion lords and eventually overwhelm them with the full force of the resistance army when the time was right, and send a representative from the Windsor House to hold peace negotiations with the other lords. After that, the Windsor House only had to maintain an elite military force to defend themselves from other invasions or attacks as their dominions spent time redeveloping. But an intervention from the Marquis had disrupted the whole operation and forced the 4 Dominion lords to return the ruling rights to the Windsors and effectively got them to owe the Lorf House a favor. Following that, the Windsor House would then add the rebel soldiers to their military ranks to bolster the Dominion's defense. The 4 other families of the previous Dominion lords would naturally be pissed at the affair and the damage done to their forces, and would naturally cause as much trouble as they can to mess things up. The situation at the Dominion suddenly underwent a huge change. The resistance army had become the official Dominion's garrison force, while the forces of the previous lords had become the rebel forces. Unable to cope to the sudden change, the Windsor family could only endure the situation. Suddenly, the Marquis of the Lorf family would then descend like a messiah and propose a marriage alliance to the Windsor mistress and promise to mobilize their armies to defeat the enemies of the Windsor House and wipe the 4 families out, following which they will return the lordless dominions to the royal family and divide the remaining land between the Lorf and Windsor houses, gaining the Lorf house both a righteous name as well as making a loyal ally out of the Windsor family. Was he going to kill 5 or even 6 birds with one stone? Lorist only let out a long sigh in his heart. As an outsider, he felt that the Lorf family may have been plotting this ever since the Windsor House started the operations of the resistance. They had unnoticingly went with the flow and slipped themselves into the heat of the action and effectively took over the entire operation. It was clearly apparent that the Lorf family had the most to gain out of the whole affair. There was much more to the character of the Marquis of the Lorf family than meets the eye. Seeing the girl who earnestly thought that the intervention of the Lorf family was beneficial to the Windsors, Lorist suddenly felt disillusioned. Was this truly the girl that he had loved so much in the past? Was this the angel he held so dearly deep in his heart? Vain and clueless, she was still unaware that she had been used as a pawn in someone else's plan. Poor young mistress, what are you good for other than your beauty? Don't act like you're sacrificing your own happiness to enter this marriage alliance with the Lorf family. Isn't this what you wanted in the first place? As the Marchioness, you will be hanging around the likes of the royal family day in and out and stand high above so many others in a position worthy of much admiration and envy. Wasn't this the life you had always desired? Oh naive little young mistress, this would not solidify your family's power at all, nor will the parties you attend glorify your family's reputation either. Fully relying on the Lorf family is akin to being unknowingly used by someone else and finding nothing wrong with it. There is no better ally than yourself. When will you understand that simple fact, young mistress? Sigh, this has nothing to do with me anyway, thought Lorist as he shook his head lazily. He suddenly thought that the whole thing about breaking up with her was rather laughable. Now that he had finally let go, he felt much relief and catharsis, as if he had managed to set aside a great burden. What's wrong, Locke? Asked the girl curiously after seeing Lorist shake his head. It's nothing, I'm just feeling a little nauseous after spending a month or two on sea. I'm still not too used to being on land yet, said Lorist, excusing himself. Oh, is that man good to you? Yes, he is, said the girl, nodding. I feel like I'm being lovingly caressed by him in his warm embrace the whole time. He settles everything perfectly for me, unlike you, who always want me to figure out every little thing by myself. Seriously speaking, Locke, being with you is really tiring. I'm always doing so much work while you look like you have so much time on your hands. You always solve any problem that's thrown to you like it's no big deal. I was so envious of you for that. Hee, that's because you're just silly, joked Lorist as he let out a soft laughter. I'm really curious why his wife supports his proposal to you. Oh, you're talking about Sister Fina? Having had a miscarriage from horse riding sometime in the past, she can no longer bear any children. And she doesn't like to attend parties to entertain the other nobles. That's why she hopes that I can attend the parties in her stead and one day bear the descendants of the Lorf family, said the girl with a blushing face. Ah, I see. The first wife is planning to use you as a tool for child-making and entertaining guests. After delivering your first child, I bet she will offer to help you raise the child since you're so busy entertaining the other nobles at parties, and you will even thank her for it until one day when your children don't even want to acknowledge you as their mother, thought Lorist cynically. Why have you stopped the businesses in Moronti City and sold off the boutique and your mansion? Asked Lorist. The devastation done to the Dominion is too great, and according to Nightsom, there isn't one building there that isn't damaged in some way. To rebuild the economy of the Dominion would cost mountains of gold, approximately 10,000 gold coins. Additionally, I will need to prepare some kind of dowry for the marriage, so I am currently rather short on cash. That's why that man encouraged me to sell all of it and begin my boutique anew in the capital. He said that the capital was his turf and that he would take care of everything for me, she said with a satisfied expression. Lorist almost couldn't resist applauding in admiration at the Marquis's plan. Not only is he going to return to the kingdom with a beauty in his arms, he has also acquired the gold-laying hen that she had for himself. Once the business gets set up in the capital, the young lady would effectively be demoted from being the business owner to the position of a highly paid worker, after which all the profits of the boutique would go straight into the Marquis's pockets. Lorist only hoped that the Marquis wouldn't eat everything up and at least leave something for the young mistress. So, why have you come today? Surely not to meet me for one last time? I'm going to move my stuff away tomorrow since you're already going to sell the place. There's nothing else here anymore but our memories together. Lorist realized that he was being too spiteful to the girl. Even if he told her what he thought, she probably wouldn't listen anyway and think that he was just being jealous and trying to cause discord between her and the Marquis. Forget it, people have their own fates. My encounter with her was merely like two shooting stars passing by each other, leaving behind nothing but a distinct trail of memories together. So what if I wanted to meet you one last time? I have been in love with you for over 4 years after all. While you have made me disappointed, I will never forget you. You're always like this, unwavering and merciless once you've made your decision. Don't you still feel anything for me? Aren't you going to say anything to stop me from leaving? Ever since the breakup, it's like you lost all interest in me all of a sudden. I know you hate me and cannot forgive me because this was all my own doing. But I still wanted to see you just in case we would never meet again, said the girl as she raised her voice, angered at what Lorist had just said. If there's anything she's good at, it's her unrelenting, open expression of how she felt. Sigh, standing up, Lorist continued, wouldn't it have been better to only remember our good times? There really isn't a point to meet up just to end up arguing. There is. I want to see you, to hug you and to kiss you before I leave. I know I have wronged you and I appreciate all you have done for my family without asking for much in return. I know giving you money would just be an insult to you, so I got you a few Battle Force manuals instead. I hope they will be able to help you break through, said the girl as she opened the table's drawer and took out 5 high-ranked Battle Force manuals. She then turned back and hugged Lorist, burying her head in his chest. Can you hug and kiss me one last time? Asked the girl with her eyes closed. Lorist only smiled bitterly. That girl didn't know that those manuals wouldn't be of help to him at all. Money would be much more useful for him in this case. Don't forget that you're the wife of the Marquis now, Lorist reminded her. The marriage is not officiated yet, so I'm still a free person, she replied. Seriously? What's wrong with her? No way, I don't want to make a habit out of kissing other people's lovers, said Lorist firmly. Locke, come on. Let me spend the night with you, okay? For old time's sake, said the girl as she tugged tightly on Lorist's waist, refusing to let go. Do you think that Marquis who's standing right outside the building can wait all night? I wouldn't mind leaving one last memory with you tonight, but he seems to be rather impatient, said Lorist as he looked at the horse cart parked at the entrance of the building, and the Lord Marquis was circling the horse cart as he looked towards the third-floor window from time to time instead of coming into the reception hall to wait for Wenna. Pfft! The girl instantly broke into laughter and swiftly stole a kiss from Lorist's lips. Loosening her arms around him, she said, all right, we've met, hugged and even kissed. I'm already satisfied. Farewell, Locke. Her rapid footsteps rang out as she went down the stairs, and shortly after that, the sound of the horse cart leaving slowly faded away. Sitting back on the chair, Lorist waited for a good while before saying, Els, how much longer do you plan on hiding there? Chapter 22 Locke and Els, 1. The curtains in the corner parted as a tall and slender silhouette slipped soundlessly out from the gap between the window and the bookshelf. TSK TSK TSK, even the seduction of the alluring Marchioness couldn't budge you. You definitely have a resolve of steel. It's not like there's a rule that says that you can't keep fooling around in bed even after a breakup. You're such a disappointment, and I thought I would get to enjoy a nice show later tonight. Sigh. The silhouette shook his head as if he thought that Lorist just lost a once-in-a-lifetime chance, walked a few steps forward before stopping and slapping his forehead as he said, wait, you couldn't have known that I was there. Were you just bluffing? Maybe you wouldn't have discovered me if I had stayed put. Hee, laughed Lorist lightly. Before, Lorist indeed wouldn't have noticed his presence. But ever since he broke into the dark stage, his senses have become so sharpened that he could easily detect the presence of any living being that was even as small as a rat, not to say much about a human, within a radius of 1 or 2 meters. The shadow who had stood still and quieted his breaths was totally unaware that his beating heart and the circulation of his blood was like a bright light shining in the dark night that easily caught Lorist's attention. I noticed you slipping inside the moment the young mistress put the candle away and sat down on the floor. You later sneaked around in the shadows before hiding behind the curtains. Was I right, Els? Lorist described each and every action the shadow took when he slipped into the room. Hey? That can't be. Weren't you looking at your little lover just now? I even tried to avoid your line of sight, said the shadow as he went towards the table and looked at the 5 high-ranked battle force manuals that were placed there, and continued, "Not bad, these battle force manuals are pretty rare on the market and it doesn't look like they were copied recently too. The beastskin parchment used in the book looks at least 100 years old. That ex-lover of yours really tried hard for your sake. She must have spent as much as 3,000 to 4,000 gold to purchase these original copies from certain noble families." That shadow in the room was Lorist's good friend, Brennan Evanport, or as most of his friends called him, Els. He was the nephew of the owner of the Red Grace Inn, Brennan Charlando. Having the prowess of a 2-star silver combatant, he was also a syndicate boss who managed the affairs of the 3 districts around the area. The circumstances in which Lorist got to know Els was rather comical. At that time, when Lorist was only 19, he frequently accepted missions from the mercenary guild to earn some extra cash. On one of the gathering missions he took with Charade, the 2 of them were fortunate enough to encounter a black-horned antelope, which was a low-ranked magical beast living in the mountains whose fur and horn fetched a rather high price. They spent several days of effort on tracking and hunting down that beast and brought their catch back to a nearby city with much haste. Needing to take care of something back at the academy, Charade had Lorist go back to the house they rented to start tidying it up and wait for his return before they sell the catch away. The house they rented wasn't really large and they only used it to store the tools that they might need so that they don't have to go back to the academy that often and rest up whenever they needed to. Lorist entered the house, threw the stuff in a corner and went straight into the washroom for a bath without remembering to lock up the entrance of the house. Having spent days out in the wilderness, he couldn't resist jumping into the water right away. As he was washing away happily, he heard the door open and close. Thinking that it was Charade, he called out to him a few times but nobody answered. Feeling suspicious, he went out to take a look. The moment he emerged from the bathroom, he saw a young brunette woman who was breathing ragged breaths. Upon seeing Lorist, the woman almost let out a large scream before she had her mouth muffled up by Lorist as she stared at Lorist's privates. Embarrassed and awkward, Lorist moved a few chairs in front of him to shield his bottom and put on his clothes swiftly. Before he even finished buttoning up, the woman crawled over to Lorist, hugged both of his legs and begged in a low voice, "Mister, please help me out. Save me, please." Having just come out of the bath and wearing nothing but a pair of undergarments covering his groin, given that the woman's face was so close to his wang, it would only take the slightest rub to trigger the male physiological reaction as Lorist was at the prime of his youth. Understanding his predicament, he hastily tried to get the woman to stand up and asked her what was going on. The woman refused to stand up and continued to sob as she told Lorist what had happened, all while having her arms wrapped around Lorist's legs. According to her, right after she got married to her husband, she caught the attention of a syndicate boss who lusted after her body. She said the boss set her husband up so that he would incur a huge gambling debt which could only be paid off by selling him to the slavers and sending her to work at the brothel. Having no other place to hide, she came into a random house out of desperation to evade her pursuers. That young woman, clearly noticing the change that was happening at Lorist's lower body, said that she would do anything for Lorist if he would help her out and even licked her tongue flirtatiously. It was at this moment when someone knocked on the door outside. Lorist helped the woman up, guided her to somewhere she could hide, and assured her that nobody would be able to take her away with him protecting her. Then, he took his sword out and went outside. This was Lorist's first meeting with Els. Baring his upper body and showing his lean, slender stature, Els had a shirt slung over one shoulder and a chicken drumstick in his hand. He stood there biting away as a distinct smell of alcohol emanated from his mouth. It was as if he had rushed out on short notice as he was feasting away. By his side were a few dejected men who were being scolded harshly by him. Seeing Lorist come out, Els straight up demanded for Lorist to hand the young woman over. "Don't play the fool on me. I swear I saw her go into your house just now. If you're interested in her body, I don't mind renting her to you for an afternoon for only 1 large silver. Come on, I know you don't want any trouble too." Lorist instantly retorted, "Stinking thug, Don't think that I'm like the likes of you, always lusting after all women like you've never had one before. Get out of my sight or face the consequences." Within but a few exchanges, the two screamed at each other and started to break into a fight. Much to Lorist's surprise, Els was a rather upright syndicate boss who didn't order all his henchmen to surround him at once but rather just picked one of them who was at the Iron Battle Force rank to take care of him. Maybe he had seen Lorist's Battle Force badge and didn't want to be accused of bullying Lorist. Naturally, Iron ranks were far from enough to take care of Lorist, and all of Els' henchmen lost one after another. Not willing to believe the scene transpiring in front of him, Els himself went up against Lorist, thinking that Lorist would surrender right away given his 1-star Silver Battle Force rank. He then subsequently lost to Lorist. Thinking that he probably lost due to bad luck or silly carelessness, he tried time and again and ended up losing even on the 5th time. In the end, he made the excuse that his footing was unstable due to being under the influence of alcohol. Lorist merely laughed at his relentlessness and his reluctance to accept his loss even though Els himself was the one who begged Lorist to stop thrashing him. Lightly kicking Els a few times, Lorist merely asked that he get out of his sight, but Els still refused to leave and even said that his reinforcements are coming while holding Lorist's legs tightly. He said that if Lorist could defeat his reinforcements, he would leave that woman alone and no longer cause her any trouble. Hearing that, Lorist could only stay there, given that his legs were being tugged by Els. He couldn't bear to end Els's life with one sword either. Since he wasn't willing to let go, Lorist got back at him by stepping on him as he willed. Els didn't mind it either and even chatted with some passers-by once in a while under Lorist's heel. Lorist felt that he was really unfortunate to have met someone like this and was embarrassed to have been seen with him by the people around them. However, he noticed that the old couple living nearby did not fear that syndicate boss at all and even teased him for being stepped on by someone else. Els merely made the excuse that he drank too much and wasn't in his best shape today. It was around this time when his uncle, Charlando, came over. Seeing Els being stepped on by Lorist, he was filled with rage and pulled his sword out without a single word. Lorist kicked Els aside and drew his own sword to face that 1-star gold combatant. Lorist, initially thinking that Els's reinforcement would only be silver ranks at best, was rather unlucky to be facing a gold rank expert. At that time, Lorist hasn't reached the peak of the iron rank yet and only trained in his family's blazing battle force and not the aquametal technique. It did not take Charlando more than 8 moves to knock Lorist's sword away and utterly defeat him. Els stood up with a face full of bruises and gave Lorist's stomach 2 forceful punches. "Aha, just now you were pummeling me so gleefully. Now it's your turn." Taking the blows with much unwillingness, Lorist broke into a barrage of insults towards Els for attempting to force a poor woman into prostitution. Els returned the insults and said that Lorist didn't know what was good for him and bullied people with his strength. Charlando, hearing the contents of the insults, felt that something was wrong, and forced those two to stop and explain the situation to him. After both of them told Charlando their version of events, they looked at each other with much bafflement as the things they had just described were totally different. Els said with much agitation, "What do you mean I'm blinded by lust and set her husband up and made him incur a gambling debt? That woman's husband was a sailor and is only home once in 3 to 4 months. She is also pretty disloyal to her husband and frequently spends nights with many other men. Additionally, she is also a gambling addict. Just last night, she attempted to cheat some money from my casino and was found out by my subordinate. She had already owed 3 gold coins by that time and wasn't able to repay it. Seeing that she still looked young enough, I was sent her to the brothel to earn some money to pay the debt back. Who knew that this afternoon, she stole the money bag of one of the visitors to the brothel and made a run for it. That was why I was chasing her. With all those women willingly selling their bodies away, why would I go out of my way to force one woman into prostitution? Just go ask the old couple living next door. They know the sailor, sir, personally." Seeing the old couple nodding gingerly to what Els had said, Lorist really wanted to dig a hole and jump inside it to hide his embarrassment until Charlando reminded him to check if that woman was still hiding in the house. Lorist tried to open the door only to find that it had been locked from the inside and even felt that it might have been barricaded by some furniture. She didn't answer him when he called either. Having run out of options, Lorist circulated his battle force and knocked the door open only to discover an empty room. The woman was gone along with his money and valuables in the room. Even the fur and the black horn of the catch he had just brought back was missing. Upon further investigation, they discovered that the woman had escaped from the window at the back of the house. But, how had she carried all the things she stole? After another few hours, one of Elsa's subordinates brought a horse-cart driver over who said that the woman that came to him said that she had been locked inside the house by her husband who wouldn't let her go visit her sick mother. She said that was why she had to leave the house with her dowry from the back window as the front door had been locked by her husband. When questioned about the weapons that she had brought along with her, she said that her husband used to be a mercenary who now only lays around at home and refuses to go take up some missions, and that her husband had used her dowry to purchase these weapons. To prevent her husband from losing it through his gambling addiction, she said that she had to bring those things away and only hand it back to him if her husband would one day regret his ways. The crowd merely sighed in admiration of her dauntless behavior of taking all those stuff with her and leaving through the back alley when the fellows were out there fighting. The alley was only 10 or so meters away from the house and she could have been easily discovered should she make the slightest mistake. Lorist wanted to cry his lungs out but couldn't let out any tears. His attempt of saving a helpless woman had cost him over 10 gold coins. Looks like he would have to starve himself quite often in the near future. Didn't the books always say that good people end up being rewarded for doing good deeds? Lorist had to admit that he was a little swayed by the woman as she looked rather good and also had a pretty nice figure. Given that Lorist still hadn't slept with a woman at that time since he came over to Grindia, he reacted rather easily to that woman's hug. He even thought that he might have been able to take the woman as his personal maidservant after he chased the thugs away. The stories in the books were lies. Not only did I not get the damsel, I lost all my possessions to her too, thought Lorist as he sulked on the ground with much regret. The cart driver said that the reason he got here so quickly was because the woman had already got off the cart by the river 2 districts away. But, nobody had any thoughts of going after her as that river was a pretty well-known port in the area. Once she got on a boat, she would probably end up sailing to one of the many lake cities of the Folic Plains and would never be easily found again. Els pat Lorist on the shoulder a few times as he felt a mix of anger and amusement, and said, "All right, the merchants have a saying that goes, losing money is better than losing one's life, which is usually uttered after an encounter with bandits. I wish the same to you since you are in such a predicament. I won't hold today's grudge against you since you've probably suffered enough. All right guys, let's go back." This marked the end of Lorist's first meeting with Els. Both of them lost something during this encounter. Els lost the battle while Lorist lost his money and valuables. Chapter 23 Locke and Els, 2. The second time he encountered Lorist, Els was naked and seemed like he was running away from something. Lorist could not find any words to describe a person who was covered in plaster and running around without any clothes on. It has already been a month since the incident where Lorist attempted to save that thieving woman from Els. Charade had only just recently stopped bringing the whole matter up over and over again, much to Lorist's relief. Additionally, he was fortunate enough to find himself be employed by a nobleman to train his son in the ways of the sword with a salary of 3 gold fords a month. Originally, that noble had wanted instructor Claude to be the tutor, but as Claude didn't have any extra time, he recommended Lorist to the noble instead. One night after he finished tutoring the nobleman's child, Lorist was in the mood of getting some food on his way to the academy. "I recall that there's a stall just around the corner that sells salted beef kebabs. Charade bought them for me once before and they tasted pretty good. All right, let's get some of those along with a barrel of ale before heading back to the academy to have it with that fatty." The moment he finished his thought, a naked person covered in a layer of white appeared to be rushing towards him. "Soul, I think I've just seen a lunatic." Lorist hurriedly took a few steps back and prepared to evade that crazy fellow. Who knew that the moment that man passed by Lorist, he looked him in the eye and instantly stopped before saying, "Hey, it's you, my brother. Thank goodness, help me out a little and lend me your jacket." Lorist was just about to shake that man off when he felt that he had heard that voice before. "Hey? Isn't this Els?" Els, who was taking deep breaths beside him, was covered in white plaster from head to toe and looked like a piece of abstract artwork. "What are you up to now?" asked Lorist with a hint of surprise in his voice. Since when had any syndicate boss ever shown any dedication or interest to street art? "Don't even talk about it. You just have to know that I lost a bet with someone. Now, quickly lend me your jacket for a while," said Els with much urgency. "Oh well, since it doesn't look like it'll be raining tonight, I don't see any harm in lending it to him," thought Lorist as he removed the jacket and handed it to Els before he immediately broke into a run and gave Lorist a warning, "You better make a run for it too, otherwise it'll be too late." "Why would I have to run? I'm not crazy like you," thought Lorist as he turned the other way only to find a group of people holding fire irons and metal buckets marching in his way. What are they planning to do? Are they going to help clean the streets at this time of the night? Before Lorist even understood the situation, some people around him pointed to him and said, "He's with that man. He lent his jacket to that asshole. Stop him. Don't let him escape. Beat him up." Utterly confused by the situation, Lorist was surrounded by the group of people who started to hit him with whatever they had in their hands. Shielding his head with his arms, he said, "Hey, stop. What's going on?" The crowd erupted into a cacophony of noise and not one of them could be heard clearly. Lorist wanted to retaliate but he hesitated as the people hitting him were only normal folk who did not have an ounce of battle force. He thought it would be better to hold back lest he accidentally commits manslaughter. Grudgingly, he could only circulate his battle force to absorb the hits from the crowd. One old woman walked towards him with a bucket in hand and demanded that he disperse his battle force. "Hey!" Lorist didn't understand why she would say that. "I asked you to stop using your battle force," cried the old woman. "Why should I? If you don't, how can I teach you a lesson? Otherwise, given my age, I would only tire myself out by continuously hitting you like this," said the old woman with a tone that she used to lecture her grandchildren. The surrounding people were also tired out and stopped the beating. The people beside the crowd continued to struggle to squeeze in to try to get a look at what was happening in there. "Where's that prick? Have you got him? Bring him out here." As the chatter around him quieted down, Lorist let out a breath of relief, dispersed his battle force, and said to the old woman, "All right, why don't you tell me what's going?" Before he finished his sentence, he could only see the bucket slowly enlarging before his face and land squarely on it, causing him to see nothing but stars. He let out a groan of pain and could faintly hear the old woman say something along the lines of, "That's what you get." Bam! Another noise rang out from the impact. "Who asked you to peek at the women's bath?" Badonk! While pretending to be a stone statue. Just as he was going to activate his battle force again to protect himself, he suddenly came to a realization at hearing what the old woman had said and understood why Els had been running around nude covered in plaster just now. "Good soul, Els. You better not let me find you. It wasn't me." "Stoke off," Lorist let out an agonizing voice. Having landed on the ground from the swing of the bucket, he desperately tried to crawl out from the crowd as myriads of blows hammered down on his body. In the end, he managed to escape with his clothes in tatters. Right as he was about to sit down at a corner to catch his breath, a stranger who thought that he was a beggar tossed him a copper coin out of kindness given his pitiful appearance. Lorist held the coin in his hand and gnawed his teeth as he mused to himself, "Els. You really have done it this time. Just you wait." But where was he to find Els? Lorist recalled that Charade had said that Els seldom stayed in a fixed location and was almost impossible to find. While he held the position of a syndicate boss and had 3 districts under his jurisdiction, the affairs of the districts were usually handled by his subordinates. However, Els greatly feared that uncle of his, who happened to be the owner of the Red Grace Inn. "I know, I'll just head to his uncle's place." Given his upright demeanor, if he knew that Els was fooling around and peeking in the women's bathroom by posing as a stone statue, I'm sure he would teach Els a lesson he would never forget. Lorist spent quite a little effort to call for a horse cart, as most of them thought that he was just a beggar and were unwilling to stop for him. When he finally got on one, he asked the driver to send him to the Red Grace Inn. The moment he got off the cart, the driver reminded him kindly, "Mister, while I'm sure there's a reason why you're dressed like that, you better change before going in or you'll probably be chased outside. I wish you a good night, sir." Fortunately, Lorist wasn't thrown out of the inn, as Charlando recognized him from that time he beat up his nephew. The only question that lingered within that man's heart was, how did a person with Lorist's abilities get roughed up to that point? While he wasn't bleeding out from any wounds, his face had been covered in bluish-black bruises. "How did you end up like that?" asked Charlando. "Hi, mister. Have you seen Els? This was all his fault." Lorist subsequently explained the events that transpired to Charlando and expressed his regret from having offered Els his help and wished that he had just left him for dead. With a grim expression, Charlando instructed the serving girl, Louise, to get Lorist a cup of blackcurrant ale before going out to look for Els. It didn't take long for him to return to the inn with Els in hand. He was still dressed in his pajamas that had several boot marks on it. It was evident that he had been kicked out of bed and dragged over here by his uncle. "So you've been peeking in the women's bath while posing as a statue, hey? Instead of spending your time on something worthwhile, you're going around peeping at the ladies." Els retorted and said, "That wasn't peeking. I was only practicing my stealth abilities. Who's interested at looking at a bunch of old women bathing?" Pushing Els in front of Lorist, the old man said, "Speak, what happened just now?" Els was shocked to see Lorist in such a state. "Oh my, what happened to you? Weren't you looking fine just now?" Struggling to resist the urge of smashing the cup against Els's face, Lorist said, "What did you think happened? Why was the mob chasing after you? You still dare to ask what happened to me?" Els instantly understood. "Oh, so you were caught by them. Didn't I warn you to run away as well? Do you regret not listening to me? Good. Good soul. It wasn't me who went to peep in the bath," screamed Lorist, enraged. "Don't get so angry, bro. Fine, I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you. How about this, I'll treat you to a drink tonight. Order as much as you like," said Els graciously as he pat Lorist on the shoulder. "Solution. He thinks that I'll be placated by a few cups of ale?" Lorist suddenly felt more rage than ever before. Having seen Els's character during the last time, he should have never bothered to come look for him here in the first place. Stepping out of his bounds, Els instructed the serving girls to treat all the guests at the inn to a cup of ale and bathed in their praises, totally ignoring the grim expression of his uncle. Giving him a heavy slap, Charlando said, "Where have you got the money to treat these people? You better settle this issue tonight or I'll break both of your legs myself lest you go embarrass me even further." Finally entering a serious mood, Els admitted that he had sneaked into the bath as a result of losing a bet with someone. He told the people present of his dream to study the ways of a rogue from the magic era. The rogues of ancient times were not like the common thieves of this age but were people who specialized in stealth, lockpicking, tracking, investigation, traps and even assassination. There were also legends of powerful rogue guilds that struck fear deep into the hearts of many. Els continued to say that given the dark attribute battle force passed down through his family, he believed that his ancestors might have been one of the enigmatic rogues during the era of the magic civilization and said that he aspired to train hard and one day rediscover the lost arts of the mysterious rogues. One day during a drinking session with a friend, he bragged about how he was the descendant of the mystical rogues that once roamed the world. His friend said that if the skills of the rogue were that potent, it would definitely have been passed down throughout the generations. Do you remember the book you showed me that told of a tale of a hero of the magic civilization? Asked his friend. It was said that a rogue had sneaked into the bathroom of a princess from an enemy kingdom and overheard her discussing the plans to take down the hero with her lover. While I won't ask you to sneak into a royal bath, you should at least be able to enter that bathhouse at that street over there. If you can stay there until the bathhouse closes without being discovered, I'll believe that the ancient rogues were truly as powerful as you have claimed. Els accepted the dare only to discover that sneaking in was the easy part. The bath was a really wide room that had no corners for him to hide in and only had a number of bathtubs cluttered around in the middle. There was no blind spot at all. Later, Els discovered a statue that had been discarded at a corner of the bath which looked more or less like a standing man in deep thought. So in the following night, Els creeped into the bath again, broke the statue into pieces and moved it out of the bath. On the second night, he covered himself in white powder and stood in the very same corner that statue was it. Els was confident that he would not be discovered by the unsuspecting customers as long as he did not move about too much given the relatively low light in the bathhouse and the steam that further aided in blurring one's vision. While everything seemed perfect on paper, there was no way to account for unexpected situations. Coincidentally on that night, two young women walked over towards Els and stopped beside him to share some secrets. The curvaceous girl told the story of the pleasurable night she had with her lover the night before while the other girl listened with much awe and envy. As the girl told her story, she accidentally knocked the towel that Els had wrapped around his genitals away. He was startled to find the curvaceous girl pointing at his member as she said to the other girl, "Here, take a look. Men's cocks usually look like that. While it's small and harmless right now, you only have to give it a light rub to get it hard and long. It'll enlarge even more quickly if you use your mouth." As she explained away, she used her hands to demonstrate it on Elsa's junk. "Come on, try it out yourself like how I'm doing it. I guarantee that most men would get hard in no time." The girl merely stood beside the statue with her mouth agape as the well-endowed one continued on, "Pay attention. It's done like this. It's already turning hard. If you go at it longer, it will start to let out some secretions." She continued to stroke so hard as she chatted away until the male organ sprayed out a thick, white liquid. "That was too fast. And this is even smaller than my boyfriend's, how useless and disappointing," commented the girl. Els really couldn't take it anymore, especially after the girl made that final comment, which greatly wounded his pride. Pushing the two girls away, Els leaped towards the exit with a wounded heart as her comment reverberated in his mind. "The statue's alive. Lady Goddess, what in the world is going on? No, wait. That's a man. There's a naked man in the bath. Catch him." The curvaceous girl suddenly came to a realization and blushed heavily before saying, "Catch that asshole. I swear I will kill him," as the whole bathhouse erupted into chaos. The stocky women standing guard at the bathhouse entrance saw Els run past them without a single article of clothing on him and were totally dumbfounded. "Freeze! Stop, you pathetic peeping jerk!" The rest of the people on the street soon joined the chase. Having just came out of the bathhouse without anything to wear, he could only continue running until he saw Lorist nearby. Their second encounter also ended with injuries to both sides. Lorist suffered physical blows while Els suffered mental ones to his pride and even sulked about the matter for quite some time. Chapter 24 Locke and Els, 3. The skies looked crystal clear with the sun emitting its radiance high up in the sky as if it was foretelling the pleasant weather of the rest of the day. It was the vacation season for the academy and Charade took up a private request which required Loris to go all over the place for 3 whole days to finally obtain the things that they needed for the mission. These items were special trapping cages that were commonly used against small magical beasts. At the moment, Loris and Yuri were piling the cages up on a large 4-wheeled horse cart. Yuri was a student of the Dawn Academy and was also an assistant instructor for their horsemanship course with a battle force rank of 2-star iron. Like Loris, he worked and studied part-time and frequently joined up with other mercenaries to accept low-ranked missions for some extra money. After loading all 14 cages onto the cart and fastening them on with a long rope, Lorist went over everything they had to bring with them once more to ensure that he didn't miss anything out. Having finished all the checking, he took out a water skin and drank a few gulps and patiently waited for Charade to come over. Private requests were different from normal mercenary missions, as the requests were often not processed by the mercenary guilds and were negotiated personally between the requester and the accepting party. While this allowed one to avoid paying the referral fee to the mercenary guild, it wasn't without its risks. It wasn't uncommon for occurrences like sudden mission cancellations, payment refusals, or even threats of violence to avoid payment to happen. But the fee collected by mercenary guilds were often rather high, sometimes even up to 40% of the wages. If the rewards were favorable, certain mercenaries would opt to negotiate the request privately instead of having a guild act as a middleman. "Hey, Locke, my brother, what are you up to?" asked Els as he walked over, wearing a large overcoat and giving the cages on the cart and the carriage a curious look. "Oh, you're going on a mission again, aren't you?" Lorist felt a headache welling up with Els's arrival, as the other 2 times when he met him had caused him much suffering. During the first time they met, he had lost quite a bit of money. While Lorist admitted that he was partly at fault for that, he believed that had Els not clung to him for so long, he would have been able to return to his room earlier and might have been able to catch the thieving woman red-handed and stop her in time. Their second encounter, however, ended badly, even though all Lorist did was lend Els his coat. The part that most infuriated him was the fact that he had been pummeled by normal, non-combatant civilians without being able to resist, in fear that he would critically injure them by accident. Those 2 encounters left a deep impression of Els being a bringer of bad luck in Lorist's heart. Lorist made a mental note to be on guard lest he get wrapped up in any more troublesome business. Els was oblivious to how Lorist felt about him and even believed that they had already become close friends, judging by the way he intimately referred to Lorist as his brother. Seeing the preparations Lorist was making, he thought that he would offer some advice as his senior. "Hey, I say, Lorist, there's no point going after small magical beasts like those. As a mercenary, you should set your sights further. Haven't you thought about venturing to places like the magical beast forest at the Sunset Mountains, the Doomsday Coast of the Jigda Kingdom, or even the Urabaha subterranean caverns? While these places are much more dangerous without question, you'll get much more benefits from those places. Didn't you hear about the Unicorn Mercenary Corps who made it back from an expedition to the magical beast forest? They really made a killing from that trip. All of the members earned up to 100 gold fords each," babbled Els, occasionally letting out drops of saliva from his mouth as he spoke. Lorist rolled his eyes as he heard Els name one dangerous place after another, as he thought, "You want an iron-ranked mercenary like me to become the dinner of those savage magical beasts? And I bet you didn't hear the full story of the Unicorn Corps either. Of the 125 silver-ranked people in their troop who went into the magical beast forest, only 43 returned alive a month later. The captain and vice-captain, who were gold-ranked experts, even broke down in tears at the hall of the mercenary guild like little children after making their mission report. How do you even have the free time to walk around like this with your position as a syndicate boss? What would you know about the matters of us mercenaries?" rebuked Lorist without holding back in the slightest. "Hat, I bet your attitude would be different if you knew that I was in fact a mercenary myself, a silver-ranked one at that," said Els as he casually took out a silver-ranked mercenary badge and pinned it on his chest. "Eh? Why would a syndicate boss like you need a silver-ranked mercenary badge? It's not like you would be using it," questioned Lorist. He got his iron-ranked badge back when he was still in the academy taking up missions from time to time. He got a silver-ranked one from the Mercenary Guild after he became a syndicate boss, answered Charade. Turning his head towards Charade's direction, Lorist saw that he had returned with Turman and 2 horses. Turman was a member of the Enforcement Division with a 1-star silver rank and was also one of Lorist's good friends in the academy. Pointing at Els and turning his head towards Turman and Yuri, Charade said, "Guys, This is Brennan Evanport. He's an alumnus of the Dawn Academy and is also your senior. He used to be my classmate in the past, but he graduated early to take up the position of a syndicate boss. Nice to meet you, I'm Yoan Ridest. Just call me Yuri. Good day, I'm Wapri Turman. Els nodded to the both of them and asked curiously, Fatty, where are you guys going on this mission? We're going to the Callisto Hills to exterminate some Metal Eater rats. Metal Eater rats were, as their name suggested, rats whose main diet consisted of metals. With their size rivaling that of most dogs, they were classified as small magical beasts that lived in swarms in the lower levels of mines. Despite their small size, Metal Eater rats were notorious for attacking relentlessly until their last breath once agitated. Upon encountering one of them, one should calm down and look as threatening as possible and slowly retreat to a safe distance. However, any person with a battle force rank of 1-star bronze could easily dispatch a lone Metal Eater rat. However, most of the time the rats often appeared in groups and relied on their numbers to swarm their enemies. Having taken the magical beast biology course offered by his academy, Lorist understood that lone Metal Eater rats were far and few and would only wander off from their group during mating season. Legend says that the very first magical beast that the first human, who miraculously reawakened the long-lost dormant battle force within his blood, had taken down was a lone Metal Eater rat. Had he encountered a whole swarm of those critters, he would have perished undoubtedly, and who knew how many more years the humans had to suffer during the dark times. Given that the Metal Eater rat was fed upon by many other dangerous magical beasts, they had to be eradicated immediately upon discovery, because if the numbers of the rats increase, it would attract the presence of even more fearsome predators to the mines that preyed on the rats and bring further disaster to the mining operations there. One way to get rid of them was to hunt down all the Metal Eater rat queens so that the rest of the swarm would leave the area. One of the more famous mining incidents that had been documented happened in one of the gold mines of the Roman Empire. As a result of not adequately managing the Metal Eater rat crisis, 2 gigantic single-horned rock pythons made the mines their home and caused more than 3,000 deaths. In the end, the Empire's government had to dispatch a team of more than 60 gold-ranked experts who were led by a sword saint to handle the situation, but it was not without a price. The members of the team had suffered quite a number of casualties as well. The aftermath was that more than 40 noble houses that had been placed in charge of the mines had been severely punished and relinquished of their ranks. Following that incident, the mining operations over the whole continent was always highly alert against potential Metal Eater rat infestations and made sure to get rid of the problem before it becomes exacerbated. "Why aren't Steve and the others here?" asked Lorist. "Sigh, do you know about the nature drawing trip the second-year art course students are organizing? Steve brought the Kell brothers along to serve as their guard." "That's right, he thinks that going on the trip to protect some beauties is more important than going to clear an infestation out with us," said Charade with a tone of frustration. He had made so much effort to prepare the necessary equipment they would need for the mission, but he had forgotten to invite enough people to join them. Elsa's eyes instantly lit up. "Hey, Fatty, why not I go along with you guys?" Surprised, Charade said, "Why would you want to come along? Aren't you fine and dandy being a syndicate boss and all? There's no need for you to go venturing with us. Additionally, this is a private request, so the risk involved is much higher." Lorist instantly objected, "Don't joke around, Charade. Mr. Syndicate Boss there only wants to go to places like the Magical Beast Forest and the Doomsday Coast. There's no way he would want to exterminate some petty rats with us in some mines. He's just kidding around." Els instantly responded in a serious tone, "I'm not joking, dude. To be honest, Charade there knows that I didn't accept the position of the syndicate boss because I wanted to. It was my boys who forced me to take up that post. I really couldn't help it. Since they're handling all the work for me, I've been rather bored recently with nothing much to do. So, I thought that it would be a great idea for me to join you guys on this expedition. How I miss the days when I ventured along my fellow schoolmates. Charade, you've known me for years, so you should be able to tell what kind of person I am. Just let me come along, I'll gladly make up for your lack of manpower. I'm sure I can protect myself well enough given my abilities. This, mumbled Charade hesitantly. No way, said Lorist adamantly. If we let this disaster magnet join us, we might as well go laze around at home instead of having to bear the consequences. Fatty, you know the type of battle force I train in and my unique skills. I will be nothing but help for you guys at the mines, persuaded Els. Hey? What kind of skills is he talking about? Lorist's curiosity was roused. Locke, why do you object to his joining us? Asked Charade. It wasn't like Lorist could say that Els brought bad luck just because of 1 or 2 encounters. We haven't been on missions with him before, so I'm worried about our compatibility. Relieved that he thought up a convincing excuse, Lorist wiped the sweat of his face. I'll definitely follow all orders, said Els. You promise? Charade asked. Promise. All right, welcome to the gang. I, Charade, will be the leader of this party. Go make your preparations and come back here within half an hour. This trip to the Callisto Hills will take about 20 days, you're okay with that, right? Announced Charade. No problem. Leader, I think it would be better for us to meet up at the Red Grace Inn before we leave. We often get customers who make their private requests there, and maybe I could ask my uncle to check whether your client has a credible background before we set out. Maybe we might even be able to accept certain requests that can be fulfilled on our way to the mines. Just tell my uncle that I sent you there, he'll know about it the moment he sees Locke, said Els, who already offered the party a substantial amount of help the moment he joined. Charade was instantly moved. He wasn't aware that the Red Grace Inn secretly handled private requests such as these right under the noses of the mercenary guilds. Then again, it was a rather good operation to mercenaries, as accepting missions from the inn usually had much less risks since the owners wouldn't vouch for people they didn't know well enough. All right then, we'll gather at the Red Grace Inn. Even before Charade opened his mouth, the moment the owner of the inn saw Lorist and heard that they were going on a trip, he brought out a notebook that recorded the requests of many other clients and searched for some that Lorist's party could complete along the way. Having seen the contents of the notebook, Charade noticed that most of the requests were merely simple errands and want-to-buys. If these were submitted to the mercenary guilds, they would usually be taken up by bronze or iron-ranked mercenaries. Given the fees of the guilds, there weren't that profitable, and so not many mercenaries would go out of their way to work on those missions. If these requests were made at the inn, however, people would be more willing to take them up as they would earn quite a sum without paying any extra fees. After discussing with his team, Charade decided to take up 17 side missions that would earn each of them an extra gold fort of income. Charlando also mentioned that while the payment wasn't that high, they were quite abundant in number, and he often found it hard to get trusted mercenaries who would be willing to carry them out. If the party was able to complete these without a hitch, he said that they would be welcome to come for more missions in the future. Els later came over wearing a brand new fire salamander leather armor. The skin of the fire salamander had the peculiar quality of keeping one's body warm as well as driving insects away, and was particularly suited for underground excursions. However, the price of the material was rather high and was not something that most adventurers and mercenaries could afford. On the leather armor was a badge of a silver-ranked mercenary. Els loudly introduced his new party members to the customers of the inn as if he was afraid that they wouldn't notice that he was about to go on a mission. Lorist felt that it was weird that Els's uncle didn't mind the fact that his nephew was about to join their party, and even treated all the party members to a cup of blackcurrant ale whilst wishing them luck on their mission. Finally leaving from the city gates, Charade approached the cart on horseback and asked Els, who was in the middle of a conversation with Lorist, why does your uncle trust Locke so easily? He instantly brought the request notebook out the moment Locke showed his face. Lorist found this part weird too, as he had only met Charlando twice, with their first meeting even ending up in them fighting. Why did that old guy treat him so well? Giving Lorist a lazy glance, Els said unenthusiastically, that old guy says that Locke was a person of good character, given how he foolishly protected that thieving woman that one time due to his sense of justice. He also didn't resist the pummeling of the crowd of common folk the other time and would rather endure their blows than risk accidentally injuring them. My uncle said that people like that were rare and even asked me to learn from his behavior. What he didn't take note of was how I, a silver-ranked combatant, would rather run away from that mob than simply beating them down in the first place. I believe that on that front, I was behaving way more graciously than Locke was. Tisk. Lorist clicked his mouth and said, "Don't forget that you were running for your life stark naked at that time." The gang instantly erupted in laughter. Chapter 25 Locke and Els, 4. The Callisto Hills was situated at the borders of the Folic Plains and was connected to the Didanini Mountains. It was also in the area between the Dwarven Kingdom and the Ford Trade Union. According to the old legends, the remaining Magi at the end times of the magic civilization opened a dimensional portal and sent the other sentient beings on the Grindia continent to different worlds to ensure that the humans would survive the oncoming tribulations and wouldn't have to compete with the other races. For some reason, however, they missed out the dwarves who had been living around the Didanini Mountains, and slowly, with the passing of 2,000 or so years, they had built up their very own kingdom. Currently, this was the only other sentient being on the Grindia continent apart from the humans. Given the tendency for the dwarves to reside within mountain ranges, however, they rarely had any conflict with the humans and was even on trading terms. While the Callisto Mountains was technically in the territory of the Ford Trade Union, the Union didn't hold much governing power in the area. Given the nature of the battle-crazed mountain folk, the trade union treaded carefully and was careful not to offend them in the slightest, lest a large-scale conflict erupts. At the moment, the council was considering splitting the Callisto Mountains into several districts in the future and letting those who had contributed to the union govern it. After 3 days and 2 nights of travel, Lorist and gang finally arrived at their destination, Baka Village. The middle-aged village chief, who was also the requester and the owner of the mines, Bam, welcomed them. Bam was also one of Lorist's senior students in the academy. With his father having enlisted in the trade union army to fend off the Chrisan Empire's invasion, he retired to the village due to his injuries and resolved himself to make the village prosper after seeing all the progress that is being made at the outside world, and barely managed to send Bam to the Dawn Academy. Bam took up 2 additional professional courses, namely, resource foraging and mine management. However, given that those courses were rather unpopular and the quality of the lecturers were subpar, he only managed to learn those things in theory and never got any practical experience. The academy subsequently discontinued those courses. After returning to the village, Bam spent 5 to 6 years cultivating the skills he had learned and managed to discover several veins of silver and tin ore at a hill near the village. While the excavation amount wasn't humongous, it was enough to support the livelihood of 6 other villages around it. The discovery of the mines wiped out poverty and famine from the surrounding villages. Additionally, Bam also used a part of the profit from the ore mines to fund several talented youngsters to go to Moronti City for further studies. The whole gang felt that Senior Bam was pretty impressive for his willingness to forsake the possibility of a grand lifestyle in Moronti City for the sake of developing his village and community. Yuri and Lorist were most impressed with how he used the extra money to sponsor the village youths, as they understood that the costs of studying at Moronti City wasn't cheap. Very frankly, Bam told them about how he first encountered traces of Metal Eater rats within the vicinity of the mines. Being an iron-ranked swordsman, he formed a group to go take care of the pests. It was not until a while later that they discovered that the infestation wasn't as simple as they had thought, and over the past year, they had killed more than 10 of those rats on multiple occasions already. Just 2 months ago, an attack by a swarm of Metal Eater rats had killed 3 and injured 5 of the miners. That was when he finally decided to end it once and for all and summoned all the villagers who had battle force to go on an extermination mission down the mines, including Bam. There were 3 iron-ranked fighters and 11 bronze-ranked fighters in total. However, the extermination did not succeed, as the swarm of rats numbered more than 100 and the party of 14 were hard-pressed and not one of them escaped unscathed. Even though they managed to wipe out 30 or so rats, they had struggled to retreat under the relentless attacks of the rat swarm, and 9 of them ended up with rather severe injuries. Since that failed attempt, Bam understood the magnitude of the problem and had no choice but to seek aid from mercenaries. After treating all of those who had been injured, the village was only left with less than 30 gold coins, and their dire financial straits was further exacerbated by the temporary closing of the mines. Being only able to offer 10 or so gold coins as a mission reward, and given the referral fee of 5 gold coins charged by the mercenary guild, most mercenaries were hesitant on taking the mission up. Recalling that the students of the Dawn Academy often went on mercenary missions, he reached out to the villagers who were studying there and managed to get in contact with Charade. Having listened to Bam's description of the situation, the party was convinced that this mission had relatively low risk, as Bam was a rather credible person. Charade went on to brief the rest of them about the situation. There was an estimated amount of 200 to 300 Metal Eater rats. With their forces of 3 silver ranks and 2 iron ranks, even if they couldn't wipe out all of the rats, it shouldn't be a problem for them to take out the Rat Queen and cause the rats to leave the mines. While a reward of 18 gold coins for the rat extermination was a little lacking, it was already rather favorable for Charade's party, as Bam would also be bringing along 2 other bronze swordsmen to guide them in the mines as well as manage their equipment for no extra charge. The most lucrative point of the mission was that any loot or gains obtained during it belonged solely to the party. There might be a possibility of finding gold nuggets and other rare metals in the rat nests which could be sold for quite a sum. The party decided to rest up for the day before setting out tomorrow. While the meat of the Metal Eater rat is a little sour, it is undoubtedly safe to consume and would taste even better if they were made into jerky. The organs and blood of the rat, however, had to be removed completely, as high concentrations of toxic minerals resided within them. The rat's most threatening feature are their front teeth, which are really durable and can be sold for 1 small silver each on the market. Their pelt, however, was worthless, as it had a distinct foul smell that attracted insects which couldn't be removed no matter how it was treated, so they are normally discarded. Within the mines, Els was assigned the role of the scout and vanguard, while Charade, Yuri, and Turman were positioned in the middle, and Lorist, Bam and the other 2 swordsmen constituted the rear guard. At the moment, Lorist was telling Bam what he had learned about the rats from the magical beast biology lessons. The Metal Eater rats hate the smell of pine trees, especially that of their roots. The concoction we sprayed around the entrance was to limit the range of activity of the rats and prevent them from running all over the place. This was the result of the research that was completed last year by Professor Snadborg of our Magical Beast Biology department. He was even rewarded 20,000 gold fords for this. As long as you apply this pesticide on a regular basis at the mine entrance, you would be free from Metal Eater rat infestations. To top that off, it's not that expensive at all. A large bucket of it only costs about 3 gold fords and can last for as long as a month. After using this for a year or 2, a natural pine smell will form around the mines and you won't have to use it any longer. Senior Bam, please consider this quickly, as we have a limited supply. You can only get these from Academy insiders, so please feel free to make your order with us. Lorist was really enthusiastic about promoting the pesticide, as he stood to gain 1 gold ford for every bucket sold. If he managed to sell 12 buckets per year, that would mean an extra 12 gold fords of income for him annually without breaking a sweat. As they descended further into the mines, they wiped out 2 waves of rats along the way, which numbered up to more or less 200 of them. The performance and efficacy of the team greatly impressed Bam and the bronze swordsman that followed along. With Charade, Els, and Turman standing at 3 points around him with him in the middle, Yuri proved to be quite capable at supporting the team and allowed the rest to slaughter the rats without worry. Lorist himself was even more amazing. He moved separately from the rest of them and easily took care of as many rats as those in the formation himself without getting even a single bloodstain on him. Senior Bam and his attendants were embarrassed at the fact that 9 out of their group of 14 had incurred severe injuries on their previous extermination attempt after seeing how Lorist's group killed the rats easily and effortlessly, as if it were just a common training exercise. After killing off the remaining rats in the second wave, the party decided to rest for a while as they removed the valuable parts of the rat that could be sold for money. Yuri took out a large plier and used it to pluck the front teeth of all the rats. Having been told by Lorist that the meat of the rats was edible, Bam requested the group to give the meat to them to help alleviate the food shortage problem in their village. Having rested up and eaten some dry rations, Charade instructed the group to split up and led Turman and Yuri into the left cavern while Lorist and Els headed for the right one. Given that most of the rats had been exterminated, all that was left was to take care of the Rat Queen. Slinging the bag filled with rat teeth on his back, Lorist casually smeared some of the pesticide on the walls of the cavern as he walked along the path. "What are you up to?" Els asked. Lorist responded by telling Els about the effects of the pesticide half-heartedly, given that Els would not be interested in purchasing any of it from him anyway. Els doubted the efficacy of the pesticide however, and they broke into an argument. Having walked for quite some time and reaching the end of the road, they didn't discover any more rats. Els said, "Let's go back. There's no point in remaining here." Just as he finished his words, the rock wall in front of him suddenly jolted and cracked open with a loud sound. A head of a large beast emerged from the hole in the wall, sniffed the air around it and leaped in Lorist and Elsa's direction. "What is that?" exclaimed Lorist in shock as he dropped the torch in his hand. "Isn't this fellow a little too big? The head itself has a diameter of 2 meters. Better run," said Els loudly as he grabbed Lorist's arm and turned to run the other direction. "Soul, I knew that bringing you along was a bad call. The last 2 times were bad enough. For the whole of this mission, I've been worried that something terrible would happen. I can finally stop guessing, now that this critter has shown up in the middle of the rat extermination mission," called Lorist as he ran behind Els. "You haven't even thanked me for saving you yet. If I were a little bit late, you would have been swallowed whole by now." "You even dropped our torch," replied Els. "I was suddenly reminded of the single-horned rock python that was said to live in the mines. That thing back there definitely had a long body and a really large head. If that isn't the python, I don't know what is," said Lorist, slightly embarrassed at the fact that he had indeed been saved by Elsa's quick thinking. Els turned his head to the back before saying, "It doesn't look like a single-horned rock python to me. It has a round head and doesn't seem to have any scales or eyes. Its speed isn't that fast either. How can you see in this darkness? Do I look like a child that would fall for your lies? And hey, don't run so quickly. What if we run straight into a wall?" shouted Lorist. "Haha," Els laughed lightly. "You know that I train in a darkness attribute battle force, right? I bet you didn't know that people who trained in that type of battle force had night vision. I can see just as good in the darkness as I do in broad daylight. That's my special ability. How is it? Are you envious? I can still see so well even without the torch you dropped. Good soul, I have enough money to buy all the torches I need. I don't need that stinking ability." Feeling rather envious, Lorist thought, "This guy's ability of being able to see in the dark is not at all inferior to my own dynamic vision. And it's extremely helpful in poorly lit environments. Then I bet you were enjoying the sights in the bath on that day. Even though the lighting is pretty bad in there, I bet you could see all of them with perfect clarity given your ability," said Lorist as he panted heavily. "Can you please not bring that up again? I was facing the wall at that time and couldn't see even one of them." Just as Lorist reminded him of that incident, Els recalled the cruel and demeaning remark by that girl that deeply wounded his pride and tripped on a piece of rock as he lost focus. Lorist swiftly helped Els to his feet. Locke, are you hurt? Why're your clothes wet?" Stunned, Lorist felt his body up and said, "Oh, that's not blood. The water skin holding the pesticide burst and released all of its contents on my body. That fall didn't hurt you badly, right? We better hurry, I'm starting to hear that thing closing in." "I'm fine. Let's go." In a short while, they went back to their previous resting place where Charade and the rest were waiting. Seeing Lorist and Elsa's haggard looks, they broke into a stream of laughter until they heard the rumbling coming from the tunnel behind them and started running towards the cavern exit for their lives. Despite having a stocky build, Charade was the fastest of them all and escaped the caverns and was followed by Yuri, Turman, Bam and one of the bronze swordsmen with Lorist and Els trailing along at the end. The other bronze-ranked helper who was packing the rat carcasses onto the cart outside the mines looked at their panicked expressions with wonder. What had happened in the mines while he was away? Charade screamed, "Get out of the way! A magical beast is coming out from the entrance!" That instantly set the rest of the group into panic. Fortunately, the beast retreated into the mines as if it was afraid of the strong sunlight. Letting out a relieved breath, Charade asked Lorist and Els what happened. "What was that? How did you end up encountering it? And, what's that smell on you, Locke? Did your bladder go loose?" Lorist explained, "No, the pesticide got splashed all over my body. It's the one developed by Professor Snadborg. I brought some over cause I heard that we would be eradicating metal-eater rats. Good soul. Let me take a look at that pesticide. I think I know what that monster back there is," said Charade as he walked towards Lorist angrily, seemingly wanting to give him a punch or two. "Wait, what's wrong? Wasn't it a good idea to bring along the pesticide for the metal-eater rats?" asked Lorist as he dodged the fatty's punches. "Good idea my ass. While that concoction can indeed repel metal-eater rats, it would also attract ground WIRMs. That thing back there was a ground WIRM that had been lured over by the smell of that pesticide. Do you even know how serious that was? Ground WIRMs are magically mutated versions of common earthworms and they are attracted to the smell of pine tree roots. If you don't believe me, try digging out the roots of a pine tree and see if you find a nest of earthworms there. There are even people in the academy who are using that pesticide of yours as ground WIRM lure. That professor even lost the 20,000 gold fords that had been awarded to him after they found out about the unintended effect and caused lots of leftover pesticide to be stocked up at the academy, didn't you know? Soul, only an idiot like you would fall for his schemes," screamed Charade with all his breath. "Good soul, no wonder that professor said that he would give me 1 gold coin for every bucket sold. So, it was a defective product." Holding his head and curling up on the ground, Lorist merely said, "All of you guys, please hit me to your heart's content. I deserve this." But nobody went over to beat him up and merely calmed down to figure out how they would solve the problem at hand. Relative to other magical beasts, the ground WIRM wasn't too hard to take care of. They decided to lure it out with a large hook and rope after some discussion. The ground WIRM was essentially an oversized earthworm. It was aversive to sunlight and water and was considered relatively harmless to most other magical beasts. It didn't pose that much of a threat to small, agile targets given its large, imposing body and slow speed. Charade and his party spent 6 whole days with the cooperation of the Baka villagers to put together a 100-meter-long rope with a large hook at its end and sent Lorist down the mine with the hook to atone for his grave mistake. Before he left, Els walked over from the crowd. Lorist asked, "Are you gonna do it for me? I'm going to accompany you down there." If Yuri and Turman wasn't assigned to hold the rope by Charade, they would have accompanied you as well. After all, we're friends, aren't we? It was at that moment when Lorist was moved to tears. They put the hook down after walking a certain distance into the mines and wrapped it with a bundle of cloth that was soaked in the pesticide. Without much delay, a rumbling sound could be heard from the depths of the caverns and the both of them ran out of it at full speed. On their way to the exit, the rope snapped upward tightly. Lorist said cheerfully, "It got hooked." Outside the mines, Charade was directing the villagers to pull on the rope with all their force. Even after busting their backs for the whole afternoon, the ground WIRM simply refused to come out. After a final heave, the people present witnessed blood splatter out of the entrance of the mines as the internals of the ground WIRM were pulled out of its carcass. Looking at the scene with a hint of satisfaction, Charade said, "Not bad, given how its internals were pulled out. That ground WIRM's dead for sure. We'll go harvest its skin tomorrow." Given the amazing regenerative capabilities of ground WIRMs, The only viable method of getting rid of it was to use a hook to pull the internals out. While the rest of the beast wasn't worth much, its skin could be boiled to extract a strong adhesive which could be mixed with sand to form sturdy building material. To further make up for Lorist's error, Charade gave the skin to Bam, much to his delight, as he would be able to make new houses for his villagers with the skin of the ground Wyrm. After spending another 3 days clearing out the mines of any remaining metal eater rats, the party put one of the small cages they brought around the entrance of the mines and with a rat corpse inside it. The decaying corpse would serve as an effective repellent for other metal eater rats and keep them away from the mines. Having wrapped up the whole affair, the gang bade farewell to Senior Bam and started their journey back to the city.